Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. Prologue. I am an invisible man. No, I am not a spook like those who haunted Edgar Allan Poe, nor am I one of your Hollywood movie ectoplasms. I am a man of substance, of flesh and bone, fiber and liquids, and I might even be said to possess a mind. I am invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me, like the bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows. It is as though I have been surrounded by mirrors of hard, distorting glass. When they approach me, they see only my surroundings themselves or figments of their imagination, indeed everything and anything except me. Nor is my invisibility exactly a matter of a biochemical accident to my epidermis. That invisibility to which I refer occurs because of a peculiar disposition of the eyes of those with whom I come in contact, a matter of the construction of their inner eyes. Those eyes with which they look through their physical eyes upon reality. I am not complaining, nor am I protesting either. It is sometimes advantageous to be unseen, although it is most often rather wearing on the nerves. Then, too, you're constantly being bumped against by those of poor vision, or again, you often doubt if you really exist. You wonder whether you aren't simply a phantom in other people's minds, say, a figure in a nightmare which the sleeper tries with all his strength to destroy. It's when you feel like this that, out of resentment, you begin to bump people back, and let me confess, you feel that way most of the time. You ache with the need to convince yourself that you do exist in the real world, that you're a part of all the sound and anguish, and you strike out with your fists, you curse and you swear to make them recognize you, and alas, it's seldom successful. One night I accidentally bumped into a man, and perhaps because of the near darkness he saw me and called me an insulting name. I sprang at him, seized his coat lapels and demanded that he apologize. He was a tall blond man, and as my face came close to his, he looked insolently out of his blue eyes and cursed me, his breath hot in my face as he struggled. I pulled his chin down sharp upon the crown of my head, butting him as I had seen the West Indians do, and I felt his flesh tear and the blood gush out, and I yelled, "Apologize, apologize," but he continued to curse and struggle, and I butted him again and again until he went down heavily on his knees, profusely bleeding. I kicked him repeatedly, in a frenzy because he still uttered insults though his lips were frothy with blood. Oh yes, I kicked him, and in my outrage I got out my knife and prepared to slit his throat, right there beneath the lamplight in the deserted street, holding him by the collar with one hand, and opening the knife with my teeth, when it occurred to me that the man had not seen me, actually, that he, as far as he knew, was in the midst of a walking nightmare. And I stopped the blade, slicing the air as I pushed him away, letting him fall back to the street. I stared at him hard, as the lights of a car stabbed through the darkness. He lay there moaning on the asphalt, a man almost killed by a phantom. It unnerved me. I was both disgusted and ashamed. I was like a drunken man myself, wavering about on weakened legs. Then I was amused. Something in this man's thick head had sprung out and beaten him within an inch of his life. I began to laugh at this crazy discovery. Would he have awakened at the point of death? Would death himself have freed him for wakeful living? But I didn't linger. I ran away into the dark, laughing so hard I feared I might rupture myself. The next day I saw his picture in the Daily News, beneath a caption stating that he had been mugged. Poor fool, poor blind fool, I thought with sincere compassion, mugged by an invisible man. Most of the time, although I do not choose, as I once did, to deny the violence of my days by ignoring it, I am not so overtly violent. I remember that I am invisible and walk softly so as not to awaken the sleeping ones. Sometimes it is best not to awaken them. There are few things in the world as dangerous as sleepwalkers. I learned in time, though, that it is possible to carry on a fight against them without their realizing it. For instance, I have been carrying on a fight with monopolized light and power for some time now. I use their service and pay them nothing at all, and they don't know They suspect that power is being drained off, but they don't know where. All they know is that according to the master meter back there in their power station, hell of a lot of free current is disappearing somewhere into the jungle of Harlem. The joke, of course, is that I don't live in Harlem, but in a border area, several years ago. Before I discovered the advantage of being invisible, I went through the routine process of buying service and paying their outrageous rates, but no more. I gave up. All that along with my apartment and my old way of life, that way based upon the fallacious assumption that I, like other men, was visible. Now, aware of my invisibility, I live rent-free in a building rented strictly to whites, in a section of the basement that was shut off and forgotten during the 19th century, which I discovered when I was trying to escape in the night from Roz the Destroyer. But that's getting too far ahead of the story, almost to the end, although the end is in the beginning and lies far ahead. The point now is that I found a home, or a hole in the ground, as you will. Now, don't jump to the conclusion that because I call my home a hole, it is damp and cold. Like a grave, there are cold holes and warm holes. Mine is a warm hole, and remember, a bear retires to his hole for the winter and lives until spring. Then he comes strolling out like the Easter chick breaking from its shell. I say all this to assure you that it is incorrect to assume that, because I'm invisible and live in a hole, I am dead. I am neither dead nor in a state of suspended animation. Call me Jack the Bear, for I am in a state of hibernation. My hole is warm and full of light. Yes, full of light. I doubt if there is a brighter spot in all New York than this hole of mine, and I do not exclude Broadway, or the Empire State Building on a photographer's dream night, but that is taking advantage of you. Those two spots are among the darkest of our whole civilization, pardon me. Our whole culture, an important distinction I've heard, which might sound like a hoax or a contradiction, but that, by contradiction, I mean, is how the world moves. Not like an arrow, but a boomerang. Beware of those who speak of the spiral of history. They are preparing a boomerang. Keep a steel helmet handy. I know I have been boomeranged across my head so much that I now can see the darkness of lightness, and I love light. Perhaps you'll think it strange that an invisible man should need light, desire light, love light, but maybe it is exactly because I am invisible. Light confirms my reality, gives birth to my form. A beautiful girl once told me of a recurring nightmare in which she lay in the center of a large dark room and felt her face expand until it filled the whole room, becoming a formless mass while her eyes ran in bilious jelly up the chimney. And so it is with me. Without light I am not only invisible but formless as well, and to be unaware of one's form is to live a death. I myself, after existing some 20 years, did not become alive until I discovered my invisibility. That is why I fight my battle with monopolated light and power, the deeper reason. I mean, it allows me to feel my vital aliveness. I also fight them for taking so much of my money before I learned to protect myself. In my hole in the basement there are exactly 1,369 lights. I've wired the entire ceiling, every inch of it, and not with fluorescent bulbs, but with the older, more expensive to operate kind, the filament type. An act of sabotage, you know. I've already begun to wire the wall. A junk man I know, a man of vision, has supplied me with wire and sockets. Nothing, storm or flood, must get in the way of our need for light, and ever more and brighter light. The truth is the light, and light is the truth. When I finish all 4 walls, then I'll start on the floor. Just how that will go, I don't know. Yet when you have lived invisible as long as I have, you develop a certain ingenuity. I'll solve the problem, and maybe I'll invent a gadget to place my coffee pot on the fire while I lie in bed, and even invent a gadget to warm my bed, like the fellow I saw in one of the picture magazines who made himself a gadget to warm his shoes. Though invisible, I am in the great American tradition of tinkers. That makes me kin to Ford, Edison, and Franklin. Call me, since I have a theory and a concept, a thinker-tinker. Yes, I'll warm my shoes. They night it, they're usually full of holes. I'll do that and more. Now I have one radio phonograph. I plan to have 5. There is a certain acoustical deadness in my whole, and when I have music, I want to feel its vibration, not only with my ear but with my whole body. I'd like to hear 5 recordings of Louis Armstrong, playing and singing What Did I Do to Be So Black and Blue, all at the same time. Sometimes now I listen to Louis while I have my favorite dessert of vanilla ice cream. And slow gin, I pour the red liquid over the white mound, watching it glisten and the vapor rising as Louis bends that military instrument into a beam of lyrical sound. Perhaps I like Louis Armstrong because he's made poetry out of being invisible. I think it must be because he's unaware that he is invisible, and my own grasp of invisibility aids me to understand his music. Once when I asked for a cigarette, some jokers gave me a reefer, which I lighted when I got home and sat listening to my phonograph. It was a strange evening. Invisibility, let me explain, gives one a slightly different S. Instead of time, you're never quite on the beat. Sometimes you're ahead and sometimes behind. Instead of the swift and imperceptible flowing of time, you are aware of its nodes, those points where time stands still or from which it leaps ahead. And you slip into the breaks and look around. That's what you hear vaguely in Louis' music. Once I saw a prizefighter boxing a yokel. The fighter was swift and amazingly scientific. His body was one violent flow of rapid rhythmic action. He hit the yokel 100 times while the yokel held up his arms in stunned surprise. But suddenly, the yokel, rolling about in the gale of boxing gloves, struck one blow and knocked science, speed, and footwork as cold as a well-digger's posterior. The smart money hit the canvas. The long shot got the nod. The yokel had simply stepped inside of his opponent's sense of time. So under the spell of the reefer, I discovered a new analytical way of listening to music. The unheard sounds came through, and each melodic line existed of itself, stood out clearly from all the rest, said its piece, and waited patiently for the other voices to speak. That night I found myself hearing not only in time but in space as well. I not only entered the music but descended like Dante into its depths, and beneath the swiftness of the hot tempo there was a slower tempo and a cave, and I entered it and looked around and heard an old woman singing a spiritual as full of Weltschmerz as flamenco, and beneath that lay a still lower level on which I saw a beautiful girl, the color of ivory, pleading in a voice like my mother's as she stood before a group of slave owners who bid for her naked body, and below that I found a lower level and a more rapid tempo, and I heard someone shout, "Brothers and sisters, my text this morning is the blackness of blackness." And a congregation of voices answered, "That blackness is most black, brother. Most black. In the beginning. At the very start," they cried. "There was blackness. Preach it. And the sun. The sun, Lord, was bloody red. Red. Now black is," the preacher shouted. "Bloody. I said black is. Preach it, brother. Then black ain't. Red, Lord, red," he said, "it's red. Amen, brother. Black will get you. Yes, it will. Then black won't. No, it won't. It do. It do, Lord. Then it don't. Hallelujah. It'll put you, glory, glory, oh my Lord, in the whale's belly. Preach it, dear brother. Then make you tempt. Good God Almighty's. Old Aunt Nellie's. Black will make you. Black. Zor black will unmake you. Ain't it the truth, Lord?" And at that point a voice of trombone timbre screamed at me, "Get out of here. You fool, is you ready to commit treason?" And I tore myself away, hearing the old singer of spirituals moaning, "Go curse your God, boy, and dies." I stopped and questioned her, asked her what was wrong. "I dearly loved my master, son," she said. "You should have hated him," I said. "He gave me several sons," she said, "and because I loved my sons I learned to love their father, though I hated him too." "I too have become acquainted with ambivalence," I said. That's why I'm here. What's that? Nothing, a word that doesn't explain it. Why do you moan? I moan this way 'cause he's dead, she said. Then tell me, who is that laughing upstairs? Them's my sons, they glad. Yes, I can understand that too, I said. I laughs too, but I moans too. He promised to set us free, but he never could bring his self to do it. Still, I loved him. Loved him's you mean? Oh yes, but one loved something else even more. What more's? Freedom. Freedom, I said. Maybe freedom lies in hating. Nah, son, it's in loving. I loved him and give him the poison and he withered away. Like a frostbit apple, them boys would a tore him to pieces with they home make. Knives. A mistake was made somewhere, I said. I'm confused, and I wish to say other things, but the laughter upstairs became too loud and moan-like for me, and I tried to break out of it, but I couldn't. Just as I was leaving, I felt an urgent desire to ask her what freedom was and went back. She sat with her head in her hands, moaning softly. Her leather-brown face was filled with sadness. Old woman, what is this freedom you love so well? I asked around a corner of my mind. She looked surprised, then thoughtful, then baffled. I done forgot, son, it's all mixed up. First I think it's one thing, then I think it's another. It gets my head too spinning. I guess now it ain't nothing but knowing how to say what I got up in my head, but it's a hard job, son. Too much is done happen to me in too short a time. It's like I have a fever. Every time I starts to walk, my head gets to swirling and I falls down, or if it ain't that, it's the boys. They gets to laughing and D wants to kill up the white folks. They's bitter, that's what they is. But what about freedom? Leave me alone, boy, my head aches. I left her, feeling dizzy myself. I didn't get far. Suddenly one of the sons, a big fellow 6 feet tall, appeared out of nowhere and struck me with his fist. What's the matter, man? I cried. You made Ma cry. But how? I said, dodging a blow. Askin' her them questions, that's how. Get out here and stay, and next time you got questions like that, ask yourself. He held me in a grip like cold stone, his fingers fastening upon my windpipe until I thought I would suffocate before he finally allowed me to go. I stumbled about, dazed, the music beating hysterically in my ears. It was dark, my head cleared, and I wandered down a dark, narrow passage, thinking I heard his footsteps hurrying behind me. I was sore, and into my being had come a profound craving for tranquility, for peace and quiet, a state I felt I could never achieve. For one thing, the trumpet was blaring and the rhythm was too hectic, a tom-tom beating like heart. Thuds began drowning out the trumpet, filling my ears. I longed for water, and I heard it rushing through the cold mains my fingers touched as I felt my way, but I couldn't stop to search because of the footsteps behind me. Hey Roz, I called. Is it you, Destroyer, Reinhardt? No answer, only the rhythmic footsteps behind me. Once I tried crossing the road, but a speeding machine struck me, scraping the skin from my leg as it roared past. Then somehow I came out of it, ascending hastily from this underworld of sound, to hear Louis Armstrong innocently asking, "What did I do to be so black and blue?" At first I was afraid. This familiar music had demanded action, the kind of which I was incapable, and yet had I lingered there beneath the surface, I might have attempted to act. Nevertheless, I know now that few really listen to this music. I sat on the chair's edge in a soaking sweat, as though each of my 1,369 bulbs had everyone become a Klieg light in an individual setting for a third degree with Roz and Reinhardt in charge. It was exhausting, as though I had held my breath continuously for an hour under the terrifying serenity that comes from days of intense hunger. And yet it was a strangely satisfying experience for an invisible man to hear the silence of sound. I had discovered unrecognized compulsions of my being, even though I could not answer yes to their promptings. I haven't smoked a reefer since, however, not because they're illegal, but because to see around corners is enough. That is not unusual when you are invisible, but but to hear around them is too much, it inhibits action, and despite Brother Jack and all that sad, lost period of the brotherhood, I believe in nothing if not in action. Please, a definition. A hibernation is a covert preparation for a more overt action. Besides, the drug destroys one's sense of time completely. If that happened, I might forget to dodge some bright morning, and some cluck would run me down with an orange and yellow streetcar or a bilious bus, or I might forget to leave my home when the moment for action presents itself. Meanwhile, I enjoy my life with the compliments of monopolated light and power. Since you never recognize me even when in closest contact with me, and since, no doubt you'll hardly believe that I exist, it won't matter if you know that I tapped a power line leading into the building and ran it into my hole in the ground. Before that, I lived in the darkness into which I was chased, but now I see, I've illuminated the blackness of my invisibility, and vice versa, and so I play the invisible music of my isolation. The last statement doesn't seem just right, does it? But it is, you hear this music simply because music is heard and seldom seen, except by musicians. Could this compulsion to put invisibility down in black and white be thus an urge to make music of invisibility? But I am an orator, a rabble-rouser, I was, and perhaps shall be again, who knows? All sickness is not unto death, neither is invisibility. I can hear you say, what a horrible, irresponsible bastard, and you're right, I leap to agree with you. I am one of the most irresponsible beings that ever lived. Irresponsibility is part of my invisibility. Any way you face it, it is a denial. But to whom can I be responsible, and why should I be, when you refuse to see me? And wait until I reveal how truly irresponsible I am. Responsibility rests upon recognition. And recognition is a form of agreement. Take the man whom I almost killed, who was responsible for that near murder. I don't think so, and I refuse it. I won't buy it. You can't give it to me. He bumped me, he insulted me. Shouldn't he, for his own personal safety, have recognized my hysteria, my danger potential? He, let us say, was lost in a dream world, but didn't he control that dream world, which, alas, is only too real, and didn't he rule me out of it? And if he had yelled for a policeman, wouldn't I have been taken for the offending one? Yes, let me agree with you, I was the irresponsible one, for I should have used my knife to protect the higher interests of society. Someday that kind of foolishness will cause us tragic trouble. All dreamers and sleepwalkers must pay the price, and even the invisible victim is responsible for the fate of all. But I shirked that responsibility. I became too snarled in the incompatible notions that buzzed within my brain. I was a coward. But what did I do to be so blue? Bear with me. Chapter 1. It goes a long way back, some 20 years. All my life I had been looking for something, and everywhere I turned someone tried to tell me what it was. I accepted their answers too, though they were often in contradiction and even self-contradictory. I was naive. I was looking for myself and asking everyone except myself questions which I and only I could answer. It took me a long time and much painful boomeranging of my expectations to achieve a realization everyone else appears to have been born with, that I am nobody but myself. But first I had to discover that I am an invisible man. And yet I am no freak of nature, nor of history. I was in the cards, other things having been equal or unequal 85 years ago. I am not ashamed of my grandparents for having been slaves. I am only ashamed of myself for having at one time been ashamed. About 85 years ago they were told that they were free, united with others of our country, in everything pertaining to the common good, and in everything social, separate like the fingers of the hand, and they believed it. They exulted in it. They stayed in their place, worked hard, and brought up my father to do the same. But my grandfather is the one. He was an odd old guy, my grandfather, and I am told I take after him. It was he who caused the trouble. On his deathbed he called my father to him and said, "Son, after I'm gone I want you to keep up the good Fight, I never told you, but our life is a war, and I have been a traitor all my born days. A spy in the enemy's country, ever since I give up my gun back in the Reconstruction. Live with your head in the lion's mouth. I want you to overcome him with yeses. Undermine him with grins, agree him to death and destruction, let him swoller you till. They vomit or bust wide open. They thought the old man had gone out of his mind. He had been the meekest of men. The younger children were rushed from the room. The shades drawn and the flame of the lamp turned so low that it sputtered on the wick like the old man's breathing. Learn it to the young guns, he whispered fiercely. Then he died. But my folks were more alarmed over his last words than over his dying. It was as though he had not died at all. His words caused so much anxiety. I was warned emphatically to forget what he had said, and indeed, this is the first time it has been mentioned outside the family circle. It had a tremendous effect upon me, however. I could never be sure of what he meant. Grandfather had been a quiet old man who never made any trouble, yet on his deathbed he had called himself a traitor and a spy, and he had spoken of his meekness as a dangerous activity. It became a constant puzzle which lay unanswered in the back of my mind, and whenever things went well for me, I remembered my grandfather and felt guilty and uncomfortable. It was as though I was carrying out his advice in spite of myself, and to make it worse, everyone loved me for it. I was praised by the most lily-white men of the town. I was considered an example of desirable conduct, just as my grandfather had been, and what puzzled me was that the old man had defined it as treachery. When I was praised for my conduct, I felt a guilt that in some way I was doing something that was really against the wishes of the white folks, that if they had understood they would have desired me to act just the opposite, that I should have been sulky and mean, and that really would have been what they wanted, even though they were fooled, and thought they wanted me to act as I did. It made me afraid that someday they would look upon me as a traitor and I would be lost. Still, I was more afraid to act any other way because they didn't like that at all. The old man's words were like a curse. On my graduation day, I delivered an oration in which I showed that humility was the secret, indeed, the very essence of progress. Not that I believed this, how could I? Remembering my grandfather, I only believed that it worked. It was a great success. Everyone praised me, and I was invited to give the speech at a gathering of the town's leading white citizens. It was a triumph for our whole community. It was in the main ballroom of the leading hotel. When I got there, I discovered that it was on the occasion of a smoker, and I was told that since I was to be there anyway, I might as well take part in the battle royal to be ought by some of my schoolmates. As part of the entertainment, the battle royal came first. All of the town's big shots were there in their tuxedos, wolfing down the buffet. Foods, drinking beer and whiskey, and smoking black cigars. It was a large room with a high ceiling. Chairs were arranged in neat rows around three sides of a portable boxing ring. The fourth side was clear, revealing a gleaming space of polished floor. I had some misgivings over the battle royal, by the way, not from a distaste for fighting, but because I didn't care too much for the other fellows who were to take part. They were tough guys who seemed to have no grandfather's curse worrying their minds. No one could mistake their toughness, and besides, I suspected that fighting a battle royal might detract from the dignity of my speech. In those pre-invisible days, I visualized myself as a potential Booker T. Washington, but the other fellows didn't care too much for me either, and there were 9 of them. I felt superior to them in my way, and I didn't like the manner in which we were all crowded together into the servants' elevator, nor did they like my being there. In fact, as the warmly lighted floors flashed past the elevator, we had words over the fact that I, by taking part in the fight, had knocked one of their friends out of a night's work. We were led out of the elevator through a rococo hall into an anteroom and told to get into our fighting togs. Each of us was issued a pair of boxing gloves and ushered out into the big mirrored hall, which we entered looking cautiously about us and whispering lest we might accidentally be heard above the noise of the room. It was foggy with cigar smoke, and already the whiskey was taking effect. I was shocked to see some of the most important men of the town quite tipsy. They were all there. Bankers, lawyers, judges, doctors, fire chiefs, teachers, merchants, even one of the more fashionable pastors. Something we could not see was going on up front. Clarinet was vibrating sensuously, and the men were standing up and moving eagerly. Forward, we were a small, tight group, clustered together, our bare upper bodies touching and shining with anticipatory sweat, while up front the big shots were becoming increasingly excited over something we still could not see. Suddenly I heard the school superintendent, who had told me to come, yell, "Bring up the shines. Gentlemen, bring up the little shines." We were rushed up to the front of the ballroom, where it smelled even more strongly of tobacco and whiskey. Then we were pushed into place. I almost wet my pants. A sea of faces, some hostile, some amused, ringed around us, and in the center facing us stood a magnificent blonde, stark naked. There was dead silence. I felt a blast of cold air chill me. I tried to back away, but they were behind me, and around me some of the boys stood with lowered heads, trembling. I felt a wave of irrational guilt and fear. My teeth chattered, my skin turned to goose flesh, my knees knocked, yet I was strongly attracted and looked in spite of myself. Had the price of looking been blindness, I would have looked. The hair was yellow like that of a circus Cupid doll, the face heavily powdered and rouged, as though to form an abstract mask, the eyes hollow and smeared a cool blue, the color of a baboon's butt. I felt a desire to spit upon her as my eyes brushed slowly over her body. Her breasts were firm and round as the domes of East Indian temples, and I stood so close as to see the fine skin texture and beads of pearly perspiration glistening like dew around the pink and erected buds of her nipples. I wanted at one and the same time to run from the room, to sink through the floor, or go to her and cover her from my eyes and the eyes of the others with my body, to feel the soft thighs, to caress her and destroy her, to love her and murder her, to hide from her, and yet to stroke where below the small American flag tattooed upon her belly, her thighs formed a capital V. I had a notion that of all in the room, she saw only me with her impersonal eyes. And then she began to dance, a slow, sensuous movement, the smoke of 100 cigars clinging to her like the thinnest of veils. She seemed like a fair bird, girl girdled in veils, calling to me from the angry surface of some gray and threatening sea. I was transported. Then I became aware of the clarinet playing and the big shots yelling at us. Some threatened us if we looked, and others if we did not. On my right I saw one boy faint, and now a man grabbed a silver pitcher from a table and stepped close as he dashed ice water upon him and stood him up and forced two of us to support him as his head hung and moans issued from his thick bluish lips. Another boy began to plead to go home. He was the largest of the group, wearing dark red fighting trunks much too small to conceal the erection which projected from him as though in answer to the insinuating low-registered moaning of the clarinet. He tried to hide himself with his boxing gloves, and all the while the blonde continued dancing, smiling faintly at the big shots, who watched her with fascination and faintly smiling at our fear. I noticed a certain merchant who followed her hungrily, his lips loose and drooling. He was a large man, who wore diamond studs in a shirt front which swelled with the ample paunch underneath, and each time the blonde swayed her undulating hips, he ran his hand through the thin hair of his bald head, and with his arms upheld, his posture clumsy, like that of an intoxicated panda, wound his belly in a slow and obscene grind. This creature was completely hypnotized. The music had quickened as the dancer flung herself about with a detached expression on her face. The men began reaching out to touch her. I could see their beefy fingers sink into the soft flesh. Some of the others tried to stop them, and she began to move around the floor in graceful circles as they gave chase, slipping and sliding over the polished floor. It was mad. Chairs went crashing, drinks were spilt as they ran laughing and howling after her. They caught her just as she reached a door, raised her from the floor, and tossed her as college boys are tossed at a hazing, and above her red, fixed smiling lips I saw the terror and disgust in her eyes, almost like my own terror and that which I saw in some of the other boys. As I watched, they tossed her twice and her soft breasts seemed to flatten against the air and her legs flung wildly as she spun. Some of the more sober ones helped her to escape, and I started off the floor, heading for the anteroom with the rest of the boys. Some were still crying and in hysteria, but as we tried to leave, we were stopped and ordered to get into the ring. There was nothing to do but what we were told. All 10 of us climbed under the ropes and allowed ourselves to be blindfolded with broad bands of white cloth. One of the men seemed to feel a bit sympathetic and tried to cheer us up as we stood with our backs against the ropes. Some of us tried to grin. "See that boy over there," one of the men said. "I want you to run across at the bell and give it to him right in the belly. If you don't get him, I'm going to get you." I don't like his looks. Each of us was told the same. The blindfolds were put on, yet even then I had been going over my speech. In my mind, each word was as bright as flame. I felt the cloth pressed into place and frowned so that it would be loosened when I relaxed. But now I felt a sudden fit of blind terror. I was unused to darkness. It was as though I had suddenly found myself in a dark room filled with poisonous cottonmouths. I could hear the bleary voices yelling insistently for the battle royal to begin. "Get going in there. Let me at that big niggers." I strained to pick up the school superintendent's voice, as though to squeeze some security out of that slightly more familiar sound. "Let me at those black sonsabiches," someone yelled. "No, Jackson, no," another voice yelled. "Here, somebody help me hold Jack. I want to get at that ginger-colored nigger, tear him limb from limb," the first voice yelled. I stood against the ropes trembling, for in those days I was what they called ginger-colored, and he sounded as though he might crunch me between his teeth like a crisp ginger cookie. Quite a struggle was going on. Chairs were being kicked about, and I could hear voices grunting as with a terrific effort. I wanted to see more desperately than ever before, but the blindfold was as tight as a thick skin-puckering scab, and when I raised my gloved hands to push the layers of white aside, a voice yelled, "Oh, no, you don't, black bastard, leave that alone. Ring the bell before Jackson kills him a coon," someone boomed in the sudden silence, and I heard the bell clang and the sound of the feet scuffling forward. A glove smacked against my head. I pivoted, striking out stiffly as someone went past, and felt the jar ripple along the length of my arm to my shoulder. Then it seemed as though all 9 of the boys had turned upon me at once. Blows pounded me from all sides while I struck out as best I could. So many blows landed upon me that I wondered if I were not the only blindfolded fighter in the ring, or if the man called Jackson hadn't succeeded in getting me after all. Blindfolded, I could no longer control my motions. I had no dignity. I stumbled about like a baby or a drunken man. The smoke had become thicker, and with each new blow it seemed to sear and further restrict my lungs. My saliva became like hot, bitter glue. A glove connected with my head, filling my mouth with warm blood. It was everywhere. I could not tell if the moisture I felt upon my body was sweat or blood. A blow landed hard against the nape of my neck. I felt myself going over, my head hitting the floor. Streaks of blue light filled the black world behind the blindfold. I lay prone, pretending that I was knocked out, but felt myself seized by hands and yanked to my feet. "Get going, black boy, mix it up." My arms were like lead, my head smarting from blows. I managed to feel my way to the ropes and held on, trying to catch my breath. A glove landed in my midsection, and I went over again, feeling as though the smoke had become a knife jabbed into my guts, pushed this way and that by the legs milling around me. I finally pulled erect and discovered that I could see the black, sweat-washed forms weaving in the smoky blue atmosphere like drunken dancers weaving to the rapid, drum-like thuds of blows. Everyone fought hysterically. It was complete anarchy. Everybody fought everybody else. No group fought together for long. 2, 3, 4 fought one, then turned to fight each other, were themselves attacked. Blows landed below the belt. And in the kidney, with the gloves open as well as closed, and with my eye partly open now, there was not so much terror. I moved carefully, avoiding blows. Although not too many to attract attention, fighting from group to group, the boys groped about like blind, cautious crabs crouching to protect their midsections. Their heads pulled in short against their shoulders, their arms stretched nervously. Before them, with their fists testing the smoke-filled air like the knobbed feelers of hypersensitive snails. In one corner, I glimpsed a boy violently punching the air and heard him scream in pain as he smashed his hand against a ring post. For a second, I saw him bent over holding his hand, then going down as a blow caught his unprotected head. I played one group against the other, slipping in and throwing a punch, then stepping out of range, while pushing the others into the melee to take the blows blindly aimed at me. The smoke was agonizing, and there were no rounds, no bells at 3-minute intervals to relieve our exhaustion. The room spun round me. Swirl of lights, smoke, sweating bodies surrounded by tense white faces. I bled from both nose and mouth, the blood spattering upon my chest. The men kept yelling, "Slug him, black boy, knock his guts out. Uppercut him, kill that big boy." Taking a fake fall, I saw a boy going down heavily beside me as though we were felled by a single blow, saw a sneaker-clad foot shoot into his groin as the two who had knocked him down stumbled upon him. I rolled out of range, feeling a twinge of nausea. The harder we fought, the more threatening the men became, and yet I had begun to worry about my speech again. How would it go? Would they recognize my ability? What would they give me? I was fighting automatically when suddenly I noticed that one after another of the boys was leaving the ring. I was surprised, filled with panic, as though I had been left alone with an unknown danger. Then I understood. The boys had arranged it among themselves. It was the custom for the 2 men left in the ring to slug it out for the winner's prize. I discovered this too late. When the bell sounded, 2 men in tuxedos leaped into the ring and removed the blindfold. I found myself facing Tatlock, the biggest of the gang. I felt sick at my stomach. Hardly had the bell stopped ringing in my ears than it clanged again, and I saw him moving swiftly toward me. Thinking of nothing else to do, I hit him smash on the nose. He kept coming, bringing the rank sharp violence of stale sweat. His face was a black blank of a face, only his eyes alive with hate of me and aglow with a feverish terror from what had happened to us all. I became anxious. I wanted to deliver my speech, and he came at me as though he meant to beat it out of me. I smashed him again and again, taking his blows as they came. Then on a sudden impulse, I struck him lightly, and as we clinched, I whispered, "Fake like I knocked you out, you can have the prize." "I'll break your behind," he whispered hoarsely. "For them. For me, son of a bitch." They were yelling for us to break it up, and Tatlock spun me half around with a blow, and as a joggled camera sweeps in a reeling scene, I saw the howling red faces crouching tense beneath the cloud of blue-gray smoke. For a moment, the world wavered, unraveled, flowed, then my head cleared and Tatlock bounced before me. That fluttering shadow before my eyes was his jabbing left hand, then falling forward, my head against his damp shoulder, I whispered, "I'll make it $5 more. Go to hell." But his muscles relaxed a trifle beneath my pressure and I breathed, "7. Give it to your ma," he said, ripping me beneath the heart. And while I still held him, I buted him and moved away. I felt myself bombarded with punches. I fought back with hopeless desperation. I wanted to deliver my speech more than anything else in the world, felt that only these men could judge truly my ability, and now this stupid clown was ruining my chances. I began fighting carefully, now moving in to punch him and out again with my greater speed. A lucky blow to his chin, and I had him going too, until I heard a loud voice yell, "I got my money on the big boy." Hearing this, I almost dropped my guard. I was confused. Should I try to win against the voice out there? Would not this go against my speech, and was not this a moment for humility, for non-resistance? a blow to my head as I danced about scent. My right eye popping like a jack-in-the-box and settled my dilemma. The room went red as I fell. It was a dream fall, my body languid and fastidious as to where to land. Until the floor became impatient and smashed up to meet me. A moment later I came to, an hypnotic voice said 5 emphatically, and I lay there, hazily watching a dark red spot of my own blood shaping itself into a butterfly, glistening and soaking into the soiled gray world of the canvas. When the voice drawled 10, I was lifted up and dragged to a chair. I sat dazed. My eye pained and swelled with each throb of my pounding heart, and I wondered if now I would be allowed to speak. I was wringing wet, my mouth still bleeding. We were grouped along the wall now. The other boys ignored me as they congratulated Tatlock and speculated as to how much they would be paid. One boy whimpered over his smashed hand. Looking up front, I saw attendants in white jackets rolling the portable ring away and placing a small square rug in the vacant space surrounded by chairs. Perhaps, I thought, I will stand on the rug to deliver my speech. Then the MC called to us, "Come on up here, boys, and get your money." We ran forward to where the men laughed and talked in their chairs, waiting. Everyone seemed friendly now. "There it is on the rug," the man said. I saw the rug covered with coins of all dimensions and a few crumpled bills, but what excited me, scattered here and there, were the gold pieces. "Boys, it's all yours," the man said. "You get all you grab." "That's right, Sambo," a blond man said, winking at me confidentially. I trembled with excitement, forgetting my pain. I would get the gold and the bills. I thought I would use both hands. I would throw my body against the boys nearest me to block them from the gold. "Get down around the rug now," the man commanded, "and don't anyone touch it until I give the signal." "This ought to be good," I heard. As told, we got around the square rug on our knees. Slowly, the man raised his freckled hand as we followed it upward with our eyes. I heard, "These niggers look like they're about to pray." Then, "Ready," the man said. "Go." I lunged for a yellow coin lying on the blue design of the carpet, touching it and sending a surprised shriek to join those rising around me. I tried frantically to remove my hand but could not let go. A hot, violent force tore through my body, shaking me like a wet rat. The rug was electrified. The hair bristled up on my head as I shook myself free. My muscles jumped, my nerves jangled, writhed, but I saw that this was not stopping the other boys. Laughing in fear and embarrassment, some were holding back and scooping up the coins, knocked off by the painful contortions of the others. The men roared above us as we struggled. "Pick it up, Godamnit, pick it up," someone called like a bass-voiced parrot. "Go on, get it." I crawled rapidly around the floor, picking up the coins, trying to avoid the coppers and to get greenbacks and the gold, ignoring the shock by laughing as I brushed the coins off quickly. I discovered that I could contain the electricity. Contradiction, but it works. Then the men began to push us onto the rug, laughing. Embarrassedly, we struggled out of their hands and kept after the coins. We were all wet and slippery and hard to hold. Suddenly, I saw a boy lifted into the air, glistening with sweat like a circus seal, and dropped, his wet back landing flush upon the charged rug. Heard him yell and saw him literally dance upon his back, elbows beating a frenzied tattoo upon the floor, his muscles twitching like the flesh of a horse stung by many flies. When he finally rolled off, his face was gray and no one stopped him when he ran from the floor amid booming laughter. "Get the money," the MC called. "That's good hard American cash." And we snatched and grabbed, snatched and grabbed. I was careful not to come too close to the rug now, and when I felt the hot whiskey breath descend upon me like a cloud of foul air, I reached out and grabbed the leg of a chair. It was occupied, and I held on desperately. "Lego, nigger, Lego." The huge face wavered down to mine as he tried to push me free, but my body was slippery and he was too drunk. It was Mr. Colcord, who owned a chain of movie houses and entertainment palaces. Each time he grabbed me, I slipped out of his hands. It became a real struggle. I feared the rug more than I did the drunk, so I held on, surprising myself for a moment by trying to topple him upon the rug. It was such an enormous idea that I found myself actually carrying it out. I tried not to be obvious, yet when I grabbed his leg, trying to tumble him out of the chair, he raised up, roaring with laughter, and looking at me with soberness dead in the eye, kicked me viciously in the chest. The chair leg flew out of my hand, and I felt myself going and rolled. It was as though I had rolled through a bed of hot coals. It seemed a whole century would pass before I would roll free, a century in which I was seared through the deepest levels of my body to the fearful breath within me, and the breath seared and heated to the point of explosion. It'll all be over in a flash, I thought as I rolled clear. It'll all be over in a flash. But not yet. The men on the other side were waiting, red faces swollen as though from apoplexy, as they bent forward in their chairs, seeing their fingers coming toward me. I rolled away as a fumbled football rolls off the receiver's fingertips, back into the coals. That time I luckily sent the rug sliding out of place and heard the coins ringing against the floor, and the boys scuffling to pick them up, and the MC calling, "All right, boys, that's all. Go get dressed and get your money." I was limp as a dish rag. My back felt as though it had been beaten with wires. When we had dressed, the MC came in and gave us each $5, except Tatlock, who got 10 for being last in the ring. Then he told us to leave. I was not to get a chance to deliver my speech, I thought. I was going out into the dim alley in despair when I was stopped and told to go back. I returned to the ballroom. The men were pushing back their chairs and gathering in groups to talk. The MC knocked on a table for quiet. "Gentlemen," he said, "we almost forgotten important part of the program, a most serious part. Gentlemen, this boy was brought here to deliver a speech which he made at his graduation yesterday. Bravo! I'm told that he is the smartest boy we've got out there in Greenwood. I'm told that he knows more big words than a pocket-sized dictionary." Much applause and laughter. "So now, gentlemen, I want you to give him your attention." There was still laughter as I faced them, my mouth dry, my eye throbbing. I began slowly, but evidently my throat was tense, because they began shouting, louder. Louder. "We of the younger generation extol the wisdom of that great lighter and educator." I shouted. Who first spoke these flaming words of wisdom? A ship lost at sea for many days suddenly sighted a friendly vessel from the mast of the unfortunate vessel was seen a signal, "Water, water, we die of thirst." The answer from the friendly vessel came back, "Cast down your bucket where you are." The captain of the distressed vessel, at last heeding the injunction, cast down his bucket, and it came up full of fresh sparkling water from the mouth of the Amazon River, and like him I say, and in his words, to those of my race who depend upon bettering their condition in a foreign land, or who underestimate the importance of cultivating friendly relations with the southern white man, who is his next-door neighbor, I would say, cast down your bucket where you are, cast it down in making friends in every manly way of the people of all races by whom we are surrounded. I spoke automatically, and with such fervor that I did not realize that the men were still talking and laughing until my dry mouth, filling up with blood from the cut, almost strangled me. I coughed, wanting to stop and go to one of the tall brass sand-filled spittoons to relieve myself, but a few of the men, especially the superintendent, were listening, and I was afraid, so I gulped it down, blood, saliva and all, and continued. What powers of endurance I had during those days, what enthusiasm, what a belief in the rightness of things. I spoke even louder in spite of the pain, but still they talked and still they laughed, as though deaf with cotton in dirty ears. So I spoke with greater emotional emphasis. I closed my ears and swallowed blood until I was nauseated. The speech seemed 100 times as long as before, but I could not leave out a single word. All had to be said, each memorized nuance considered, rendered. Nor was that all. Whenever I uttered a word of 3 or more syllables, group of voices would yell for me to repeat it. I used the phrase social responsibility, and they yelled What's that word you say, boy? Social responsibility, I said. What? Social. Louder. Responsibility. More. Respond. Repeat. Ability. The room filled with the uproar of laughter until, no doubt, distracted by having to gulp down my blood, I made a mistake and yelled a phrase I had often seen denounced in newspaper editorials, heard debated in private. Social. What? They yelled. Equality. The laughter hung smoke-like in the sudden stillness. I opened my eyes, puzzled. Sounds of displeasure filled the room. The MC rushed forward. They shouted hostile phrases at me, but I did not understand. A small, dry, mustached man in the front T-row blared out, "Say that slowly, son." What, sir? What you just said. Social responsibility, sir, I said. You weren't being smart, were you, boy? He said, not unkindly. No, sir. You sure that about equality was a mistake? Oh, yes, sir, I said. I was swallowing blood. Well, you had better speak more slowly so we can understand. We mean to do right by you, but you've got to know your place at all times. All right, now go on with your speech. I was afraid. I wanted to leave, but I wanted also to speak, and I was afraid they'd snatch me down. Thank you, sir, I said, beginning where I had left off, and having them ignore me. As before. Yet when I finished, there was a thunderous applause. I was surprised to see the superintendent come forth with a package wrapped in white tissue paper, and, gesturing for quiet, address the men. Gentlemen, you see that I did not overpraise this boy. He makes a good speech. And someday he'll lead his people in the proper paths, and I don't have to tell you that is important in these days and times. This is a good, smart boy, and so too. Encourage him in the right direction. In the name of the Board of Education, I wish to present him a prize in the form of this. He paused, removing the tissue paper and revealing a gleaming calfskin briefcase. In the form of this first-class article from Shad Whitmore's shop. Boy, he said, addressing me, take this prize and keep it well. Consider it a badge of office. Prize it. Keep developing as you are, and someday it will be filled with important papers that will help shape the destiny of your people. I was so moved that I could hardly express my thanks. A rope of bloody saliva, forming a shape like an undiscovered continent, drooled upon the leather, and I wiped it quickly away. I felt an importance that I had never dreamed. Open it and see what's inside, I was told. My fingers a-tremble, I complied, smelling the fresh leather and finding an official looking document inside. It was a scholarship to the State College for Negroes. My eyes filled with tears, and I ran awkwardly off the floor. I was overjoyed. I did not even mind when I discovered that the gold pieces I had scrambled for were brass pocket tokens, advertising a certain make of automobile. When I reached home, everyone was excited. Next day, the neighbors came to congratulate me. I even felt safe from grandfather, whose deathbed curse usually spoiled my triumphs. I stood beneath his photograph with my briefcase in hand and smiled triumphantly into his stolid black peasant's face. It was a face that fascinated me. The eyes seemed to follow everywhere I went. That night I dreamed I was at a circus with him and that he refused to laugh at the clowns no matter what they did. Then later he told me to open my briefcase and read what was inside, and I did, finding an official envelope stamped with the state seal, and inside the envelope I found another and another, endlessly, and I thought I would fall of weariness. Them's years, he said. Now open that one, and I did, and in it I found an engraved document containing a short message in letters of gold. Read it, my grandfather said, out loud. To whom it may concern, I intoned, keep this nigger boy running. I awoke with the old man's laughter ringing in my ears. It was a dream I was to remember and dream again for many years after, but at that time I had no insight into its meaning. First, I had to attend college. Chapter 2. It was a beautiful college. The buildings were old and covered with vines, and the roads gracefully winding, lined with hedges and wild roses that dazzled the eyes. The summer sun, honeysuckle and purple wisteria hung heavy from the trees, and white magnolias mixed with their scents in the bee-humming air. I've recalled it often here in my hole, how the grass turned green in the springtime and how the mockingbirds fluttered their tails and sang, how the moon shone down on the buildings, how the bell in the chapel tower rang out the precious short-lived hours, how the girls in bright summer dresses promenaded the grassy lawn many times. Here at night I've closed my eyes and walked along the forbidden road that winds past the girls' dormitories, past the hall with the clock in the tower, its windows warmly aglow, on down past the small white home economics practice cottage, whiter still in the moonlight, and on down the road with its sloping and turning, paralleling the black powerhouse with its engines droning earth-shaking rhythms in the dark, its windows red from the glow of the furnace, onto where the road became a bridge over a dry riverbed, tangled with brush and clinging vines, the bridge of rustic logs made for trysting, but virginal and untested by lovers, on up the road, past the buildings with the southern verandas half a city block long, to the sudden forking barren of buildings, birds, or grass, where the road turned off to the insane asylum. I always see this far and open my eyes, the spell breaks and I try to re-see the rabbits so tame through having never been hunted, that played in the hedges and along the road, and I see the purple and silver of thistle growing between the broken glass and sun-heated stones, the ants moving nervously in single file, and I turn and retrace my steps and come back to the winding road past the hospital, where at night, in certain wards, the gay student nurses dispensed a far more precious thing than pills to lucky boys in the know, and I come to a stop at the chapel, and then it is suddenly winter, with the moon high above, and the chimes in the steeple ringing, and a sonorous choir of trombones rendering a Christmas carol, and over all is a quietness and an ache as though all the world were loneliness, and I stand and listen. Beneath the high-hung moon, hearing a mighty fortress is our God, majestically mellow on 4 trombones and then the organ, the sound floats over all, clear like the night, liquid, serene, and lonely, and I stand as for an answer and see in my mind's eye the cabins surrounded by empty fields beyond red clay roads, and beyond a certain road a river, sluggish and covered with algae more yellow than green in its stagnant stillness, past more empty fields to the sun-shrunk shacks at the railroad crossing where the disabled veterans visited the whores, hobbling down the tracks on crutches and canes, sometimes pushing the legless, thighless one in a red wheelchair, and sometimes I listen to hear if music reaches that far, but recall only the drunken laughter of sad, sad whores, and I stand in the circle where 3 roads converge near the statue, where we drilled 4 abreast down the smooth asphalt and pivoted and entered the chapel on Sundays, our uniforms pressed, shoes shined, minds laced up, eyes blind like those of robots to visitors and officials on the low whitewashed reviewing stand. It's so long ago and far away that here in my invisibility, I wonder if it happened at all. Then in my mind's eye, I see the bronze statue of the college founder, the cold father symbol, his hands outstretched in the breathtaking gesture of lifting a veil that flutters in hard, metallic folds above the face of a kneeling slave, and I am standing puzzled, unable to decide whether the veil is really being lifted or lowered more firmly in place, whether I am witnessing a revelation or a more efficient blinding, and as I gaze, there is a rustle of wings and I see a flock of starlings flighting before me, and when I look again, the bronze face, whose empty eyes look upon a world I have never seen, runs with liquid chalk, creating another ambiguity to puzzle my groping mind. Why is a bird-soiled statue more commanding than one that is clean? Oh, long green stretch of campus, oh, quiet songs at dusk, oh, moon that kissed the steeple and flooded the perfumed nights, oh, bugle that called in the morning, oh, drum that marched us militarily at noon. What was real, what solid, what more than a pleasant, time-killing dream? For how could it have been real if now I am Invisible, if real, why is it that I can recall in all that island of greenness no fountain, but one that was broken, corroded, and dry, and why does no rain fall through my recollections, sound through my memories, soak through the hard, dry crust of the still so recent past? Why do I recall, instead of the odor of seed bursting in springtime, only the yellow contents of the cistern spread over the lawn's dead grass? Why and how and why? The grass did grow, and the green leaves appeared on the trees and filled the avenues with shadow and shade as sure as the millionaires descended from the north on Founder's Day each spring, and how they arrived, came smiling, inspecting, encouraging, conversing in whispers, speech-making into the wide open ears of our black and yellow faces, and each leaving a sizable check as he departed. I'm convinced it was the product of a subtle magic, the alchemy of moonlight, the school of flower-studded wasteland, the rocks sunken, the dry winds hidden, the lost crickets chirping to yellow butterflies. And oh, those multimillionaires. They were all such a part of that other life that's dead that I can't remember them. All time was as I was, but neither that time nor that I are any more, but this one I remember. Near the end of my junior year, I drove for him during the week he was on the campus, a face pink like St. Nicholas, topped with a shock of silk white hair, an easy, informal manner, even with me, a Bostonian, smoker of cigars, teller of polite Negro stories, shrewd banker, skilled scientist, director, philanthropist, 40 years a bearer of the white man's burden, and for 60, a symbol of the great traditions. We were driving, the powerful motor purring and filling me with pride and anxiety. The car smelled of mints and cigar smoke. Students looked up and smiled in recognition as we rolled slowly past. I had just come from dinner, and in bending forward to suppress a belch, I accidentally pressed the button on the wheel, and the belch became a loud and shattering blast of the horn. Folks on the road turned and stared. "I'm awfully sorry, sir," I said, worried lest he report me to Dr. Bledsoe, the president, who would refuse to allow me to drive again. "Perfectly all right, perfectly. Where shall I drive you, sir?" "Let me see." Through the rearview mirror, I could see him studying a wafer-thin watch, replacing it in the pocket of his checked waistcoat. His shirt was soft silk, set off with a blue and white polka-dotted bow tie. His manner was aristocratic, his movements dapper and suave. "It's early to go in for the next session," he said. "Suppose you just drive anywhere you like." "Have you seen all the campus, sir?" "Yes, I think so. I was one of the original founders, you know." "Gee, I didn't know that, sir. Then I'll have to try some of the roads." Of course I knew he was a founder, but I knew also that it was advantageous to flatter rich white folks. Perhaps he'd give me a large tip or a suit or a scholarship. "Next year." "Anywhere else you like. The campus is part of my life, and I know my life rather well." "Yes, sir." He was still smiling. In a moment, the green campus with its vine-covered buildings was behind us. The car bounded over the road. How was the campus part of his life, I wondered, and how did one learn his life rather well? "Young man, you're part of a wonderful institution. It is a great dream become reality." "Yes, sir," I said. "I feel as lucky to be connected with it as you no doubt do yourself. I came here years ago when all your beautiful campus was barren ground. There were no trees, no flowers, no fertile farmland. That was years ago, before you were born." I listened with fascination, my eyes glued to the white line dividing the highway as my thoughts attempted to sweep back to the times of which he spoke. "Even your parents were young. Slavery was just recently passed. Your people did not know in what direction to turn, and I must confess, many of mine didn't know in what direction they should turn either, but your great founder did. He was my friend, and I believed in his vision, so much so that sometimes I don't know whether it was his vision or mine." He chuckled softly, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. "But of course it was his. I only assisted. I came down with him to see the bear." land and did what I could to render assistance, and it has been my pleasant fate to return each spring and observe the changes that the years have wrought. That has been more pleasant and satisfying to me than my own work. It has been a pleasant fate indeed. His voice was mellow and loaded with more meaning than I could fathom, as I drove faded and yellowed pictures of the school's early days displayed in the library flashed across the screen of my mind, coming fitfully and fragmentarily to life. Photographs of men and women in wagons drawn by mule teams and oxen, dressed in black, dusty clothing, people who seemed almost without individuality, a black mob that seemed to be waiting, looking with blank faces, and among them the inevitable collection of white men and women in smiles, clear of features, striking, elegant and confident, until now, and although I could recognize the founder and Dr. Bledsoe among them, the figures in the photographs had never seemed actually to have been alive, but were more like signs or symbols one found on the last pages of the dictionary. But now I felt that I was sharing in a great work, and with the car leaping leisurely beneath the pressure of my foot, I identified myself with the rich man reminiscing on the rear seat. "A pleasant fate," he repeated, "and I hope yours will be as pleasant." "Yes, sir, thank you, sir," I said, pleased that he wished something pleasant for me. But at the same time I was puzzled. How could anyone's fate be pleasant? I had always thought of it as something painful. No one I knew spoke of it as pleasant, not even Woodridge, who made us read Greek plays. We were beyond the farthest extension of the school-owned lands now, and I suddenly decided to turn off the highway, down a road that seemed unfamiliar. There were no trees and the air was brilliant. Far down the road, the sun glared cruelly against a tin sign nailed to a barn, a lone figure bending over a hoe on the hillside raised up wearily and waved, more a shadow against the skyline than a man. "How far have we come?" I heard over my shoulder. "Just about a mile, sir." "I don't remember this section," he said. I didn't answer. I was thinking of the first person who'd mentioned anything like fate in my presence, my grandfather. There had been nothing pleasant about it, and I had tried to forget it. Now, riding here in the powerful car with this white man who was so pleased with what he called his fate, I felt a sense of dread. My grandfather would have called this treachery, and I could not understand in just what way it was. Suddenly, I grew guilty at the realization that the white man might have thought so. Too, what would he have thought? Did he know that Negroes like my grandfather had been freed during those days, just before the college had been founded? As we came to a side road, I saw a team of oxen hitched to a broken-down wagon, the ragged driver dozing on the seat beneath the shade of a clump of trees. "Did you see that, sir?" I asked over my shoulder. "What was it?" "The ox team, sir." "Oh no, I can't see it for the trees," he said, looking back. "It's good timber." "I'm sorry, sir. Shall I turn back?" "No, it isn't much," he said. "Go on." I drove on, remembering the lean, hungry face of the sleeping man. He was the kind of white man I feared. The brown fields swept out to the horizon, a flock of birds dipped down, circled, swung up and out as though linked by invisible strings. Waves of heat danced above the engine hood. The tires sang over the highway. Finally, I overcame my timidity and asked him, "Sir, why did you become interested in the school?" "I think," he said thoughtfully, raising his voice, "it was because I felt even as a young man that your people were somehow closely connected with my destiny. Do you understand?" "Not so clearly, sir," I said, ashamed to admit it. "You have studied Emerson, haven't you?" "Emerson, sir?" "Ralph Waldo Emerson." I was embarrassed because I hadn't. "Not yet, sir. We haven't come to him yet." "No," he said with a note of surprise. "Well, never mind. I am a New Englander. Like Emerson, you must learn about him, for he was important to your people. He had a hand in your destiny. Yes, perhaps that is what I mean. I had a feeling that your people were somehow connected with my destiny, that what happened to you was connected with what would happen to me." I slowed the car, trying to understand. Through the glass, I saw him gazing at the long ash of his cigar, holding it delicately in his slender, manicured fingers. Yes, you are my fate, young man. Only you can tell me what it really is. Do you understand? I think I do, sir. I mean that upon you depends the outcome of the years I have spent in helping. Your school, that has been my life's work, not my banking or my researches, but my first-hand organizing of human life. I saw him now, leaning toward the front seat, speaking with an intensity which had not been there before. It was hard not to turn my eyes from the highway and face him. There is another reason, a reason more important, more passionate, and yes, even more sacred than all the others, he said, no longer seeming to see me, but speaking to himself alone. Yes, even more sacred than all the others, a girl, my daughter. She was a being more rare, more beautiful, purer, more perfect, and more delicate than the wildest dream of a poet. I could never believe her to be my own flesh and blood. Her beauty was a wellspring of purest water of life, and to look upon her was to drink and drink and drink again. She was rare, a perfect creation, a work of purest art, a delicate flower that bloomed in the liquid light of the moon, a nature not of this world, a personality like that of some biblical maiden, gracious and queenly. I found it difficult to believe her my own. Suddenly he fumbled in his vest pocket and thrust something over the back of the seat, surprising me. Here, young man, you owe much of your good fortune in attending such a school. To her. I looked upon the tinted miniature framed in engraved platinum. I almost dropped it. A young woman of delicate, dreamy features looked up at me. She was very beautiful, I thought at the time, so beautiful that I did not know whether I should express admiration to the extent I felt it or merely act polite, and yet I seemed to remember her or someone like her in the past. I know now that it was the flowing costume of soft, flimsy material that made for the effect, today dressed in one of the smart, well-tailored, angular, sterile, streamlined, engine-turned, air-conditioned modern outfits you see in the women's magazines. She would appear as ordinary as an expensive piece of machine-tooled jewelry and just as lifeless. Then, however, I shared something of his enthusiasm. She was too pure for life, he said sadly, too pure and too good and too beautiful. We were sailing together, touring the world, just she and I, when she became ill. Italy, I thought little of it at the time, and we continued across the Alps. When we reached Munich, she was already fading away, while we were attending an embassy party. She collapsed. The best medical science in the world could not save her. It was a lonely return, a bitter voyage. I have never recovered. I have never forgiven myself. Everything I've done since her passing has been a monument to her memory. He became silent, looking with his blue eyes far beyond the fields stretching away. In the sun, I returned the miniature, wondering what in the world had made him open his heart to me. That was something I never did. It was dangerous. First, it was dangerous if you felt like that about anything, because then you'd never get it, or something or someone would take it away from you. Then it was dangerous because nobody would understand you, and they'd only laugh and think you were crazy. So you see, young man, you are involved in my life quite intimately, even though you've never seen me before. You are bound to a great dream and to a beautiful monument if you become a good farmer, a chef, a preacher, doctor, singer, mechanic, whatever you become, and even if you fail, you are my fate, and you must write me and tell me the outcome. I was relieved to see him smiling through the mirror. My feelings were mixed. Was he kidding me? Was he talking to me like someone in a book, just to see how I would take it? Or could it be, I was almost afraid to think, that this rich man was just the tiniest bit crazy? How could I tell him his fate? He raised his head and our eyes met for an instant in the glass. Then I lowered mine to the blazing white line that divided the highway. The trees along the road were thick and tall. We took a curve. Flocks of quail sailed up and over a field, brown, sailing down, blending. Will you promise to tell me my fate? I heard. Sir, will you? Right now, sir, I asked with embarrassment. It is up to you now if you like. I was silent. His voice was serious, demanding. I could think of no reply. The motor purred. An insect crushed itself against the windshield, leaving a yellow mucus smear. I don't know now, sir. This is only my junior year. But you'll tell me when you know. I'll try, sir. Good. When I took a quick glance into the mirror, he was smiling again. I wanted to ask him if being rich and famous and helping to direct the school to become what it was wasn't enough, but I was afraid. What do you think of my idea, young man? He said. I don't know, sir. I only think that you have what you're looking for, because if I fail or leave school, it doesn't seem to me it would be your fault, because you helped make the school what it is. And you think that enough? Yes, sir, that's what the president tells us. You have yours and you got it yourself, and we have to lift ourselves up the same way. But that's only part of it, young man. I have wealth and a reputation and prestige, all that is true, but your great founder had more than that. He had tens of thousands of lives dependent upon his ideas and upon his actions. What he did affected your whole race. In a way, he had the power of a king, or in a sense, of a god. That I've come to believe is more important than my own work, because more depends upon you. You are important because if you fail, I have failed by one individual, one defective cog. It didn't matter so much before, but now I'm growing old. And it has become very important. But you don't even know my name, I thought, wondering what it was all about. I suppose it is difficult for you to understand how this concerns me, but as you develop, you must remember that I am dependent upon you to learn my fate. Through you and your fellow students, I become, let us say, 300 teachers, 700 trained mechanics, 800 skilled farmers, and so on. That way I can observe in terms of living personalities to what extent my money, my time, and my hopes have been fruitfully invested. I also construct a living memorial to my daughter. Understand, I can see the fruits produced by the land that your great founder has transformed from barren clay to fertile soil. His voice ceased, and I saw the strands of pale blue smoke drifting across the mirror and heard the electric lighter snap back on its cable into place behind the back of the seat. I think I understand you better now, sir, I said. Very good, my boys. Shall I continue in this direction, sir? By all means, he said, looking out at the countryside. I've never seen this section before. It's new territory for me. Half consciously, I followed the white line as I drove, thinking about what he had said. Then as we took a hill, we were swept by a wave of scorching air, and it was as though we were approaching a desert. It almost took my breath away, and I leaned over and switched on the fan, hearing its sudden whir. Thank you, he said as a slight breeze filled the car. We were passing a collection of shacks and log cabins now, bleached white and warped by the weather. Sun-tortured shingles lay on the roofs like decks of water. Soaked cards spread out to dry. The houses consisted of 2 square rooms joined together by a common floor and roof with a porch in between. As we passed, we could look through to the fields beyond. I stopped the car at his excited command in front of a house set off from the rest. Is that a log cabin? It was an old cabin with its chinks filled with LK white clay with bright new shingles patching its roof. Suddenly, I was sorry that I had blundered down this road. I recognized the place as soon as I saw the group of children in stiff, new overalls who played near a rickety fence. Yes, sir, it is a log cabin, I said. It was the cabin of Jim Trueblood, a sharecropper who had brought disgrace upon the black community several months before. He had caused quite a bit of outrage up at the school, and now his name was never mentioned above a whisper. Even before that, he had seldom come near the campus, but had been well liked as a hard worker who took good care of his family's needs, and as one who told the old stories with a sense of humor and a magic that made them come alive. He was also a good tenor singer, and sometimes when special white guests visited the school, he was brought up along with the members of a country quartet to sing what the officials called their primitive spirituals. When we assembled in the chapel on Sunday evenings, we were embarrassed by the earthy harmonies they sang, but since the visitors were awed, we dared not laugh at the crude, high, plaintively animal sounds Jim Trueblood made as he led the quartet. That had all passed now with his disgrace, and what on the part of the school officials had been an attitude of contempt blunted by tolerance, had now become a contempt sharpened by hate. I didn't understand in those pre-invisible days that their hate, and mine too, was charged with fear, how all of us at the college hated the black belt people, the peasants, during those days. We were trying to lift them up, and they, like Trueblood, did everything it seemed to pull us down. It appears quite old, Mr. Norton said, looking across the bare, hard stretch of yard where two women dressed in new blue and white checked ginghams were washing clothes in an iron pot. The pot was soot-black, and the feeble flames that licked its sides showed pale pink and bordered with black, like flames in morning. Both women moved with the weary, full-fronted motions of far-gone pregnancy. "It is, sir," I said. "That one and the other two like it were built during slavery times." "You don't say." I would never have believed that they were so enduring since slavery times. "That's true, sir, and the white family that owned the land when it was a big plantation still lives in town." "Yes," he said, "I know that many of the old families still survive, and individuals too. The human stock goes on, even though it degenerates, but these Caboncel," he seemed surprised and confounded. "Do you suppose those women know anything about the age and history of the place?" The older one looks as though she might. "I doubt it, sir. They don't seem very bright." "Bright," he said, removing his cigar. "You mean that they wouldn't talk with me?" he asked suspiciously. "Yes, sir, that's it." "Why not?" I didn't want to explain. It made me feel ashamed, but he sensed that I knew something and pressed me. "It's not very nice, sir, but I don't think those women would talk to us. We can explain that we're from the school. Surely they'll talk then. You may tell them's who I am." "Yes, sir," I said, "but they hate us up at the school. They never come there." "What?" "No, sir. And those children along the fence down there. They don't either, sir." "But why?" "I don't really know, sir. Quite a few folks out this way don't, though, I guess. They're too ignorant. They're not interested." "But I can't believe it." The children had stopped playing and now looked silently at the car, their arms behind their backs and their new oversized overalls pulled tight over their little pot bellies as though they too were pregnant. "What about their men folk?" I hesitated. Why did he find this so strange? "He hates us, sir," I said. "You say he? Aren't both the women married?" I caught my breath. I'd made a mistake. "The old one is, sir," I said reluctantly. "What happened to the young woman's husband?" "She doesn't have any, that is." "What is it, young man? Do you know these people?" "Only a little, sir. There was some talk about them up on the campus a while back." "What talk?" "Well, the young woman is the old woman's daughter." "And?" "Well, sir, they say, you see, I mean they say the daughter doesn't have a husband." "Oh, I see, but that shouldn't be so strange. I understand that your people never mind. Is that all?" "Well, sir." "Yes, what else?" "They say that her father did it." "What?" "Yes, sir, that he gave her the baby." I heard the sharp intake of breath, like a toy balloon suddenly deflated. His face reddened. I was confused, feeling shame for the two women and fear that I had talked too much and offended his sensibilities. "And did anyone from the school investigate this matter?" he asked at last. "Yes, sir," I said. "What was discovered?" "That it was true, they say." "But how does he explain his doing such a monstrous thing?" He sat back in the seat, his hands grasping his knees, his knuckles bloodless. I looked away down the heat-dazzling concrete of the highway. I wished we were back on the other side of the white line, heading back to the quiet green stretch of the campus. It is said that the man took both his wife and his daughter. Yes, sir. And that he is the father of both their children. Yes, sir. No, no, no. He sounded as though he were in great pain. I looked at him anxiously. What had happened? What had I said? Not that, no, he said with something like horror. I saw the sun blaze upon the new blue overalls as the man appeared around the cabin. His shoes were tan and new, and he moved easily over the hot earth. He was a small man, and he covered the yard with a familiarity that would have allowed him to walk in the blackest darkness with the same certainty. He came and said something to the women as he fanned himself with a blue bandana handkerchief, but they appeared to regard him sullenly, barely speaking and hardly looking in his direction. Would that be the man? Mr. Norton asked. Yes, sir, I think so. Get out, he cried. I must talk with him. I was unable to move. I felt surprise and a dread and resentment of what he might say to Trueblood and his women, the questions he might ask. Why couldn't he leave them alone? Hurry. I climbed from the car and opened the rear door. He clambered out and almost ran across the road to the yard, as though compelled by some pressing urgency, which I could not understand. Then suddenly I saw the two women turn and run frantically behind the house, their movements heavy and flat-footed. I hurried behind him, seeing him stop when he reached the man and the children. They became silent, their faces clouding over, their features becoming soft and negative, their eyes bland and deceptive. They were crouching behind their eyes, waiting for him to speak. Just as I recognized that I was trembling behind my own, up close I saw what I had not seen from the car. The man had a scar on his right cheek, as though he had been hit in the face with a sledge. The wound was raw and moist, and from time to time he lifted his handkerchief to fan away the gnats. I, Mr. Norton stammered. I must talk with you. All right, sir, Jim Trueblood said without surprise, and waited. Is it true? I mean, did you? Sir, Trueblood asked as I looked away. You have survived, he blurted, but is it true? Sir, the farmer said, his brow wrinkling with bewilderment. I'm sorry, sir, I said, but I don't think he understands you. He ignored me, staring into Trueblood's face as though reading a message there, which I could not perceive. You did and are unharmed, he shouted, his blue eyes blazing into the black face. With something like envy and indignation, Trueblood looked helplessly at me. I looked away. I understood no more than he. You have looked upon chaos and are not destroyed. No, sir, I feels all right. You do, you feel no inner turmoil, no need to cast out the offending eye. So, answer me. I'm all right, sir, Trueblood said uneasily. My eyes is all right too, and when I feels Polly in my gut, I takes a little soda, and it goes away. No, 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 let us go where there is shade, he said, looking about excitedly and going swiftly to where the porch cast a swath of shade. We followed him. The farmer placed his hand on my shoulder, but I shook it off, knowing that I could explain nothing. We sat on the porch in a semicircle in camp chairs, me between the sharecropper and the millionaire. The earth around the porch was hard and white, from where wash water had long been thrown. How are you faring now? Mr. Norton asked. Perhaps I could help. We ain't doing so bad, sah, for they heard 'bout what happened to us out here. I couldn't get no help from nobody. Now lot of folks is curious and goes out of they way to help, even the biggity school folks up on the hill. Only there was a catch to it. They offered to send us clean out of the county, pay our way and everything, and give me $100 to get settled with, but we likes it here, so I told 'em no. Then they sent a fellow out here, a big fellow too, and he said if I didn't leave they was going to turn the white folks loose on me. It made me mad and it made me scared. Them folks up there to the school is in strong with the white folks, and that scared me. But I thought when they first come out here that they was different from when I went up there a long time ago, looking for some book learning and some points on how to handle my crops. That was when I had my own place. I thought they was trying to Heap me on accounta I got 2 women due to birth 'bout the same time. But I got mad when I found they was tryin' to get rid of us 'cause they said we was a disgrace. Yes'ah, I got real mad, so I went down to see Mr. Buchanan, the boss. Man, and I told him 'bout it, and he give me a note to the sheriff and told me to take it. To him, I did that juice like he told me. I went to the jailhouse and give Sheriff Barber the note, and he asked me to tell him what happened, and I told him, and he called in some more men, and they made me tell it again. They wanted to hear about the gal lots of times, and they gimme something to eat and drink and some tobacco. Surprised me, 'cause I was scared, inspectin' something different. Why, I guess there ain't a colored man in the county who ever got to take so much of the white folks' time as I did. So finally they tell me not to worry, that they was going to send word up to the school that I was to stay right where I am. Them big niggas didn't bother me. Neither. It just goes to show ya that no matter how biggity a nigga gets, the white folks can always cut him down. The white folks took up for me, and the white folks took to coming out here to see us and talk with us. Some of 'em was big white folks. 2 from the big school way across the state. Asked me lots 'bout what I thought 'bout things and 'bout my folks and the kids, and wrote it all down in a book. But best of all, I got more work now than I ever did have before. He talked willingly now, with a kind of satisfaction and no trace of hesitancy or shame. The old man listened with a puzzled expression as he held an unlit cigar in his delicate fingers. Things is pretty good now, the farmer said. Every time I think of how cold it was, and what a hard time we was having, I gets the shakes. I saw him bite into a plug of chewing tobacco. Something tinkled against the porch, and I picked it up, gazing at it from time to time. It was a hard red apple stamped out of tin. You see, it was cold, and us didn't have much fire. Nothin' but wood, no coal. I tried to get help, but wouldn't nobody help us, and I couldn't find no work or nothin'. It was so cold all of us had to sleep together, me, the old lady, and the gal. That's how it started. He cleared his throat, his eyes gleaming and his voice taking on a deep, incantatory quality, as though he had told the story many, many times. Flies and fine white gnats swarmed about his wound. That's the way it was, he said, me on one side and the old lady on the other, and the gal in the middle. It was dark, plum black, black as the middle of a bucket of tar. The kids was sleeping all together in they bed over in the corner. I must have been the last one to go to sleep, 'cause I was thinking 'bout how to get some grub for the next day, and 'bout the gal and the young boy what was startin' to hang round her. I didn't like him, and he kept comin' through my thoughts, and I made up my mind to warn him away from the gal. It was black dark, and I heard one of the kids whimper in his sleep, and the last few sticks of kindlin' crackin' and settlin' in the stove, and the smell of the fat meat seemed to get cold and still in the air, just like meat grease when it gets set in a cold plate of molasses. And I was thinkin' 'bout the gal and this boy, and feelin' her arms besides me, and hearing the old lady snorin' with a kinda moanin' and a groanin' on the other side. I was worryin' 'bout my family, how they was goin' to eat and all, and I thought 'bout when the gal was little, like the young guns sleepin' over in the corner, and how I was her favorite over the old lady. There we was, breathin' together in the dark, only I could see 'em in my mind, knowin' 'em like I do. In my mind I looked at all of 'em, one by one. The gal looks just like the old lady did when she was young and I first met her, only better lookin'. You know, we gettin' to be a better lookin' race of people. Anyway, I could hear 'em breathin', and though I hadn't been, it made me sleepy. Then I heard the gal say, "Daddy," soft and low in her sleep, and I looked, tryin' to see if she was still awake, but all I can do is smell her and feel her breath on my hand. When I go to touch her, she said it so soft I couldn't be sure I had heard anything, so I just laid there listenin'. Seems like I heard a whippoorwill callin', and I thought to myself, go on away from here, we'll whip ol' Will when we find him. Then I heard the clock up there at the school stricken 4 times, lonesome like. Then I got to thinkin' 'bout way back when I left the farm and went to live in Mobile, and 'bout a gal I had me then. I was young then, like this young fellow here. Us lived in a 2-story house, alongside the river, and at night in the summertime we used to lay in bed and talk, and after she'd gone off to sleep I'd be awake looking out at the lights comin' up from the water and listenin' to the sounds of the boats movin'. Along they used to have musicianers on them boats, and sometimes I used to wake her up to hear the music when they come up the river. I'd be layin' there and it would be quiet and I could hear it comin' from way, way off, like when you quail huntin'. And it's getting dark and you can hear the boss bird whistlin' tryin' to get the covey. Told ya. Again and he's coming toward you slow and whistlin' soft, 'cause he knows you somewhere around with your gun. Still he got to round them up, so he keeps on. Common, them boss quails is like a good man, what he got to do he do. Well, that's the way the boats used to sound, common close to you from far away. First one would be common to you when you almost sleep, and it sounded like somebody hittin' at you slow with a big shiny pick. You see the pick point common straight at you, common slow too, and you can't dodge, only when it goes to hit you it ain't no pick at all, but somebody far away breakin' little bottles of all kinds of colored glass. It's still common at you though, still common. Then you hear it close up like when you up in the 2nd-story window and look down on a wagon full of watermelons. And you see one of them young juicy melons split wide open alayin, all spread out and cool and sweet on top of all the striped green ones like it's waitin' just for you, so you can see how red and ripe and juicy it is, and all the shiny black seeds it's got and you could hear the side wheels splashin' like they don't want to wake nobody up, and us, me and the gal, would lay there feelin' like we was rich folks in them. Boys on the boats would be playin' sweet as good peach brandy wine. Then the boats would be past and the lights would be gone from the window, and the music would be goin' too, kinda like when you watch a gal in a red dress and a wide straw hat goin' past you down a lane with the trees on both sides, and she's plump and juicy and kinda switchin' her tail 'cause she knows you watchin', and you know she know, and you just stands there and watches till you can't see nothin' but the top of her red hat. And then that goes and you know she done dropped behind a hill. I seen me a gal like that once. All I could hear then would be that Mobile gal, name of Margaret. She be breathin' beside me, and maybe 'bout that time she'd say, "Daddy, you still wake?" And then I'd grunt, "Ooh-huh," and drop on off. Gentmans, Jim Trueblood said, I likes to recall them Mobile days. Well, it was like that when I heard Mattie Lou say, "Daddy," and I knowed she must have been dreamin' 'bout somebody from the way she said it, and I gets mad, wonderin' if it's that boy. I listen to her mumblin' for a while, tryin' to hear if she calls his name, but she don't, and I remember that they say if you put the hand of a person who's talkin' in his sleep in warm water, he'll say it all, but the water is too cold and I wouldn't have done it anyway. But I'm realizin' that she's a woman now. When I feels her turn and squirm against me and throw her arm across my neck, up where the cover didn't reach and I was cold, she said somethin' I couldn't understand, like a woman says when she wants to tease and please a man. I knowed then she was grown, and I wondered how many times it had done happened, and was it that doggone boy? I moved her arm and it was soft, but it didn't wake her, so I called her, but that didn't wake her neither. Then I turned my back and tried to move away, though there wasn't much room, and I could still feel her touchin' me, movin' close to me's. Then I must have dropped into the dream. I have to tell you 'bout that dream. I looked at Mr. Norton and stood up, thinking that now was a good time to leave. But he was listening to Trueblood so intensely he didn't see me, and I sat down again, cursing the farmer silently. To hell with his dream. I don't quite remember it all, but I remember that I was lookin' for some fat meat. I went to the white folks downtown, and they said go see Mr. Broadnax, that he'd give it to me. Well, he lives up on a hill, and I was climbin' up there to see him. Seems like that was the highest hill in the world. The more I climbed, the farther away Mr. Broadnax's house seems to get, but finally I do reach there, and I'm so tired and restless to get to the man. I goes through the front door. I knows it's wrong, but I can't help it. I goes in and I'm standin' in a big room full of lighted candles and shiny Furniture and pictures on the walls and soft stuff on the floor, but I don't see a livin' soul, so I calls his name, but still don't nobody come and don't nobody answer. So I sees a door and goes through that door, and I'm in a big white bedroom, like I seen one time when I was a little old boy and went to the big house with my ma. Everything in the room was white, and I'm standin' there knowin' I got no business in there, but there anyhow. It's a woman's room too. I tries to get out, but I don't find the door, and all around me I can smell woman, can smell it gettin' stronger all the time. Then I looks over in a corner and sees one of them tall grandfather clocks, and I hears it stricken, and the glass door is open in, and a white lady is steppin' out of it. She got on a nightgown of soft white silky stuff and nothin' else, and she looks straight at me. I don't know what to do. I wants to run, but the only door I see is the one in the clock she's standin' in, and anyway, I can't move, and this here clock is keepin' up a heap o' racket. It's gettin' faster and faster all the time. I tries to say somethin', but I can't. Then she starts to screamin', and I thinks I done gone deef. 'Cause though I can see her mouth working, I don't hear nothin', yet I can still hear the clock, and I tries to tell her I'm just lookin' for Mr. Broadnecks, but she don't hear me. Instead, she runs up and grabs me around the neck and holds tight, tryin' to keep me out of the clock. I don't know what to do then. Sure enough, I tries to talk to her, and I tries to get away, but she's holdin' me, and I'm scared to touch her cause she's white. Then I get so scared that I throws her on the bed and tries to break her hold. That woman just seemed to sink out of sight, that their bed was so soft. It's sinkin' down so far I think it's going to smother both of us. Then swoosh, all of a sudden a flock of little white geese flies out of the bed, like they say you see when you go to dig for buried money. Lord, they hadn't no more'n disappeared than I heard door open, and Mr. Broadnax's voice said, "They just niggas, leave 'em do it." How can he tell this to white men, I thought, when he knows they'll say that all Negroes do such things. I looked at the floor, a red mist of anguish before my eyes. And I can't stop, although I got a feelin' somethin' is wrong. I get loose from the woman now, and I'm runnin' for the clock. At first I couldn't get the door open. It had some kind of crinkly stuff like steel wool on the facing, but I gets it open and gets inside. And it's hot and dark in there. I goes up a dark tunnel, up near where the machinery is making all that noise and heat. It's like the power plant they got up to the school. It's burnin' hot as if in the house was caught on fire, and I starts to runnin', tryin' to get out. I runs and runs till I should be tired, but ain't tired, but feelin' more rested as I runs and runnin', so good it's like flyin', and I'm flyin' and sailin' and floatin' right up over the town, only I'm still in the tunnel. Then way up ahead I sees a bright light, like a jack-o'-lantern over a graveyard. It gets brighter and brighter, and I know I got to catch up with it or else. Then all at once I was right up with it, and it burst like a great big electric light in my eyes and scalded me all over. Only it wasn't a scald, but like I was drownin' in a lake where the water was hot on the top and had cold, numbing currents down under it. Then all at once I'm through it, and I'm relieved to be out and in the cool daylight again. I wakes up intendin' to tell the old lady 'bout my crazy dream. Morning done come, and it's gettin' almost light, and there I am, lookin' straight in Mattie Lou's face. And she's beatin' me and scratchin' and tremblin' and shackin' and cryin' all at the same time, like she's havin' a fit. I'm too surprised to move. She's cryin', "Daddy. Daddy, oh daddy," just like that. And all at once I remember the old lady. She's right beside us snorin', and I can't move 'cause I figures if I moved it would be a sin, and I figures too that if I don't move it maybe ain't no sin, 'cause it happened when I was asleep, although maybe sometimes a man can look at a little old pigtail gal and see him a horde. You all know that. Anyway, I realizes that if I don't move the old lady will see me. I don't want that to happen. That would be worse than sin. I'm whisperin' to Mattie Lou, tryin' to keep her quiet, and I'm figurin' how to get myself out of the fix I'm in without sinnin'. I almost chokes her. But once a man gets himself in a tight spot like that, there ain't much he can do. It ain't up to him no longer. There I was, tryin' to get away with all my might, yet having To move without movin'. I flew in but I had to walk out. I had to move without movin'. I done thought 'bout it since a heap, and when you think right hard you see that. That's the way things is always been with me. That's just about been my life. There was only one way I can figure that I could get out. That was with a knife, but I didn't have no knife, and if you all ever seen them geld them young boar pigs in the fall, you know I knowed that that was too much to pay to keep from sinnin'. Everything was happenin' inside of me like a fight was goin' on, then just the very thought of the fix I'm in puts the iron back in me. Then if that ain't bad enough, Mattie Lou can't hold out no longer and gets to movin' herself. First she was tryin' to push me away, and I'm tryin' to hold her down to keep from sinnin'. Then I'm pullin' away and shushin' her to be quiet so's not to wake her ma when she grabs holt to me and holds tight. She didn't want me to go. Then, and to tell the honest-to-God truth, I found out that I didn't want to go neither. I guess I felt then at that time, and although I've been sorry since, just 'bout like that fellow did down in Birmingham, that one what locked hisself in his house and shot them police until they set fire to the house and burned him up. I was lost. The more wringlin' and twistin' we done tryin' to get away, the more we wanted to stay. So, like that fellow I stayed. I had to fight it on out to the end. He might have died, but I suspects now that he got a heap of satisfaction before he went. I know there ain't nothin' like what I went through. I can't tell how it was. It's like when a real drinkin' man gets drunk, or when a real sanctified religious woman gets so worked up she jumps out of her clothes, or when a real gamblin' man keeps on gamblin' when he's lossin'. You got holt to it, and you can't let go even though you want to. Mr. Norton, sir, I said in a choked voice. It's time we were getting back to the campus. You'll miss your appointments. He didn't even look at me. Please, he said, waving his hand in annoyance. Trueblood seemed to smile at me behind his eyes as he looked from the white man to me and continued. I couldn't even let go when I heard Kate scream. It was a scream to make your blood run cold. It sounds like a woman who is watchin' a team of wild horses run down her baby Chili and she can't move. Kate's hair is standin' up like she done seen a ghost. Her gown is hanging open and the veins in her neck is 'bout to bust, and her eyes, Lord, them eyes. I'm looking up at her from where I'm layin' on the pallet with Mattie Lou, and I'm too weak to move. She screams and starts to pickin' up the first thing that comes to her hand and throwin' it. Some of them misses me and some of them hits me, little things and big things. Something cold and strong stinkin' hits me and wets me and bangs against my head. Something hits the wall, boomalume. Loom like a cannonball, and I tries to cover up my head. Kate's talkin' the unknown tongue like a wild woman. Wait a minute, Kate, I says. Stop it. Then I hears her stop a second, and I hears her runnin' across the floor, and I twists and looks, and Lord, she done got my double-barrel shotgun. And while she's foamin' at the mouth and cockin' the gun, she gets her speech. Get up, she says. Hey, nah, K-A-T, I says. Goddamn yo soul to hell, get up off of my Chili. But woman, Kate, listen. Don't talk, move. Down that thing, Kate. No down, ups. That there's buckshot, woman, B-U-C-K shot. Yes, it is. Down it, I say. I'm gone blast your soul to hell. You gone hit Mattie Lou. Not Mattie Lou, Y-O-U. It spreads, Kate, Mattie Lou. She moves around, aimin' at me. I done warn you, Jim. Kate, it was a dream, listen to me. You the one who listen, up from there. She jerks the gun and I shuts my eyes, but instead of thunder and lightnin' bustin' me, I hears Mattie Lou scream in my ear. Mama, ooh, mamas. I rolls almost over then, and Kate hesitates. She looks at the gun and she looks at us and she shivers a minute like she got the fever. Then all at once she drops the gun. And zip, quick as a cat, she turns and grabs something off the stove. It catches me. Like somebody diggin' into my side with a sharp spade. I can't breathe. She's throwin' and talkin' all at the same time. And when I looks up, Mon man, she's got a iron in her hand. I hollers, "No blood, Kate, don't spill no blood." "You low-down dog," she says, "it's better to spill than to foul." "Naw, Kate, things ain't what they pair, don't make no bloodsin on accounta." "No dream, sin." "Shut up, nigga, you done fouled." But I sees there ain't no use reasonin' with her then. I makes up my mind that I'm goin' to take whatever she gimme. It seems to me that all I can do is take my punishment. I tell myself, maybe if you suffer for it, it will be best. Maybe you owe it to Kate to let her beat you. You ain't guilty, but she thinks you is. You don't want her to beat you, but she thinks she got to beat you. You want to get up, but you too weak to move. I was too. I was frozen to where I was like a young gun, what done stuck his lip to a pump handle in the wintertime. I was just like a jaybird that the yellow jacket's done stung till he's paralyzed, but still alive in his eyes, and he's watchin' 'em sting his body to death. It made me seem to go way back a distance in my head, behind my eyes, like I was standin' behind a windbreak durin' a storm. I looks out and sees Kate runnin' toward me, draggin' something behind her. I tries to see what it is 'cause I'm curious 'bout it, and sees her gown catch on the stove, and her hand common in sight with something in it. I thinks to myself, it's a handle. What she got the handle to, then I sees her right up on me, big. She's swingin' her arms like a man swingin' a 10-pound sledge, and I sees the knuckles of her hand is bruised and bleedin', and I sees it catch in her gown, and I sees her gown go up, so I can see her thighs, and I sees how rusty and gray the cold done made her skin, and I sees her bend and straighten in up. And I hears her grunt, and I sees her swing. And I smells her sweat, and I knows by the shape of the shinin' wood what she's got to put on me. Lord, yes, I sees it catch on a quilt this time and raise that quilt up and drop it on the floor. Then I sees that axe come free. It's shinin' from the sharpenin' I'd give it a few days before, and man, way back in myself, behind that windbreak, I says, "N-A-A-W, Kate, Lord, Kate, nah." Suddenly his voice was so strident that I looked up startled. Trueblood seemed to look straight through Mr. Norton, his eyes glassy. The children paused guiltily at their play, looking toward their father. "I might as well been pleadin' with a switch engine," he went on. "I sees it comin' down. I sees the light catchin' on it. I sees Kate's face all mean, and I tightens my shoulders and stiffens my neck, and I waits 10 million back-breaking years, it seems to me like I waits so long I remembers all the wrong things I ever done. I waits so long I opens my eyes and closes and opens my eyes again, and I sees it fallin'. It's fallin' fast as flops from a 6-foot ox, and while I'm waitin', I feels somethin' wind up inside of me and turn to water. I sees it, Lord, yes, I sees it, and seein' it I twists my head aside, couldn't help it. Kate has a good aim, but for that, I moves, though I meant to keep still. I moved. Anybody but Jesus Christ himself would 'a moved. I feel like the whole side of my face is smashed clear off. It hits me like hot lead, so hot that instead of burnin' me, it numbs me. I'm layin' there on the floor, but inside me I'm runnin' round in circles like a dog with his back broke, and back into that numbness. With my tail tucked between my legs, I feels like I don't have no skin on my face, no more, only the naked bone. But this is the part I don't understand, more'n the pain and numbness. I feels relief. Yes, and to get some more of that relief, I seems to run out from behind the windbreak again and up to where Kate's standin' with the axe, and I opens my eyes and waits. That's the truth. I want some more, and I waits. I sees her swing it, lookin' down on me, and I sees it in the air, and I holds my breath. Then all of a sudden I sees it stop, like somebody done reached down through the roof and caught it, and I sees her face have a spasm, and I sees the axe fall back of her this time and hit the floor, and Kate spews out some puke, and I close my eyes and waits. I can hear her moanin' and stumblin' out of the door and fallin' off the porch into the yard. Then I hears her pukin', like all her guts is coming up by the roots. Then I looks down and seen blood runnin' all over Matty Lou. It's my blood, my face is bleedin'. That gets me to movin'. I gets up and stumbles out to find Kate, and there she is, under the cottonwood tree out there, on her knees, and she's moanin'. What have I done, Lord, what have I done? She's droolin' green stuff and gets to pukin' again, and when I goes to touch her it gets worse. I stands there holdin' my face and tryin' to keep the blood from flowin', and wonders what on earth is gonna happen. I looks up at the mornin' sun and expects somehow for it to thunder, but it's already bright and clear and the sun comin' up. And the birds is chirpin', and I gets more afraid then than if a bolt of lightnin' had struck me. I yells, "Have mercy, Lord, Lord, have mercy," and waits, and there's nothin' but the clear, bright mornin' sun. But don't nothin' happen, and I knows then that somethin' worse than anything I ever heard 'bout is in store for me. I must have stood there stark stone still for half an hour. I was still standin' there when Kate got off her knees and went back into the house. The blood was runnin' all over my clothes, and the flies was after me, and I went back inside to try and stop it. When I see Mattie Lou stretched out there, I think she's dead. Ain't no color in her face, and she ain't hardly breathin'. She gray in the face. I tries to help her, but I can't do no good, and Kate won't speak to me nor look at me even, and I thinks maybe she plans to try to kill me again, but she don't. I'm in such a daze I just sits there the whole time while she bundles up the young guns and takes 'em down the road to Will Nichols. I can see, but I can't do nothin'. And I'm still settin' there when she comes back with some women to see 'bout Mattie Lou. Won't nobody speak to me, though they looks at me like I'm some new kinda cotton-pickin' machine. I feels bad. I tells them how it happened in a dream, but they scorns me. I gets plumb out of the house then. I goes to see the preacher, and even he don't believe me. He tells me to get out his house, that I'm the most wicked man he's ever seen, and that I better go confess my sin and make my peace with God. I leaves tryin' to pray, but I can't. I thinks and thinks until I thinks my brain gone bust 'bout how I'm guilty and how I ain't guilty. I don't eat nothin' and I don't drink nothin' and can't sleep at night. Finally one night, way early in the morning, I looks up and sees the stars, and I starts singin'. I don't mean to, I didn't think 'bout it, just start singin'. I don't know what it was, some kinda church song, I guess. All I know is I ends up singin' the blues. I sings me some blues that night ain't never been sang before, and while I'm singin' them blues, I makes up my mind that I ain't nobody but myself, and ain't nothin' I can do but let whatever is gonna happen happen. I made up my mind that I was goin' back home and face Kate, yeah, and face Mattie Lou too. When I gets here, everybody thinks I done run off. There's a heap of women here with Kate, and I runs 'em out. And when I runs 'em out, I sends the young guns out too play, and locks the door and tells Kate and Mattie Lou 'bout the dream and how I'm sorry, but that what done happen is done happen. How come you don't go on way and leave us, is the first words Kate says to me. Ain't you done enough to me and this chilly? I can't leave you, I says. I'm a man, and man don't leave his family. She says, "Naw, you ain't no man. No man do what you did." I'm still a man, I says. But what you gon' do after it happens, says Kate. After what happens, I says. When yo black abomination is birthed to ball yo wicked sin before the eyes of God. She must 'a learned them words from the preacher. Birth, I says. Who birth? Both of us, me birth and Mattie Lou birth. Both of us birth, you dirty lowdown wicked dog. That like to killed me. I can understand then why Mattie Lou won't look at me and won't speak a word to nobody. If you stay, I'm going over and get Aunt Chloe for both of us, Kate says. She says I don't aim to birth no sin for folks to look at all the rest of my life, and I don't aim for Mattie Lou to neither. You see, Aunt Chloe is a midwife, and even weak as I am from this news, I knows I don't want her foolin' with my women folks. That would have been pillin' sin up on top of sin. So I told Kate, nah, that if Aunt Chloe come near this house, I'd kill her, old as she is. I day done it too, that settles it. I walks out of the house and leaves 'em here to cry it out between 'em. I wanted to go off by myself again, but it don't do no good tryin' to run off from something like that. It follows you wherever you go. Besides, to get right down to the facts, there wasn't nowhere I could go. I didn't have a cryin' dime. Things got to happenin' right off. The niggas up at the school come down to chase me off, and that made me mad. I went to see the white folks then, and they gave me help. That's what I don't understand. I done the worst thing a man could ever do in his family, and instead of chassin' me out of the county, they gimme more help than they ever give any other colored man, no matter how good a nigga he was. Except that my wife and daughter won't speak to me. I'm better off than I ever been before. And even if Kate won't speak to me, she took the new clothes I brought her from up town, and now she's gettin' some eyeglasses made what she been needin' for so long. But what I don't understand is how I done the worst thing a man can do in his own family. Instead of things gettin' bad, they got better. The niggas up at the school don't like me, but the white folks treats me fine. He was some farmer. As I listened, I had been so torn between humiliation and fascination that, to lessen my sense of shame, I had kept my attention riveted upon his intense face. That way I did not have to look at Mr. Norton, but now as the voice ended, I sat looking down at Mr. Norton's feet. Out in the yard, a woman's hoarse contralto intoned a hymn. Children's voices were raised in playful chatter. I sat bent over, smelling the sharp, dry odor of wood burning in the hot sunlight. I stared at the two pairs of shoes before me. Mr. Norton's were white, trimmed with black. They were custom made, and there, beside the cheap tan brogues of the farmer, they had the elegantly slender, well-bred appearance of fine gloves. Finally, someone cleared his throat, and I looked up to see Mr. Norton staring silently into Jim Trueblood's eyes. I was startled. His face had drained of color, with his bright eyes burning into Trueblood's black face. He looked ghostly. Trueblood looked at me questioningly. "Listen to the young guns," he said in embarrassment. "Playin' London bridges. Fallen down." Something was going on which I didn't get. I had to get Mr. Norton away. "Are you all right, sir?" I asked. He looked at me with unseeing eyes. "All right," he said. "Yes, sir, I mean that I think it's time for the afternoon session," I hurried on. He stared at me blankly. I went to him. "Are you sure you're all right, sir?" "Maybe it's the heat," Trueblood said. "You got to be born down here to stand this kind of heat." "Perhaps," Mr. Norton said. "It is the heat. We'd better go." He stood shakily, still staring intently at Trueblood. Then I saw him removing a red Moroccan leather wallet from his coat pocket, the platinum-framed miniature coat. Me with it, but he did not look at it this time. "Here," he said, extending a banknote. "Please take this and buy the children some toys for me." Trueblood's mouth fell agape. His eyes widened and filled with moisture as he took the bill between trembling fingers. It was $100 bill. "I'm ready, young man," Mr. Norton said, his voice a whisper. I went before him to the car and opened the door. He stumbled a bit climbing in, and I gave him my arm. His face was still chalk white. "Drive me away from here," he said in a sudden frenzy. "Away." "Yes, sir." I saw Jim Trueblood wave as I threw the car into gear. "You bastard," I said under my breath. "You no good bastard. You get $100 bill." When I had turned the car and started back, I saw him still standing in the same place. Suddenly, Mr. Norton touched me on the shoulder. "I must have a stimulant." "Young man, a little whiskey." "Yes, sir. Are you all right, sir?" "A little faint, but a stimulant." His voice trailed off. Something cold formed within my chest. If anything happened to him, Dr. Bledsoe would blame me. I stepped on the gas, wondering where I could get him some whiskey. Not in the town, that would take too long. There was only one place, the Golden Day. "I'll have you some in a few minutes, sir," I said. "As soon as you can," he said. Chapter 3. I saw them as we approached the short stretch that lay between the railroad tracks and the Golden Day. At first I failed to recognize them. They straggled down the highway in a loose body, blocking the way from the white line to the frazzled weeds that bordered the sun-heated concrete slab. I cursed them silently. They were blocking the road, and Mr. Norton was gasping for breath ahead of the radiators. Gleaming curve, they looked like a chain gang on its way to make a road, but a chain Gang marches single file, and I saw no guards on horseback. As I drew nearer, I recognized the loose gray shirts and pants worn by the veterans. Damn, they were heading for the Golden Day. A little stimulant, I heard behind me. In a few minutes, sir. Up ahead, I saw the one who thought he was a drum major strutting in front, giving orders as he moved energetically in long, hip-swinging strides, a cane held above his head, rising and falling as though in time to music. I slowed the car as I saw him turn to face the men, his cane held at chest level as he shortened the pace. The men continued to ignore him, walking along in a mass, some talking in groups, and others talking and gesticulating to themselves. Suddenly, the drum major saw the car and shook his cane baton at me. I blew the horn, seeing the men move over to the side as I nosed the car slowly forward. He held his ground, his legs braced, hands on hips, and to keep from hitting him, I slammed on the brakes. The drum major rushed past the men toward the car, and I heard the cane bang down upon the hood as he rushed toward me. Who the hell you think you are, running down the army? Give the countersign. Who's in command of this outfit? You trucking bastards was always too big for your britches. Countersign me. This is General Pershing's car, sir, I said, remembering hearing that he responded to the name of his wartime commander-in-chief. Suddenly, the wild look changed in his eyes and he stepped back and saluted with stiff precision. Then, looking suspiciously into the back seat, he barked, "Where's the general?" "There," I said, turning and seeing Mr. Norton raising himself, weak and white faced from the seat. "What is it? Why have we stopped?" "The sergeant stopped us, sir." "Sergeant? What sergeant?" He sat up. "Is that you, General?" the vet said, saluting. "I didn't know you were inspecting the front lines today. I'm very sorry, sir." "What?" "Oh," Mr. Norton said. "The general's in a hurry," I said quickly. "Sure is," the vet said. "He's got a lot to see. Discipline is bad. Artillery's shot too. Hells," and he called to the men walking up the road, "Get the hell out of this General's road. General Pershing's coming through. Make way for General Pershing." He stepped aside and I shot the car across the line to avoid the men and stayed there on the wrong side as I headed for the Golden Day. "Who was that man?" Mr. Norton gasped from the back seat. "A former soldier, sir. A vet. They're all vets," a little shell-shocked. "But where is the attendant?" "I don't see one, sir. They're harmless, though." "Nevertheless, they should have an attendant." I had to get him there and away before they arrived. This was their day to visit the girls, and the Golden Day would be pretty rowdy. I wondered where the rest of them were. There should have been about 50. Well, I would rush in and get the whiskey and leave. What was wrong with Mr. Norton anyway? Why should he get that upset over Trueblood? I had felt ashamed, and several times I had wanted to laugh, but it had made him sick. Maybe he needed a doctor. Hell, he didn't ask for any doctor. Damn that bast. Ard Trueblood. I would run in, get a pint, and run out again, I thought. Then he wouldn't see the Golden Day. I seldom went there myself, except with some of the fellows when word got out that a new bunch of girls had arrived from New Orleans. The school had tried to make the Golden Day respectable, but the local white folks had a hand in it somehow, and they got nowhere. The best the school could do was to make it hot for any student caught going there. He lay like a man asleep as I left the car and ran into the Golden Day. I wanted to ask him for money but decided to use my own. At the door I paused. The place was already full, jammed with vets in loose gray shirts and trousers and women in short, tight-fitting, stiffly starched gingham aprons. The stale beer smell struck like a club through the noise of voices and the jukebox. Just as I got inside the door, a stolid-faced man gripped me by the arm and looked stonily into my eyes. "It will occur at 5:30, he said, looking straight through me. "What?" "The great all-embracing, absolute armistice, the end of the world," he said. Before I could answer, a small, plump woman smiled into my face and pulled him away. "It's your turn, Doc," she said. "Don't let it happen till after me and you done been Upstairs, how come I always have to come get you? No, it is true, he said. They wirelessed me from Paris this morning. Then baby me and you better hurry. There's lots of money I got to make in here. Before that thing happens, you hold it back a while, will you? She winked at me as she pulled him through the crowd toward the stairs. I elbowed my way nervously toward the bar. Many of the men had been doctors, lawyers, teachers, civil service workers. There were several cooks, a preacher, a politician, and an artist. One very nutty one had been a psychiatrist. Whenever I saw them, I felt uncomfortable. They were supposed to be members of the professions toward which at various times I vaguely aspired. Myself, and even though they never seemed to see me, I could never believe that they were really patients. Sometimes it appeared as though they played some vast and complicated game with me and the rest of the school folk, a game whose goal was laughter and whose rules and subtleties I could never grasp. Two men stood directly in front of me, one speaking with intense earnestness. And Johnson hit Jeffries at an angle of 45 degrees from his lower left lateral incisor, producing an instantaneous blocking of his entire thalamic rind, frosting it over like the freezing unit of a refrigerator, thus shattering his autonomous nervous system, and rocking the big bricklaying cream puff with extreme hyperspasmic muscular tremors which dropped him dead on the extreme tip of his coccyx, which, in turn, produced a sharp traumatic reaction in his sphincter nerve and muscle, and then, my dear colleague, they swept him up, sprinkled him with quicklime and rolled him away in a barrow. Naturally, there was no other therapy possible. Excuse me, I said, pushing past. Big Hallie was behind the bar, his dark skin showing through his sweat-wet shirt. Whatcha saying, schoolboy? I want a double whiskey, Hallie. Put it in something deep so I can get it out of here without spilling it. It's for somebody outside. His mouth shot out, hell no. Why? I asked, surprised at the anger in his thyroid eyes. You still up at the school, ain't you? Sure. Well, those bastards is trying to close me up again, that's why. You can drink till you blue in the face in here, but I wouldn't sell you enough to spit through your teeth to take outside. But I've got a sick man out in the car. What cars? You never had no car. The white man's car, I'm driving for him. Ain't you in school? He's from the school. Well, who's sick? He is. He too good to come in. Tell him we don't Jim Crow nobody. But he's sick. He can die. He's important, Hallie, a trustee. He's rich and sick, and if anything happens to him, they'll have me packed and on my way home. Can't help it, schoolboy. Bring him inside and he can buy enough to swim in. He can drink out of my own private bottle. He sliced the white heads off a couple of beers with an ivory paddle and passed them up the bar. I felt sick inside. Mr. Norton wouldn't want to come in here. He was too sick, and besides, I didn't want him to see the patients and the girls. Things were getting wilder as I made my way out. Supercargo, the white uniformed attendant who usually kept the men quiet, was nowhere to be seen. I didn't like it, for when he was upstairs they had absolutely no inhibitions. I made my way out to the car. What could I tell Mr. Norton? He was lying very still when I opened the door. Mr. Norton, sir, they refused to sell me whiskey to bring out. He lay very still. Mr. Norton. He lay like a figure of chalk. I shook him gently, feeling dread within me. He barely breathed. I shook him violently, seeing his head wobble grotesquely. His lips parted, bluish, revealing a row of long, slender, amazingly animal-like teeth. Yes, I are. In a panic, I ran back into the golden day, bursting through the noise as through an invisible wall. Hallie's helped me, he's dying. I tried to get through, but no one seemed to have heard me. I was blocked on both sides. They were jammed together. Hallie. Two patients turned and looked me in the face, their eyes 2 inches from my nose. What is wrong with this gentleman, Sylvester? The tall one said. A man's dying outside, I said. Someone is always dying, the other one said. Yes, and it's good to die beneath God's great tent of sky. He's got to have some whiskey. Oh, that's different, one of them said, and they began pushing a path to the bar. A last bright drink to keep the anguish down. Step aside, please. Schoolboy, you back already, Hallie said. Give me some whiskey, he's dying. I done told you, schoolboy, you better bring him in here. He can die, but I still got to pay my bills. Please, they'll put me in jail. You going to college, figure it out, he said. You'd better bring the gentleman inside, the one called Sylvester said. Come let us assist you. We fought our way out of the crowd. He was just as I left him. Look, Sylvester, it's Thomas Jefferson. I was just about to say, I've long wanted to discourse with him. I looked at them speechlessly. They were both crazy, or were they joking? Give me a hand, I said. Gladly. I shook him, Mr. Norton. We'd better hurry if he's to enjoy his drink, one of them said thoughtfully. We picked him up. He swung between us like a sack of old clothes. Hurry. As we carried him toward the golden day, one of the men stopped suddenly, and Mr. Norton's head hung down, his white hair dragging in the dust. Gentlemen, this man is my grandfather. But he's white, his name's Norton. I should know my own grandfather. He's Thomas Jefferson and I'm his grandson on the field nigger side, the tall man said. Sylvester, I do believe that you're right. I certainly do, he said, staring at Mr. Norton. Look at those features, exactly like yours from the identical mold, are you sure he didn't spit you upon the earth, fully clothed? No, no, that was my father, the man said earnestly. And he began to curse his father violently as we moved for the door. Hallie was there waiting. Somehow he'd gotten the crowd to quiet down, and a space was cleared. In the center of the room, the men came close to look at Mr. Norton. Somebody bring a chair. Yeah, let Mr. Eddie sit down. That ain't no Mr. Eddie, man, that's John D. Rockefeller, someone said. Here's a chair for the Messiah. Stand back, y'all, Hallie ordered. Give him some room. Burnside, who had been a doctor, rushed forward and felt for Mr. Norton's pulse. It's solid, this man has a solid pulse. Instead of beating, it vibrates. That's very unusual, varies. Someone pulled him away. Hallie reappeared with a bottle and a glass. Here. Some of y'all tilt his head back. And before I could move, a short, pockmarked man appeared and took Mr. Norton's head between his hands, tilting it at arm's length and then pinching the chin gently like a barber about to apply a razor, gave a sharp, swift movement. Pow! Mr. Norton's head jerked like a jabbed punching bag. 5 pale red lines bloomed on the white cheek, glowing like fire beneath translucent stone. I could not believe my eyes. I wanted to run. A woman tittered. I saw several men rush for the door. Cut it out, you damn fool. A case of hysteria, the pockmarked man said quietly. Get the hell out of the way, Hallie said. Somebody get that stool pigeon. Attendant from upstairs, get him down here, quick. A mere mild case of hysteria, the pockmarked man said as they pushed him away. Hurry with the drink, Hallie. He, schoolboy, you hold the glass. This here's brandy I've been saving for myself. Someone whispered tonelessly into my ear. You see, I told you that it would occur. At 5:30, already the creator has come. It was the stolid-faced man. I saw Hallie tilt the bottle and the oily amber of brandy sloshing into the glass. Then tilting Mr. Norton's head back, I put the glass to his lips and poured. A fine brown stream ran from the corner of his mouth, down his delicate chin. The room was suddenly quiet. I felt a slight movement against my hand, like a child's breast. When it whimpers at the end of a spell of crying, the fine-veined eyelids flickered. He coughed. I saw a slow red flush creep, then spurt, up his neck, spreading over his face. Hold it under his nose, schoolboy. Let I am smell it. I waved the glass beneath Mr. Norton's nose. He opened his pale blue eyes. They seemed watery now in the red flush that bathed his face. He tried to sit up, his right Hand fluttering to his chin, his eyes widened, moved quickly from face to face. Then, coming to mine, the moist eyes focused with recognition. "You were unconscious, sir," I said. "Where am I, young man?" he asked wearily. "This is the Golden Day, sir." "What?" "The Golden Day. It's a kind of sporting and gambling house," I added reluctantly. "Now give him another drink of brandy," Hallie said. I poured a drink and handed it to him. He sniffed it, closed his eyes as in puzzlement, then drank. His cheeks filled out like small bellows. He was rinsing his mouth. "Thank you," he said, a little stronger now. "What is this place?" "The Golden Day," said several patients in unison. He looked slowly around him, up to the balcony, with its scrolled and carved wood. A large flag hung lank above the floor. He frowned. "What was this building used for in the past?" he said. "It was a church, then a bank, then it was a restaurant and a fancy gambling house, and now we got it," Hallie explained. "I think somebody said it used to be a jailhouse too. They let us come here once a week to raise a little hell," someone said. "I couldn't buy a drink to take out, sir, so I had to bring you inside," I explained in dread. He looked about him. I followed his eyes and was amazed to see the varied expressions on the patients' faces as they silently returned his gaze. Some were hostile, some cringing, some horrified, some, who went among themselves, were most violent, now appeared as submissive as children, and some seemed strangely amused. "Are all of you patients?" Mr. Norton asked. "Me, I just runs the joint," Hallie said. "These here other fellows. We're patients sent here as therapy," a short, fat, very intelligent-looking man said, but he smiled. "They send along an attendant, a kind of censor, to see that the therapy fails." "You're nuts. I'm a dynamo of energy. I come to charge my batteries," one of the vets insisted. "I'm a student of history, sir," another interrupted with dramatic gestures. "The world moves in a circle like a roulette wheel. In the beginning, black is on top. In the middle epochs, white holds the odds, but soon Ethiopia shall stretch forth her noble wings. Then place your money on the black." His voice throbbed with emotion. "Until then the sun holds no heat. There's ice in the heart of the earth. 2 years from now, and I'll be old enough to give my mulatto mother a bath, the half-white bitch," he added, beginning to leap up and down in an explosion of glassy-eyed fury. Mr. Norton blinked his eyes and straightened up. "I'm a physician. May I take your pulse?" Burnside said, seizing Mr. Norton's wrist. "Don't pay him no mind, mister. He ain't been no doctor in 10 years. They caught him trying to change some blood into money." "I did too," the man screamed. "I discovered it, and John D. Rockefeller stole the formula from me." "Mr. Rockefeller, did you say?" Mr. Norton said. "I'm sure you must be mistaken." "What's going on DOWN there?" a voice shouted from the balcony. Everyone turned. I saw a huge black giant of a man, dressed only in white shorts, swaying on the stairs. It was Supercargo, the attendant. I hardly recognized him without his hard-starched white uniform. Usually he walked around threatening the men with a straight jacket which he always carried over his arm, and usually they were quiet and submissive in his presence, but now they seemed not to recognize him and began shouting curses. "How you gon' keep order in the place if you gon' get drunk?" Hallie shouted. "Charlene, Charlene." "Yeah," a woman's voice, startling in its carrying power, answered sulkily from a room off the balcony. "I want you to get that stool-pigeoning, joy-killing, nut-crushing bum back in there with you and sober him up. Then get him in his white suit and down here to keep order. We got white folks in the house." A woman appeared on the balcony, drawing a woolly pink robe about her. "Now, you listen here, Hallie," she drawled. "I'm a woman. If you want him dressed, you can do it yourself. I don't put on but one man's clothes, and he's in New Orleans. Never mind all that. Get that stool pigeon sober. I want order down there," Supercargo boomed, "and if there's white folks down there, I wants double order." Suddenly there was an angry roar from the men back near the bar, and I saw them rush the stairs. Get him. Let's give him some order. Out of my way. 5 men charged the stairs. I saw the giant bend and clutch the posts at the top of the stairs with both hands, bracing himself, his body gleaming bare in his white shorts. The little man who had slapped Mr. Norton was in front, and as he sprang up the long flight, I saw the attendant set himself and kick, catching the little man just as he reached the top, hard in the chest, sending him backwards in a curving dive into the midst of the men behind him. Supercargo got set to swing his leg again. It was a narrow stair, and only one man could get up at a time, as fast as they rushed up. The giant kicked them back. He swung his leg, kicking them down like a fungo hitter batting out flies. Watching him, I forgot Mr. Norton. The golden day was winning. Uproar. Half-dressed women appeared from the rooms off the balcony. Men hooted and yelled as at a football game. I want order, the giant shouted as he sent a man flying down the flight of stairs. They throwing bottles of liquor, a woman screamed. Real liquor. That's a order he don't want, someone said. A shower of bottles and glasses splashing whiskey crashed against the balcony. I saw Supercargo snap suddenly erect and grab his forehead, his face bathed. Whiskey, he cried, Then I saw him waver, rigid from his ankles upward. For a moment the men on the stairs were motionless, watching him. Then they sprang forward. Supercargo grabbed wildly at the balustrade as they snatched his feet from beneath him and started down. His head bounced against the steps, making a sound like a series of gunshots as they ran, dragging him by his ankles like volunteer firemen running with a hose. The crowd surged forward. Hallie yelled near my ear. I saw the man being dragged toward the center of the room. Give the bastard some order. Here I'm 45, and he's been acting like he's my old man. So you like to kick, huh? A tall man said, aiming a shoe at the attendant's head. The flesh above his right eye jumped out as though it had been inflated. Then I heard Mr. Norton beside me shouting, No, no, not when he's down. Listen at the white folks, someone said. He's the white folks' man. Men were jumping upon Supercargo with both feet now, and I felt such an excitement that I wanted to join them. Even the girls were yelling, Give it to him. Good, he never pays me. Kill him. Please, y'all, not here, not in my place. You can't speak your mind when he's on duty. Hell no. Somehow I got pushed away from Mr. Norton and found myself beside the man called Sylvester. Watch this schoolboy, he said. See there where his ribs are bleeding. I nodded my head. Now don't move your eyes. I watched the spot as though compelled, just beneath the lower rib and above the hip bone, as Sylvester measured carefully with his toe and kicked as though he were punting a football. Supercargo let out a groan like an injured horse. Try it, schoolboy, it feels so good. It gives you relief, Sylvester said. Sometimes I get so afraid of him I feel that he's inside my head. There, he said, giving Supercargo another kick. As I watched, a man sprang on Supercargo's chest with both feet, and he lost consciousness. They began throwing cold beer on him, reviving him only to kick him unconscious again. Soon he was drenched in blood and beer. The bastard's out cold. Throw him out. Naw, wait a minute. Give me a hand, somebody. They threw him upon the bar, stretching him out with his arms folded across his chest like a corpse. Now let's have a drink. Hallie was slow in getting behind the bar, and they cursed him. Get back there and serve us, you big sack of fat. Gimme a rise. Up here, funk buster. Shake them sloppy hips. Okay, take it easy, Hallie said, rushing to pour them drinks. Just put y'all's money where your mouth is. With Supercargo lying helpless upon the bar, the men whirled about like maniacs. The excitement seemed to have tilted some of the more delicately balanced ones, too far. Some made hostile speeches at the top of their voices against the hospital, the state, and the universe. The one who called himself a composer was banging away the one wild piece he seemed to know on the out-of-tune piano, striking the keyboard with fists and elbows, and filling in other effects in a bass voice that moaned like a bear in agony. One of the most educated ones touched my arm. He was a former chemist who was never seen without his shining Phi Beta Kappa key. "The men have lost control," he said through the uproar. "I think you'd better leave." "I'm trying to," I said, "as soon as I can get over to Mr. Norton." Mr. Norton was gone from where I had left him. I rushed here and there through the noisy men calling his name. When I found him, he was under the stairs. Somehow he had been pushed there by the scuffling, reeling men, and he lay sprawled in the chair like an aged doll. In the dim light, his features were sharp and white, and his closed eyes well-defined lines. A well-tooled face. I shouted his name above the roar of the men and got no answer. He was out again. I shook him, gently then roughly, but still no flicker of his wrinkled lids. Then some of the milling men pushed me up against him, and suddenly a mass of whiteness was looming 2 inches from my eyes. It was only his face, but I felt a shudder of nameless horror. I had never been so close to a white person before. In a panic, I struggled to get away. With his eyes closed, he seemed more threatening. Then with them open, he was like a formless white death suddenly appeared before me, a death which had been there all the time and which had now revealed itself in the madness of the golden day. "Stop screaming," a voice commanded, and I felt myself pulled away. It was the short, fat man. I clamped my mouth shut, aware for the first time that the shrill sound was coming from my own throat. I saw the man's face relax as he gave me a wry smile. "That's better," he shouted into my ear. "He's only a man. Remember that. He's only a man." I wanted to tell him that Mr. Norton was much more than that he was a rich white man and in my charge, but the very idea that I was responsible for him was too much for me to put into words. "Let us take him to the balcony," the man said, pushing me toward Mr. Norton's feet. I moved automatically, grasping the thin ankles as he raised the white man by the armpits and backed from beneath the stairs. Mr. Norton's head lolled upon his chest as though he were drunk or dead. The vet started up the steps, still smiling, climbing backwards a step at a time. I had begun to worry about him, whether he was drunk like the rest, when I saw 3 of the girls who had been leaning over the balustrade, watching the brawl come down to help us carry Mr. Norton up. "Looks like Pops couldn't take it," one of them shouted. "He's high as a Georgia pine." "Yeah, I tell you, this stuff Hallie got out here is too strong for white folks to drink." "Not drunk, ill," the fat man said. "Go find a bed that's not being used so he can stretch out a while. Show Daddy, is there any other little favors I can do for you?" "That'll be enough," he said. One of the girls ran up ahead. "Mine's just been changed. Bring him down here," she said. In a few minutes, Mr. Norton was lying upon a 3/4 bed, faintly breathing. I watched the fat man bend over him very professionally and feel for his pulse. "You a doctor?" a girl asked. "Not now, I'm a patient, but I have a certain knowledge." Another one, I thought, pushing him quickly aside. "He'll be all right, let him come to so I can get him out of here." "You needn't worry, I'm not like those down there, young fellow," he said. "I really was a doctor. I won't hurt him. He's had a mild shock of some kind." We watched him bend over Mr. Norton again, feeling his pulse, pulling back his eyelid. "It's a mild shock," he repeated. "This here golden day is enough to shock anybody," a girl said, smoothing her apron over the smooth, sensuous roll of her stomach. Another brushed Mr. Norton's white hair away from his forehead and stroked it, smiling vacantly. "He's kinda cute," she said, "just like a little white baby." "What kinda old baby?" the small, skinny girl asked. "That's the kind, an old baby. You just like white men, Edna, that's all," the skinny one said. Edna shook her head and smiled as though amused at herself. "I sure do, I just love 'em. Now this one, old as he could put his shoes under my bed any night." "Shucks me, I'd kill an old man like that." "Kill him nothing," Edna said. "Girl, don't you know that all these rich old white Men got monkey glands and billy goat balls. These old bastards don't never get enough, they want to have the whole world. The doctor looked at me and smiled. See, now you're learning all about endocrinology, he said. I was wrong when I told you that he was only a man. It seems now that he's either part goat or part ape. Maybe he's both. It's the truth, Edna said. I used to have me one in Chicago. Now you ain't never been to no Chicago, gal, the other one interrupted. How you know I ain't, 2 years ago? Shucks, you don't know nothing, that ol' white man right there might have him a couple of jackass balls. The fat man raised up with a quick grin. As a scientist and a physician, I'm forced to discount that, he said. That is one operation that has yet to be performed. Then he managed to get the girls out of the room. If he should come around and hear that conversation, the vet said, it would be enough to send him off again. Besides, their scientific curiosity might lead them to investigate whether he really does have a monkey gland, and that, I'm afraid, would be a bit obscene. I've got to get him back to the school, I said. All right, he said, I'll do what I can to help you. Go see if you can find some ice. And don't worry. I went out on the balcony, seeing the tops of their heads. They were still milling around, the jukebox baying, the piano thumping, and over at the end of the room, drenched with beer, supercargo lay like a spent horse upon the bar. Starting down, I noticed a large piece of ice glinting in the remains of an abandoned drink and seized its coldness in my hot hand and hurried back to the room. The vet sat staring at Mr. Norton, who now breathed with a slightly irregular sound. You were quick, the man said as he stood and reached for the ice, swift with the speed of anxiety, he added, as if to himself, hand me that clean towel there, from beside the basin. I handed him one, seeing him fold the ice inside it and apply it to Mr. Norton's vase. Is he all right? I said. He will be in a few minutes. What happened to him? I took him for a drive, I said. Did you have an accident or something? No, I said. He just talked to a farmer and the heat knocked him out. Then we got caught in the mob downstairs. How old is he? I don't know, but he's one of the trustees. One of the very first, no doubt, he said, dabbing at the blue-veined eyes. Trustee of consciousness. What was that? I asked. Nothing's there now. He's coming out of it. I had an impulse to run out of the room. I feared what Mr. Norton would say to me, the expression that might come into his eyes, and yet I was afraid to leave. My eyes could not leave the face with its flickering lids. The head moved from side to side in the pale glow of the light bulb, as though denying some insistent voice which I could not hear. Then the lids opened, revealing pale pools of blue vagueness that finally solidified into points that froze upon the vet, who looked down unsmilingly. Men like us did not look at a man like Mr. Norton in that manner, and I stepped hurriedly forward. He's a real doctor, sir, I said. I'll explain, the vet said. Get a glass of water. I hesitated. He looked at me firmly. Get the water, he said, turning to help Mr. Norton to sit up. Outside, I asked Edna for a glass of water, and she led me down the hall to a small kitchen, drawing it for me from a green, old-fashioned cooler. I got some good liquor, baby, if you want to give him a drink, she said. This will do, I said. My hands trembled so that the water spilled. When I returned, Mr. Norton was sitting up unaided, carrying on a conversation with the vet. Here's some water, sir, I said, extending the glass. He took it. Thank you, he said. Not too much, the vet cautioned. Your diagnosis is exactly that of my specialist, Mr. Norton said, and I went to several fine physicians before one could diagnose it. How did you know? I too was a specialist, the vet said. But how? Only a few men in the whole country possess the knowledge. Then one of them is an inmate of a semi-madhouse, the vet said, but there's nothing mysterious about it. I escaped for a while. I went to France with the army medical corps and remained there after the armistice to study and practice. Oh yes, and how long were you in France? Mr. Norton asked. Long enough, he said, long enough to forget some fundamentals which I should never have forgotten. What fundamentals? Mr. Norton said. What do you mean? The vet smiled and cocked his head. Things about life, such things as most peasants and folk peoples almost always know through experience, though seldom through conscious thought. Pardon me, sir, I said to Mr. Norton, but now that you feel better, shouldn't we go? Not just yet, he said. Then to the doctor, I'm very interested. What happened to you? A drop of water caught in one of his eyebrows glittered like a chip of active diamond. I went over and sat on a chair. Damn this vet to hell. Are you sure you would like to hear? The vet asked. Why, of course. Then perhaps the young fellow should go downstairs and wait. The sound of shouting and destruction welled up from below as I opened the door. No, perhaps you should stay, the fat man said. Perhaps had I overheard some of what I'm about to tell you when I was a student up there on the hill, I wouldn't be the casualty that I am. Sit down, young man, Mr. Norton ordered. So you were a student at the college, he said to the vet. I sat down again, worrying about Dr. Bledsoe, as the fat man told Mr. Norton of his attending college, then becoming a physician, and going to France during the World War. Were you a successful physician? Mr. Norton said. Fairly so. I performed a few brain surgeries that won me some small attention. Then why did you return? Nostalgia, the vet said. Then what on earth are you doing here in this? Mr. Norton said, with your ability. Ulcers, the fat man said. That's terribly unfortunate, but why should ulcers stop your career? Not really, but I learned along with the ulcers that my work could bring me no dignity, the vet said. Now you sound bitter, Mr. Norton said, just as the door flew open. A brown-skinned woman with red hair looked in. How's white folks making out? She said, staggering inside. White folks, baby, you done come to, you want a drink? Not now, Hester, the vet said. He's still a little weak. He show looks it. That's how come he needs a drink. Put some iron in his blood. Now, Hester. Okay, but what y'all doing looking like you at a funeral, don't you know? This is the golden day. She staggered toward me, belching elegantly and reeling. Just look at y'all. Here schoolboy looks like he's scared to death, and white folks here is acting like y'all two strange poodles. Be happy, y'all. I'm going down and get Hallie to send you up some drinks. She patted Mr. Norton's cheek as she went past. And I saw him turn a glowing red. Be happy, white folks. Aha, the vet laughed. You're blushing, which means that you're better. Don't be embarrassed. Hester is a great humanitarian, a therapist of generous nature and great skill, and the possessor of a healing touch. Her catharsis is absolutely tremendous. Ha. You do look better, sir, I said, anxious to get out of the place. I could understand the vet's words, but not what they conveyed, and Mr. Norton looked as uncomfortable as I felt. The one thing which I did know was that the vet was acting toward the white man with a freedom which could only bring on trouble. I wanted to tell Mr. Norton that the man was crazy, and yet I received a fearful satisfaction from hearing him talk as he had to a white man. With the girl it was different. A woman usually got away with things a man never could. I was wet with anxiety, but the vet talked on, ignoring the interruption. Rest, he said, fixing Mr. Norton with his eyes. The clocks are all set back, and the forces of destruction are rampant down below. They might suddenly realize that you are what you are, and then your life wouldn't be worth a piece of bankrupt stock. You would be canceled, perforated, voided, become the recognized magnet, attracting loose screws. Then what would you do? Such men are beyond money, and with supercargo down, out like a felled ox, they know nothing of value. To some, you are the great white father, to others the lyncher of souls, but for all you are confusion come even into the golden day. What are you talking about? I said, thinking, lyncher. He was getting wilder. Then the men downstairs. I didn't dare look at Mr. Norton, who made a sound of protest. The vet frowned. It is an issue which I can confront only by evading it, and utterly. Stupid proposition, and these hands so lovingly trained to master a scalpel yearn too. Caress a trigger, I returned to save life and I was refused, he said, 10 men in. Masks drove me out from the city at midnight and beat me with whips for saving a human life, and I was forced to the utmost degradation because I possessed skilled hands and the belief that my knowledge could bring me dignity, not wealth only. Dignity and other men healths. Then suddenly he fixed me with his eyes, and now do you understand? What, I said. What you've heard. I don't know. Why? I said I really think it's time we left. You see, he said, turning to Mr. Norton, he has eyes and ears and a good distended African nose, but he fails to understand the simple facts of life. Understand, it's worse than that. He registers with his senses but short-circuits his brain. Nothing has meaning. He takes it in but he doesn't digest it. Already he is, well, bless my soul, behold, a walking zombie. Already he's learned to repress not only his emotions but his humanity. He's invisible, a walking personification of the negative, the most perfect achievement of your dreams, sir. The mechanical man. Mr. Norton looked amazed. Tell me, the vet said, suddenly calm, why have you been interested in the school, Mr. Norton? Out of a sense of my destined role, Mr. Norton said shakily, I felt, and I still feel, that your people are in some important manner tied to my destiny. What do you mean, destiny? The vet said. Why, the success of my work, of course. I see, and would you recognize it if you saw it? Why, of course I would, Mr. Norton said indignantly. I've watched it grow each year I've returned to the campus. Campus, why the campus? It is there that my destiny is being made. The vet exploded with laughter. The campus, what a destiny, he stood and walked around the narrow room, laughing. Then he stopped as suddenly as he had begun. You will hardly recognize it, but it is very fitting that you came to the golden day. With the young fellow, he said. I came out of illness, or rather, he brought me, Mr. Norton said. Of course, but you came, and it was fitting. What do you mean? Mr. Norton said with irritation. A little child shall lead them, the vet said with a smile, but seriously, because you both fail to understand what is happening to you. You cannot see or hear or smell the truth of what you see, and you looking for destiny. It's classic, and the boy, this automaton, he was made of the very mud of the region, and he sees far less than you, poor stumblers. Neither of you can see the other. To you he is a mark on the scorecard of your achievement, a thing and not a man, a child or even less. Black amorphous thing, and you, for all your power, are not a man to him but a god of force. Mr. Norton stood abruptly. Let us go, young man, he said angrily. No, listen, he believes in you as he believes in the beat of his heart. He believes in that great false wisdom taught slaves and pragmatists alike, that white is right. I can tell you his destiny. He'll do your bidding, and for that his blindness is his chief asset. He's your man, Freen. Your man and your destiny. Now the two of you descend the stairs into chaos and get the hell out of here. I'm sick of both of you. Pitiful obscenities. Get out before I do you both the favor of bashing in your heads. I saw his motion toward the big white pitcher on the washstand and stepped between him and Mr. Norton, guiding Mr. Norton swiftly through the doorway. Looking back, I saw him leaning against the wall, making a sound that was a blending of laughter and tears. Hurry, the man is as insane as the rest, Mr. Norton said. Yes, sir, I said, noticing a new note in his voice. The balcony was now as noisy as the floor below. The girls and drunken vets were stumbling about with drinks in their hands, just as we went past an open door. Edna saw us and grabbed my arm. Where you taking white folks? She demanded. Back to school, I said, shaking her off. You don't want to go up there, white folks, baby, she said. I tried to push past her. I ain't lying, she said. I'm the best little homemaker in the business. Okay, but please let us alone, I pleaded. You'll get me into trouble. We were going down the stairs into the milling men now, and she started to scream, "Pay me then. If he's too good for me, let him pay." And before I could stop her, she had pushed Mr. Norton, and both of us were stumbling swiftly down the stairs. I landed against a man who looked up with the anonymous familiarity of a drunk and shoved me hard away. I saw Mr. Norton spin past as I sank farther into the crowd. Somewhere I could hear the girl screaming and Hallie's voice yelling, "Hey, hey, hey now." Then I was aware of fresh air and saw that I was near the door and pushed my way free and stood panting and preparing to plunge back for Mr. Norton when I heard Hallie calling, "Make way, y'all," and saw him piloting Mr. Norton to the door. "Hugh," he said, releasing the white man and shaking his huge head. "Thanks, Hallie," I said and got no further. I saw Mr. Norton, his face pale again, his white suit rumpled, topple and fall, his head scraping against the screen of the door. "Hey." I opened the door and raised him up. "Got him it out again," Hallie said. "How come you bring this white man here?" "Schoolboy. Is he dead?" "Dead," he said, stepping back indignantly. "He can't die." "What'll I do, Hallie's?" "Not in my place, he can't die," he said, kneeling. Mr. Norton looked up. "No one is dead or dying," he said acidly. "Remove your hands." Hallie fell away, surprised. "I show him glad. You show you all right," I thought. "Show you was dead this time." "For God's sake, be quiet," I exploded nervously. "You should be glad that he's all right." Mr. Norton was visibly angry now, a raw place showing on his forehead, and I hurried ahead of him to the car. He climbed in unaided, and I got under the wheel. Smelling the heated odor of mints and cigar smoke, he was silent as I drove away. Chapter 4. The wheel felt like an alien thing in my hands as I followed the white line of the highway. Heat rays from the late afternoon sun arose from the gray concrete, shimmering like the weary tones of a distant bugle blown upon still midnight air. In the mirror I could see Mr. Norton staring out vacantly upon the empty fields, his mouth stern, his white forehead livid where it had scraped the screen, and seeing him I felt the fear balled coldly within me unfold. What would happen now? What would the school officials say? In my mind I visualized Dr. Bledsoe's face when he saw Mr. Norton. I thought of the glee certain folks at home would feel if I were expelled. Tatlock's grinning face danced through my mind. What would the white folks think who'd sent me to college? Was Mr. Norton angry at me in the golden day? He had seemed more curious than anything else, until the vet had started talking. Wild damn Trueblood, it was his fault. If we hadn't sat in the sun so long, Mr. Norton would not have needed whiskey, and I wouldn't have gone to the golden day. And why would the vets act that way with a white man in the house? I headed the car through the red brick campus gateposts with a sense of cold apprehension. Now even the rows of neat dormitories seemed to threaten me, the rolling lawns appearing as hostile as the gray highway with its white dividing line. As of its own compulsion, the car slowed as we passed the chapel with its low, sweeping eaves. The sun shone coolly through the avenue of trees, dappling the curving drive. Students strolled through the shade, down a hill of tender grass toward the brick-red stretch of tennis courts. Far beyond, players in whites showed sharp against the red of the courts surrounded by grass, a gay vista washed by the sun. In the brief interval I heard a cheer arise. My predicament struck me like a stab. I had a sense of losing control of the car and slammed on the brakes in the middle of the road, then apologized and drove on. Here within this quiet greenness I possessed the only identity I had ever known, and I was losing in this brief moment of passage. I became aware of the connection between these lawns and buildings and my hopes and dreams. I wanted to stop the car and talk with Mr. Norton, to beg his pardon for what he had seen, to plead and show him tears, unashamed tears like those of a child before his parent, to denounce all we'd seen and heard, to assure him that far from being like any of the people we had seen, I hated them, that I believed in the principles of the founder with all my heart and soul, and that I believed in his own goodness and kindness in extending the hand of his benevolence to helping us poor, ignorant people out of the mire and darkness. I would do his bidding and teach others to rise up as he wished them to, teach them to be thrifty, decent, upright citizens contributing to the welfare of all, shunning all but the straight and narrow path that he and the founder had stretched before us, if only he were not angry with me, if only he would give me another chance. Tears filled my eyes, and the walks and buildings flowed and froze for a moment in mist, glittering as in winter when rain froze on the grass and foliage and turned the campus into a world of whiteness, waiting and bending both trees and bushes with fruit of crystal. Then in the twinkling of my eyes it was gone, and the here and now of heat and greenness returned. If only I could make Mr. Norton understand what the school meant to me. "Shall I stop at your rooms, sir?" I said, "or shall I take you to the administration building?" Dr. Bledsoe might be worried. "To my rooms, then bring Dr. Bledsoe to me," he answered tersely. "Yes, sir." In the mirror I saw him dabbing gingerly at his forehead with a crinkled handkerchief. "You'd better send the school physician to me also," he said. I stopped the car in front of a small building with white pillars like those of an old plantation manor house, got out and opened the door. "Mr. Norton, please, sir. I'm sorry, He looked at me sternly, his eyes narrowed, saying nothing. "I didn't know, please." "Send Dr. Bledsoe to me," he said, turning away and swinging up the graveled path to the building. I got back into the car and drove slowly to the administration building. A girl waved gaily as I passed, a bunch of violets in her hand. Two teachers in dark suits talked decorously beside a broken fountain. The building was quiet. Going upstairs, I visualized Dr. Bledsoe with his broad, globular face that seemed to take its form from the fat pressing from the inside, which, as air pressing against the membrane of a balloon, gave it shape and buoyancy. Old Buckethead, some of the fellows called him. I never had. He had been kind to me from the first, perhaps because of the letters which the school superintendent had sent to him when I arrived, but more than that, he was the example of everything I hoped to be: influential with wealthy men all over the country, consulted in matters concerning the race, a leader of his people, the possessor of not one but two Cadillacs, a good salary, and a soft, good-looking and creamy-complexioned wife. What was more, while black and bald and everything white folks poked fun at, he had achieved power and authority, had, while black and wrinkle-headed, made himself of more importance in the world than most Southern white men. They could laugh at him, but they couldn't ignore him. "He's been looking all over for you," the girl at the desk said. When I walked in, he looked up from the telephone and said, "Never mind, he's here now," and hung up. "Where's Mr. Norton?" he demanded excitedly. "Is he all right?" "Yes, sir. I left him at his rooms and came to drive you down. He wishes to see you." "Is anything wrong?" he said, getting up hurriedly and coming around the desk. I hesitated. "Well, is there?" The panicky beating of my heart seemed to blur my vision. "Not now, sir." "Now, what do you mean?" "Well, sir, he had some kind of fainting spell." "Oh my God, I knew something was wrong. Why didn't you get in touch with me?" He grabbed his black Homburg, starting for the door. "Come on." I followed him, trying to explain. "He's all over it now, sir, and we were too far away for me to phone." "Why did you take him so far?" he said, moving with great bustling energy. "But I drove him where he wanted to go, sir." "Where was that?" "Back of the slave quarter section," I said with dread. "The quarters? Boy, are you a fool. Didn't you know better than to take a trustee out there?" "He asked me to, sir." We were going down the walk now, through the spring air, and he stopped to look at me with exasperation, as though I'd suddenly told him black was white. "Damn what he wants," he said, climbing in the front seat beside me. "Haven't you the sense God gave a dog? We take these white folks where we want them to go. We show them what we want them to see. Don't you know that? I thought you had some sense." Reaching Rab Hall, I stopped the car, weak why. Th bewilderment. Don't sit there, he said, come with me. Just inside the building, I got another shock as we approached a mirror doctor. Bledsoe stopped and composed his angry face like a sculptor, making it a bland mask, leaving only the sparkle of his eyes to betray the emotion that I had seen only. A moment before, he looked steadily at himself for a moment, then we moved quietly down the silent hall and up the stairs. A co-ed sat at a graceful table stacked with magazines. Before a great window stood a large aquarium containing colored stones and a small replica of a feudal castle surrounded by goldfish that seemed to remain motionless despite the fluttering of their lacy fins, a momentary motionful suspension of time. Is Mr. Norton in his room? He said to the girl. Yes, sir, Dr. Bledsoe, sir, she said. He said to tell you to come in when you got here. Pausing at the door, I heard him clear his throat, then rap softly upon the panel with his fist. Mr. Norton, he said, his lips already a smile, and at the answer I followed him. Inside. It was a large, light room. Mr. Norton sat in a huge wing chair with his jacket off. Change of clothing lay on the cool bedspread, above a spacious fireplace and oil. Portrait of the founder looked down at me remotely, benign, sad, and in that hot instant, profoundly disillusioned. Then a veil seemed to fall. I've been worried about you, sir, Dr. Bledsoe said. We expected you at the afternoon session. Now it's beginning, I thought, now. And suddenly he rushed forward. Mr. Norton, your head, he cried, a strange, grandmotherly concern in his voice. What happened, sir? It's nothing. Mr. Norton's face was immobile, a mere scratch. Dr. Bledsoe whirled around, his face outraged. Get the doctor over here, he said. Why didn't you tell me that Mr. Norton had been injured? I've already taken care of that, sir, I said softly, seeing him whirl back. Mr. Norton, I'm so sorry, he crooned. I thought I had sent you. Boy who was careful, a sensible young man. Why, we've never had an accident before. Never, not in 75 years. I assure you, sir, that he shall be disciplined. Severely disciplined. But there was no automobile accident, Mr. Norton said kindly, nor was the boy responsible. You may send him away. We won't need him now. My eyes suddenly filled. I felt a wave of gratitude at his words. Don't be kind, sir, Dr. Bledsoe said. You can't be soft with these people. We mustn't pamper them. An accident to a guest of this college, while he is in the charge of a student, is without question the student's fault. That's one of our strictest rules. Then to me, return to your dormitory and remain there until further notice. But it was out of my control, sir, I said, just as Mr. Norton said. I'll explain, young man, Mr. Norton said with a half-smile. Everything will be explained. Thank you, sir, I said, seeing Dr. Bledsoe looking at me with no change of expression. On second thought, he said, I want you to be in chapel this evening. Understand me, sir? Yes, sir. I opened the door with a cold hand, bumping into the girl who had been at this table when we went inside. I'm sorry, she said. Looks like you have old Buckethead kind of mad. I said nothing as she walked beside me expectantly. A red sun cast its light upon the campus as I started for my dormitory. Will you take a message to my boyfriend for me? She said. Who is he? I said, trying hard to conceal my tension and fear. Jack Maston, she said. Okay, he's in the room next to mine. That's swell, she said with a big smile. The dean put me on duty, so I missed him this afternoon. Just tell him that I said the grass is green. What? The grass is green. It's our secret code, he'll understand. The grass is green, I said. That's it, thank you, lover, she said. I felt like cursing as I watched her hurrying back into the building, hearing her flat-heeled shoes crunching the graveled walk. Here she was playing with some silly secret code at the very minute my fate for the rest of my life was being decided. The grass was green and they'd meet, and she'd be sent home pregnant, but even so, in Less disgrace than I, if only I knew what they were saying about me. Suddenly I had an idea and ran after her, into the building and up the stairs. In the hall, fine dust played in a shaft of sunlight, stirred by her hurried passing. But she had disappeared. I had thought to ask her to listen at the door and tell me. What was said, I gave it up. If she were discovered, I'd have that on my conscience. Besides, I was ashamed for anyone to know of my predicament. It was too stupid to be believed. Down the long length of the wide hall, I heard someone unseen skipping down the stairs singing, a girl's sweet, hopeful voice. I left quietly and hurried to my dorm. I lay in my room with my eyes closed, trying to think. The tension gripped my insides. Then I eared someone coming up the hall and stiffened. Had they sent for me? Already nearby, a door opened and closed, leaving me as tense as ever. To whom could I turn for help? I could think of no one to whom I could even explain what had happened at the Golden Day. Everything was upset inside me, and Dr. Bledsoe's attitude toward Mr. Norton was the most confusing of all. I dared not repeat what he'd said for fear that it would lessen my chances of remaining in school. It just wasn't true. I had misunderstood. He couldn't have said what I thought he had said. Hadn't I seen him approach white visitors too often with his hat in hand, bowing humbly and respectfully? Hadn't he refused to eat in the dining hall with white guests of the school, entering only after they had finished, and then refusing to sit down but remaining standing, his hat in his hand, while he addressed them eloquently, then leaving with a humble bow? Hadn't he? I had seen him too often as I peeped through the door between the dining room and the kitchen. I myself, and wasn't his favorite spiritual live a humble, and in the chapel on Sunday evenings upon the platform. Hadn't he always taught us to live content in our place in 1,000 unambiguous words? He had, and I had believed him. I had believed without question his illustrations of the good which came of following the Founder's path. It was my affirmation of life, and they couldn't send me away for something I didn't do. They simply couldn't. But that vet, he was so crazy that he corrupted sane men. He had tried to turn the world inside out. God damn him. He had made Mr. Norton angry. He had no right to talk to a white man as he had, not with me to take the punishment. Someone shook me and I recoiled, my legs moist and trembling. It was my roommate. What the hell, roomie, he said. Let's go to chow. I looked at his confident mug. He was going to be a farmer. I don't have an appetite, I said with a sigh. Okay now, he said. You can try to kid me, but don't say I didn't wake you. No, I said. Hooray, you expecting? A broad-butt gal with ball-bearing hips. No, I said. You'd better stop that, roomie, he grinned. It'll ruin your health, make you a moron. You ought to take you a gal and show her how the moon rises over all that green grass on the Founder's grave, man. Go to hell, I said. He left laughing, opening the door to the sound of many footsteps from the hall. Supper time, the sound of departing voices. Something of my life seemed to retreat with them into a gray distance, moiling. Then a knock sounded at the door and I sprang up, my heart tense. A small student wearing a freshman's cap stuck his head in the door, shouting, Dr. Bledsoe said he wants to see you down at Rab Hall, and then he was gone. Before I could question him, his footsteps thundering down the hall as he raced to dinner before the last bell sounded. Mr. Norton's door. I stopped with my hand on the knob, mumbling a prayer. Come in, young man, he said to my knock. He was dressed in fresh linen, the light falling upon his white hair as upon silk floss. A small piece of gauze was plastered to his forehead. He was alone. I'm sorry, sir, I apologized, but I was told that Dr. Bledsoe wanted to see me. Here. That's correct, he said, but Dr. Bledsoe had to leave. You'll find him in his office after chapel. Thank you, sir, I said and turned to go. He cleared his throat behind me. Young man. I turned hopefully. Young man, I have explained to Dr. Bledsoe that you were not at fault, I believe. He understands. I was so relieved that at first I could only look at him, a small silken-haired, white, suited St. Nicholas, seen through misty eyes. I certainly do thank you, sir, I managed finally. He studied me silently, his eyes slightly narrowed. Will you need me this evening, sir? I asked. No, I won't be needing the machine. Business is taking me away sooner than I expected. I leave late tonight. I could drive you to the station, sir, I said hopefully. Thank you, but Dr. Bledsoe has already arranged it. Oh, I said with disappointment. I had hoped that by serving him the rest of the week I could win back his esteem. Now I would not have the opportunity. Well, I hope you have a pleasant trip, sir, I said. Thank you, he said, suddenly smiling. And maybe next time you come I'll be able to answer some of the questions you asked me this afternoon. Questions, his eyes narrowed. Yes, sir, about your fate, I said. Oh, yes, he said. And I intend to read Emerson, too. Very good, self-reliance is a most worthy virtue. I shall look forward with the greatest of interest to learning your contribution to my fate. He motioned me toward the door, and don't forget to see Dr. Bledsoe. I left somewhat reassured, but not completely. I still had to face Dr. Bledsoe, and I had to attend chapel. Chapter 5. At the sound of vespers, I moved across the campus with groups of students. Walking slowly, their voices soft in the mellow dusk, I remember the yellowed globes of frosted glass making lacy silhouettes on the gravel and the walk of the leaves and branches above us as we moved slow through the dusk, so restless with scents of lilac, honeysuckle, and verbena, and the feel of spring greenness, and I recall the sudden arpeggios of laughter lilting across the tender, springtime grass, gay welling. Far floating, fluent, spontaneous, a bell-like feminine fluting, then suppressed, as though snuffed swiftly and irrevocably beneath the quiet solemnity of the vespered air, now vibrant with somber chapel bells, dong, dong, dong above the decorous. Walking around me, sounds of footsteps leaving the verandas of far-flung buildings, and moving toward the walks and over the walks to the asphalt drives lined with whitewashed stones, those cryptic messages for men and women, boys and girls. Heading quietly toward where the visitors waited, and we moving not in the mood of worship but of judgment, as though even here in the filtering dusk, here beneath the deep indigo sky, here, alive with looping swifts and darting moths, here in the hereness of the night, not yet lighted by the moon that looms blood-red behind the chapel like a fallen sun, its radiance shedding not upon the here dusk of twittering bats nor on the there night of cricket and whippoorwill, but focused shore trade upon our place of convergence, and we drifting forward with rigid motions, limbs stiff, and voices now silent, as though on exhibit even in the dark, and the moon a white man's bloodshot eye. And I move more rigid than all the others with a sense of judgment, the vibrations of the chapel bells stirring the depths of my turmoil, moving toward its nexus with a sense of doom, and I remember the chapel with its sweeping eaves, long and low as though risen bloody from the earth like the rising moon, vine-covered and earth's colored as though more earth-sprung than man-sprung, and my mind rushing for relief away from the spring dusk and flower scents, away from the time scene of the crucifixion to the time mood of the birth, from spring dusk and vespers to the high, clear, lucid moon of winter and snow, glinting upon the dwarfed pines where instead of the bells, the organ and the trombone choir speak carols to the distances drifted, with snow making of the night air a sea of crystal water lapping the slumbering land. To the farthest reaches of sound, for endless miles, bringing the new dispensation. Even to the golden day, even unto the house of madness, but in the hereness of dusk I am moving toward the doom-like bells through the flowered air, beneath the rising moon. Into the doors and into the soft lights I go, silently, past the rows of puritanical benches straight and tortuous, finding that to which I am assigned and bending my body to its agony, there at the head of the platform with its pulpit and rail of polished brass are the banked and pyramided heads of the student choir, faces composed and stolid above uniforms of black and white, and above them, stretching to the ceiling, the organ pipes looming, a Gothic hierarchy of dull gilded gold. Around me the students move with faces frozen in solemn masks, and I seem to hear already the voices mechanically raised in the songs the visitors loved. Demanded, sung, an ultimatum accepted and ritualized, an allegiance recited for the peace it imparted, and for that perhaps loved as the defeated come to love the symbols of their conquerors, a gesture of acceptance of terms laid down and reluctantly approved, and here, sitting rigid, I remember the evening spent before the sweeping platform in awe and in pleasure, and in the pleasure of awe, remember the short formal sermons intoned from the pulpit there, rendered in smooth, articulate tones, with calm assurance, purged of that wild emotion of the crude preachers most of us knew in our home towns and of whom we were deeply ashamed. These logical appeals, which reached us more like the thrust of a firm and formal design requiring nothing more than the lucidity of uncluttered periods, the lulling movement of multisyllabic words to thrill and console us, and I remember, too, the talks of visiting speakers, all eager to inform us of how fortunate we were to be a part of the vast and formal ritual, how fortunate to belong to this family sheltered from those lost in ignorance and darkness. Here upon this stage, the black rite of Horatio Alger was performed to God's own acting script, with millionaires come down to portray themselves, not merely acting out the myth of their goodness, and wealth and success and power and benevolence, and authority in cardboard masks, but themselves, these virtues concretely, not the wafer and the wine, but the flesh and the blood, vibrant and alive, and vibrant even when stooped, ancient and withered, and who, in face of this, would not believe, could even doubt. And I remember, too, how we confronted those others, those who had set me here in this Eden, whom we knew though we didn't know, who were unfamiliar in their familiarity, who trailed their words to us through blood and violence and ridicule and condescension with drawling smiles, and who exhorted and threatened, intimidated with innocent words as they described to us the limitations of our lives and the vast boldness of our aspirations, the staggering folly of our impatience to rise even higher, who, as they talked, aroused furtive visions within me of blood froth sparkling there, chins like their familiar tobacco juice, and upon their lips the curdled milk of a million black slave mammies withered dugs, a treacherous and fluid knowledge of our being imbibed at our source and now regurgitated foul upon us. This was our world, they said as they described it to us, this our horizon and its earth, its seasons, and its climate, its spring and its summer, and its fall and harvest some unknown millennium ahead, and these its floods and cyclones, and they themselves our thunder and lightning, and this we must accept and love and accept even if we did not love, we must accept, even when those were absent, and the men who made the railroads and ships and towers of stone were before our eyes in the flesh there. Voices different, unweighted with recognizable danger, and their delight in our songs more sincere seeming, their regard for our welfare marked by an almost benign and impersonal indifference, but the words of the others were stronger than the strength of philanthropic dollars, deeper than shafts sunk in the earth for oil and gold, more awe-inspiring than the miracles fabricated in scientific laboratories, for their most innocent words were acts of violence to which we of the campus were hypersensitive, though we endured them not. And there on the platform I too had stridden and debated, a student leader, directing my voice at the highest beams and farthest rafters, ringing them, the accent staccato upon the ridgepole and echoing back with a tinkling, like words hurled to the trees of a wilderness or into a well of slate-gray water, more sound than sense, a play upon the resonances of buildings, an assault upon the temples of the ear. Ha to the gray-haired matron in the final row. Ha, Miss Susie, Miss Susie. Gresham back there looking at that co-ed, smiling at that he-ed. Listen to me, the bungling bugler of words, imitating the trumpet and the trombone's timbre, playing thematic variations like a baritone horn. Hey, old connoisseur of voice sounds, of Voices without messages, of newsless winds, listened to the vowel sounds and the crackling dentals to the low harsh gutturals of empty anguish, now riding the curve. Of a preacher's rhythm I heard long ago in a Baptist church, stripped now of its imagery, no suns having hemorrhages, no moons weeping tears, no earthworms refusing the sacred flesh and dancing in the earth on Easter morn, ha, singing. Achievement, ha, booming success intoning, ha, acceptance, ha, a river of word. Sounds filled with drowned passions, floating, ha, with wrecks of unachievable ambitions and stillborn revolts, sweeping their ears, ha, range stiff before me, necks stretched forward with listening ears, ha, a spraying the ceiling and a drumming the dark-stained after rafter, that seasoned crossarm of tortuous timber mellowed in the kiln of 1,000 voices, playing, ha, as upon a xylophone, words marching like the student band up the campus and down again, blaring triumphant sounds empty of triumphs, hey Miss Susie, the sound of words that were no words, counterfeit notes. Singing achievements yet unachieved, riding upon the wings of my voice out to you. Old matron who knew the voice sounds of the founder and knew the accents and echo of his promise, your gray old head cocked with the young around you, your eyes closed, face ecstatic, as I toss the word sounds in my breath, my bellows, my fountain like bright-colored balls in a water spout. Hear me, old matron, justify now this sound with your dear old nod of affirmation, your closed-eye smile and bow of recognition, who'll never be fooled with the mere content of words, not my words, not these pin-feathered flighters that stroke your lids till they flutter with ecstasy with but the mere echoed noise of the promise, and after the singing and outward marching, you seize my hand and sing out quavering, boy, someday you'll make the founder. Proud, ha, Susie Gresham, Mother Gresham, guardian of the hot young women on the Puritan benches who couldn't see your Jordan's water for their private steam. You, relic of slavery, whom the campus loved, but did not understand, aged of slavery. Yet bearer of something warm and vital and all-enduring, of which in that island of shame we were not ashamed. It was to you on the final row I directed my rush of sound, and it was you of whom I thought with shame and regret as I waited for the ceremony to begin. Though honored guests moved silently upon the platform, herded toward their high carved chairs by Dr. Bledsoe with the decorum of a portly head waiter, like some of the guests he wore striped trousers and a swallowtail coat with black braided lapels. Topped by a rich ascot tie, it was his regular dress for such occasions, yet for all its elegance he managed to make himself look humble. Somehow, his trousers inevitably bagged at the knees and the coat slouched in the shoulders. I watched him, smiling at first one and then another of the guests, of whom all but one were white. And as I saw him placing his hand upon their arms, touching their backs, whispering to a tall, angular-faced trustee who in turn touched his arm familiarly, I felt a shudder. I too had touched a white man today, and I felt that it had been disastrous. And I realized then that he was the only one of us whom I knew, except perhaps a barber or a nursemaid, who could touch a white man with impunity, and I remembered too that whenever white guests came upon the platform, he placed his hand upon them as though exercising a powerful magic. I watched his teeth flash as he took a white hand, then with all seated, he went to his place at the end of the row of chairs. Several terraces of students' faces above them, the organist, his eyes glinting at the console, was waiting with his head turned over his shoulder, and I saw Dr. Bledsoe, his eyes roaming over the audience, suddenly nod without turning his head. It was as though he had given a downbeat with an invisible baton. The organist turned and hunched his shoulders. A high cascade of sound bubbled from the organ, spreading thick and clinging over the chapel, slowly surging. The organist twisted and turned on his bench, with his feet flying beneath him as though dancing to rhythms totally unrelated to the decorous thunder of his organ. And Dr. Bledsoe sat with a benign smile of inward concentration, yet his eyes were darting swiftly, first over the rows of students, then over the section reserved for teachers, his swift glance carrying a threat for all, for he demanded that everyone attend these sessions. It was here that policy was announced in broadest rhetoric. I seemed to feel his eyes resting upon my face as he swept the section in which I sat. I looked at the guests on the platform. They sat with that alert relaxation with which they always met our upturned eyes. I wondered to which of them I might go to intercede for me with Dr. Bledsoe, but within myself I knew that there was no one. In spite of the array of important men beside him, and despite the posture of humility and meekness which made him seem smaller than the others, although he was physically larger, Dr. Bledsoe made his presence felt by us with a far greater impact. I remembered the legend of how he had come to the college, a barefoot boy, who in his fervor for education had trudged with his bundle of ragged clothing across 2 states, and how he was given a job feeding slop to the hogs but had made himself the best slop dispenser in the history of the school, and how the founder had been impressed and made him his office boy. Each of us knew of his rise over years of hard work to the presidency, and each of us at some time wished that he had walked to the school or pushed a wheelbarrow or performed some other act of determination and sacrifice to attest his eagerness for knowledge. I remembered the admiration and fear he inspired in everyone on the campus, the pictures in the Negro press captioned educator, in type that exploded like a rifle shot, his face looking out at you with utmost confidence. To us, he was more than just a president of a college. He was a leader, a statesman who carried our problems to those above us, even unto the White House, and in days past he had conducted the president himself about the campus. He was our leader and our magic, who kept the endowment high, the funds for scholarships plentiful, and publicity moving through the channels of the press. He was our coal-black daddy of whom we were afraid. As the organ voices died, I saw a thin brown girl arise noiselessly with the rigid control of a modern dancer, high in the upper rows of the choir, and begin to sing a cappella. She began softly, as though singing to herself of emotions of utmost privacy, a sound not addressed to the gathering, but which they overheard almost against her will. Gradually she increased its volume, until at times the voice seemed to become a disembodied force that sought to enter her, to violate her, shaking her, rocking her rhythmically, as though it had become the source of her being, rather than the fluid web of her own creation. I saw the guests on the platform turn to look behind them, to see the thin brown girl in white choir robes standing high against the organ pipes, herself become before our eyes a pipe of contained, controlled and sublimated anguish, a thin plain face transformed by music. I could not understand the words, but only the mood, sorrowful, vague and ethereal, of the singing. It throbbed with nostalgia, regret and repentance, and I sat with a lump in my throat as she sank slowly down, not a sitting, but a controlled collapsing, as though she were balancing, sustaining the simmering bubble of her final tone by some delicate rhythm of her heart's blood, or by some mystic concentration of her being, focused upon the sound through the contained liquid of her large, uplifted eyes. There was no applause, only the appreciation of a profound silence. The white guests exchanged smiles of approval. I sat thinking of the dread possibility of having to leave all this, of being expelled, imagining the return home and the rebukes of my parents. I looked out at the scene now from far back in my despair, seeing the platform and its actors as through a reverse telescope, small doll-like figures moving through some meaningless ritual. Someone up there, above the alternating moss-dry and grease-slick heads of the students rowed before me, was making announcements. From a lectern on which a dim light shone, another figure rose and led a prayer. Someone spoke, then around me everyone was singing "Lead Me, laid me to a rock that is higher than I," and as though the sound contained some force more imperious than the image of the scene of which it was the living connective tissue, I was pulled back to its immediacy. One of the guests had risen to speak, a man of striking ugliness, fat, with a bullet head set on a short neck, with a nose much too wide for its face, upon which he wore black-lensed glasses. He had been seated next to Dr. Bledsoe, but so concerned had I been with the president that I hadn't really seen him. My eyes had focused only upon the white men and Dr. Bledsoe, so that now as he arose and crossed slowly to the center of the platform, I had the notion that part of Dr. Bledsoe had arisen and moved forward, leaving his other part smiling in the chair. He stood before us relaxed, his white collar gleaming like a band between his black face and his dark garments, dividing his head from his body, his short arms crossed before his barrel like a black little Buddha's. For a moment he stood with his large head lifted as though thinking. Then he began speaking, his voice round and vibrant as he told of his pleasure in being allowed to visit the school once more after many years, having been preaching in a northern city. He had seen it last in the final days of the founder, when Dr. Bledsoe was the second in command. Those were wonderful days, he droned, significant days, days filled with great portent. As he talked, he made a cage of his hands by touching his fingertips, then with his small feet pressing together, he began a slow, rhythmic rocking, tilting forward on his toes until it seemed he would fall, then back on his heels, the lights catching his black-lensed glasses, until it seemed that his head floated free of his body and was held close to it only by the white band of his collar, and as he tilted he talked until a rhythm was established. Then he was renewing the dream in our hearts. This barren land after emancipation, he intoned, this land of darkness and sorrow, of ignorance and degradation, where the hand of brother had been turned against brother, father against son, and son against father, where master had turned against slave and slave against master, where all was strife and darkness and aching land. And into this land came a humble prophet, lowly like the humble carpenter of Nazareth, a slave and a son of slaves, knowing only his mother, a slave born but marked from the beginning by a high intelligence and princely personality, born the lowest part of this barren, war-scarred land, yet somehow shedding light upon it. Where'er he passed through, I'm sure you have heard of his precarious infancy, his precious life almost destroyed by an insane cousin who splashed the babe with lye and shriveled his seed, and how, a mere babe, he lay 9 days in a death-like coma, and then suddenly and miraculously recovered. You might say that it was as though he had risen from the dead or been reborn. "Oh, my young friends," he cried, beaming, "my young friends, it is indeed a beautiful story. I'm sure you've heard it many times. Recall how he came upon his initial learning through shrewd questioning of his little masters, the elder masters, never suspecting, and how he learned his alphabet and taught himself to read and solve the secret of words, going instinctively to the Holy Bible with its great wisdom for his first knowledge. And you know how he escaped and made his way across mountain and valley to that place of learning, and how he persisted and worked noontimes, nights, and mornings for the privilege of studying, or, as the old folk would say, of rubbing his head against the college wall. You know of his brilliant career, how already he was a moving orator, then his penniless graduation and his return after years to this country, and then his great struggle beginning. Picture it, my young friends, the clouds of darkness all over the land, black folk and white folk full of fear and hate, wanting to go forward but each fearful of the other. A whole region is caught in a terrible tension. Everyone is perplexed with the question of what must be done to dissolve this fear and hatred that crouched over the land like a demon waiting to spring. And you know how he came and showed them the way. Oh yes, my friends, I'm sure you've heard it time and time again, of this godly man's labors, his great humility and his undimming vision, the fruits of which you enjoy today, concrete made flesh, his dream conceived in the starkness and darkness of slavery, fulfilled now even in the air you breathe, in the sweet harmonies of your blended voices, in the knowledge which each of you, daughters and granddaughters, sons and grandsons of slaves, all of you partaking of it in bright and well-equipped classrooms, you must see this slave, this black Aristotle, moving slowly with sweet patience, with a patience not of mere man but of God-inspired faith. See him moving slowly as he surmounts each and every opposition, rendering unto Caesar that which was Caesar's, yes, but steadfastly seeking for you that bright horizon which you now enjoy. All this, he said, spreading his fingers palm down before him, has been told and retold throughout the land, inspiring a humble but fast-rising people. You have heard it, and it, this true story of rich implication, this living parable of proven glory and humble nobility, and it, as I say, has made you free, even you who have come to this shrine only this semester know it. You have heard his name from your parents, for it was he who led them to the path, guiding them like a great captain, like that great pilot of ancient times, who led his people safe and unharmed across the bottom of the blood-red sea, and your parents followed this remarkable man across the Black Sea of prejudice safely out of the land of ignorance, through the storms of fear and anger, shouting, "Let him why people go," when it was necessary, whispering it during those times when whispering was wisest, and he was heard. I listened, my back pressing against the hard bench, with a numbness, my emotions woven into his words, as upon a loom. And remember how, he said, when he entered a certain state at cotton-picking time, his enemies had plotted to take his life, and recall how during his journey he was stopped by the strange figure of a man whose pitted features revealed no inkling of whether he was black or white. Some say he was a Greek, some a Mongolian, others a mulatto, and others still a simple white man of God, whoever and whatsoever, and we must not rule out the possibility of an emissary direct from above. Oh yes, and remember how he appeared suddenly, startling both founder and horse as he gave warning, telling the founder to leave the horse and buggy there in the road and proceed immediately to a certain cabin, then slipped silently away, so silently, my young friends, that the founder doubted his very existence, and you know how the great man continued through the dusk, determined though puzzled as he approached the town. He was lost in reverie until the crack of the first rifle sounded, then the almost fatal volley that creased his skull, oh my, and left him stunned and apparently lifeless. I have heard him tell with his own lips how consciousness returned while they were still upon him, examining their foul deed, and how he lay biting his heart lest they hear it and wipe out their failure with a coup de grace, as the French would say. "Ha, and I'm sure you've each of you lived with him through his escape," he said, seeming to look directly into my watered eyes. "You awakened when he awakened, rejoiced when he rejoiced at their leaving without further harm, arising when he arose, seeing with his eyes the prints of their milling footsteps and the cartridges dropped in the dust about the imprint of his fallen body, yes, and the cold dust encrusted but not quite fatal blood, and you hurried with him full of doubt to the cabin designated by the stranger, where he met that seemingly demented black man. You remember that old one, laughed at by the children in the town square, old, comic-faced, crafty, cotton-headed, and yet it was he who bound up your wounds with the wounds of the founder, he, the old slave, showing a surprising knowledge of such matters, germology and scabology. Ha, ha, he called it, and what a youthful skill of the hands, for he shaved our skull and cleansed our wound and bound it neat with bandages stolen from the home of an unsuspecting leader of the mob. Ha! And you recall how you plunged with the founder, the leader, deep into the black art of escape, guided at first, indeed, initiated, by the seemingly demented one who had learned his craft in slavery. You left with the founder in the black of night and eyes. Know it, you hurried silently along the river bottom, stung by mosquitoes, hooted by owls, zoomed by bats, buzzed by snakes that rattled among the rocks, mud and fever, darkness and sighing. You hid all the following day in the cabin where 13 slept, in 3 small rooms, standing until darkness in the fireplace chimney, back in all the soot and ashes, ha, ha, guarded by the granny who dozed at the hearth. Seemingly without a fire, you stood in the blackness, and when they came with their baying hounds they thought her demented, but she knew the fire, she knew the fire, she knew the fire that burned without consuming. My God. Yes. My God, yes, a woman's voice responded, adding to the structure of his vision. Within me. And you left with him in the morning, hidden in a wagon load of cot in this very center of the fleece, where you breathed the hot air through the barrel of the emergency shotgun, the cartridges, which thank God it was unnecessary to use, held fanwise and ready between the spread fingers of your hand, and you went into this town with him and were hidden by the friendly aristocrat one night, and on the next by the white blacksmith who held no hatred, surprising contradictions of the underground, escaping, yes, helped by those who knew you and those who didn't. No, because for some it was enough to see him, others helped without even that. Black and white, but mostly it was our own who aided, because you were their own. And we have always helped our own, and so, my young friends, my sisters and brothers, you went with him, in and out of cabins, by night and early morning. Through swamps and hills, on, passed from black hand to black hand and some white hands, and all the hands molding the founder's freedom and our own. Freedom like voices shaping a deep-felt song, and you, each of you, were with him. Ah, how well you know it, for it was you who escaped to freedom. Ah, yes, and you know the story. I saw him resting now and beaming out across the chapel, his huge head turning to all its corners like a beacon, his voice still echoing as I fought back my emotion. For the first time, the evocation of the founder saddened me, and the campus seemed to rush past me, fast retreating, like the fading of a dream at the sundering of slumber. Beside me, the student's eyes swam with a distorting cataract of tears, his features rigid as though he struggled within himself. The fat man was playing upon the whole audience without the least show of exertion. He seemed completely composed, hidden behind his black-lensed glasses, only his mobile features gesturing. His vocal drama. I nudged the boy beside me. "Who is he?" I whispered. He gave me a look of annoyance, almost of outrage. "Reverend Homer A. Barbie." "Chicago," he said. Now the speaker rested his arm upon the lectern and turned toward Dr. Bledsoe. "You've heard the bright beginning of the beautiful story, my friends, but there is the mournful ending, and perhaps in many ways the richer side, the setting of this glorious sun of the morning." He turned to Dr. Bledsoe. "It was a fateful day, Dr. Bledsoe, sir, if I may recall it to you, for we were there." "Oh yes, my young friends," he said, turning to face us again. With a sad, proud smile, "I knew him well and loved him, and I was there." We had toured through several states to which he was carrying the message. The people had come to hear the prophet, the multitude had responded, the old-fashioned people, women in aprons, and Mother Hubbards of calico and gingham. Men in their overalls and patched alpacas, a sea of upturned and puzzled faces. Looking out from beneath old battered straw hats and limp sunbonnets, they who had come by oxen and mule team and by walking long distances. It was the month of September and unseasonably cold. He had spoken peace and confidence into their troubled souls, had set a star before them, and we were passing on to other scenes, still carrying the message. Ah, those days of ceaseless travel, those youthful days, those springtime days. Fertile, blossomy, sun-filled days of promise. Ah, yes, those indescribably glorious days in which the founder was building the dream not only here in this, then barren valley, but hither and yonder throughout the land, instilling the dream in the hearts of the people, erecting the scaffolding of a nation, broadcasting his message that fell like seed on tallow ground, sacrificing himself, fighting and forgiving his enemies of both complexions. Oh yes, he had them of both complexions, but going forward filled with the importance of his message, filled with his dedicated mission, and in his zeal. Perhaps in his mortal pride, ignoring the advice of his physician, I see in my mind's eye the fatal atmosphere of that jam-packed auditorium. The founder holds the audience within the gentle palm of his eloquence, rocking it, soothing it, instructing it, and there below, the rapt faces blush. By the glow of the big pot-bellied stove now turned cherry red with its glowing, yes, the spellbound rose caught in the imperious truth of his message, and I hear now again the great humming hush as his voice reached the end of a mighty period, and one of the listeners, a snowy-headed man, leaps to his feet crying out, tell us what is to be done, sir. For God's sake, tell us. Tell us in the name of the son they snatched from me last week, and all through the room the voices are rising, imploring, tell us, and the founder is suddenly mute with tears. Old Barbie's voice rang out, as suddenly he made charged and incomplete movements about the platform, acting out his words, and I watched with a sick fascination, knowing part of the story, yet a part of me fighting against its sad, inevitable conclusion. And the founder pauses, then steps forward with his eyes spilling his great emotion. With his arm upraised, he begins to answer and totters. Then all is commotion. We rush forward and lead him away. The audience leaps to its feet in consternation. All is terror and turmoil, a moan and a sighing, until, like a clap of thunder, I hear Dr. Bledsoe's voice ring out whip. Like with authority, a song of hope, and as we stretch the founder upon a bench to rest, I hear Dr. Bledsoe stomping out the time with mighty strokes upon the hollow platform, commanding not in words, but in the great gut tones of his magnificent basso. Oh, but wasn't he a singer? Isn't he a singer still today? And they stand, they calm, and with him they sing out against the tottering of their giant, sing out their long black songs of blood and bones, mining hope, of hardship and pain, mining faith, of humbleness and absurdity, meaning endurance, of ceaseless struggle in darkness, meaning triumph. Ha, Barbie cried, slapping his hands, ha, singing verse after verse until the leader revived, slap, slap of his hands, addressed them. Slap, my God, assured them, slap. That slap. He was only tired of his ceaseless efforts. Slap, yes, and dismisses them, sending each on his way rejoicing, giving each a parting handshake of fellowship. I watched Barbie pace in a semicircle, his lips compressed, his face working with emotion, his palms meeting but making no sound. Ah, those days in which he tilled his mighty fields, those days in which he watched the crops take hold and grow, those youthful, summery, sunbright days. Barbie's voice sighed off in nostalgia. The chapel hardly breathed as he sighed deeply. Then I watched him produce a snowy handkerchief, remove his dark glasses, and wipe his eyes, and through the increasing distance of my isolation, I watched the men in the seats of honor slowly shake their spellbound heads. Then Barbie's voice began again, disembodied now, and it was as though he had never paused, as though his words, reverberating within us, had continued their rhythmic flow, though their source was for a moment stilled. Oh yes, my young friends, oh yes, he continued with a great sadness. Man's hope can paint a purple picture, can transform a soaring vulture into a noble eagle, or a moaning dove. Oh yes, but I knew, he shouted, startling me, in spite of that great anguished hope within me, I knew that the Great Spirit was declining, was approaching its lonely winter, the great sun going down, for sometimes it is given one to know these things, and I staggered under the awful burden of that knowledge, and I cursed myself because I bore it, but such was the founder's enthusiasm, oh yes, that as we sped from country town to country town through the glorious Indian summer, I soon forgot, and then, I listened to his voice fall to a whisper. His hands were outspread as though he were leading an orchestra into a profound and final diminuendo. Then his voice rose again, crisply, almost matter-of-factly, accelerated. I remember the start of the train, how it seemed to groan as it started up the steep grade into the mountain. It was cold. Frost formed its icy patterns upon the window's edges, and the whistle of the train was long-drawn and lonely, a sigh issuing from the depths of the mountain. In the car up ahead, in the Pullman assigned him by the very president of the line, the leader lay tossing. He had been struck with a sudden and mysterious sickness, and I knew in spite of the anguish within me that the sun goeth down, for the heavens themselves conveyed that knowledge, the rush of the train, the clicking of wheels upon the steel. I remember how I looked out of the frosted pane and saw the looming great North Star and lost it, as though the sky had shut its eye. The train was curving the mountain, the engine loping like a great black hound, parallel with the last careening cars, panting forth its pale white vapor as it hurled us ever higher. And shortly the sky was black without a moon. As his moo-wo-on echoed over the chapel, he drew his chin against his chest, until his white collar disappeared, leaving him a figure of balanced unbroken blackness, and I could hear the rasp of air as he inhaled. It was as though the very constellations knew our impending sorrow, he bugled, his head raised to the ceiling, his voice full-throated, for against that great, wide sweep of sable there came the burst of a single jewel-like star, and I saw it shimmer and break and streak down the cheek of that coal-black sky like a reluctant and solitary tear. He shook his head with great emotion, his lips pursed as he moaned, "MMMMMMMMM," turning toward Dr. Bledsoe as though he did not quite see him. At that fateful moment, I sat with your great president. He was deep in meditation as we awaited word from the men of science, and he said to me of that dying star, "Barbie, friend, did you say?" And I answered, "Yes, doctor, I saw." And at our throats already we felt the cold hands of sorrow, and I said to Dr. Bledsoe, "Let us pray," and as we knelt there on the swaying floor our words were less prayers than sounds of mute and terrible sorrow, and it was then, as we pulled to our feet, staggering with the motion of that speeding train, that we saw the physician moving toward us, and we looked with bated breath into the blank and expressionless features of the man of science, asking with our total beings, "Do you bring us hope or disaster?" And it was then and there he informed us that the leader was nearing his destination. It was said the cruel blow had fallen, and we were left numb, but the founder was still for the moment with us and still in command, and of all in the traveling party he sent for him who sits there before you, and for me as a man of God, but he wanted mainly his friend of midnight consultations, his comrade of many battles, who over the weary years had remained steadfast in defeat as in victory. Even now I can see it, the dark passage lit with dim lights, and Dr. Bledsoe swaying as he went before me. At the door stood the porter and the conductor, black man and a white man of the South, both crying, both weeping, and he looked up as we entered, his great eyes resigned but still aflame with nobility and courage, against the white of his pillow, and he looked at his friend and smiled warmly. At his old campaigner, his loyal champion, his adjunct, that marvelous singer of the old songs who had rallied his spirit during times of distress and discouragement, who, with his singing of the old familiar melodies, soothed the doubts and fears of the multitude, he who had rallied the ignorant, the fearful and suspicious, those still wrapped in the rags of slavery, him there your leader, who calmed the children of the storm, and as the founder looked up at his companion, he smiled, and reaching out his hand to his friend and companion, "As I now stretch out my hand to you," he said, come closer," and he moved closer until he stood beside the berth, and the light slanting across his shoulder as he knelt beside him, and the hand reached out and gently touched him, and he said, "Now you must take on the burden, lead them the rest of the way." And oh, the cry of that train and the pain too big for tears. When the train reached the summit of the mountain, he was no longer with us, and as the train dropped down the grade he had departed. It had become a veritable train of sorrow. Dr. Bledsoe there sat weary in mind and heavy of heart. What should he do? The leader was dead, and he thrown suddenly at the head of the troops like a cavalryman catapulted into the saddle of his general, felled in a charge of battle, vaulted onto the back of his fiery and half-broken charger. And that great, black, noble beast, wall-eyed with the din of battle and twitching already with its sense of loss, what command should he give? Should he return with his burden home to where already the hot wires were flashing, speaking, rattling the mournful message? Should he turn and bear the fallen soldier down the cold and alien mountain to this valley home, return with the dear eyes dulled, the firm hand still, the magnificent voice silent, the leader cold, return to The warm valley to the green grounds he could no longer light with his mortal vision. Should he follow his leader's vision, though he had now himself departed? Ah, of course you know the story, how he bore the body into the strange city, and the speech he made as his leader lay in state, and how when the sad news spread, a day of mourning was declared for the whole municipality. Oh, and how rich and poor, black and white, weak and powerful, young and old, all came to pay their homage, many realizing the leader's worth and their loss only now with his passing, and how, with his mission done, Dr. Bledsoe returned, keeping his sorrowful vigil with his friend in an humble baggage car, and how the people came to pay their respects at the stations, a slow train, a sorrowful train, and all along the line in mountain and valley, wherever the rails found their fateful course, the people were one in their common mourning, and like the cold steel rails, were spiked down to their sorrow. Oh, what a sad departure! And what an even sadder arrival! See with me, my young friends, hear with me the weeping and wailing of those who shared his labors. Their sweet leader returned. To them, rock cold in the iron immobility of death, he who had left them quick in the prime of his manhood, author of their own fire and illumination, returned to them. Cold already a bronze statue. Oh, the despair, my young friends, the black despair of black people. I see them now, wandering about these grounds where each brick, each bird, each blade of grass was a reminder of some precious memory, and each memory a hammer stroke driving home the blunt spikes of their sorrow. Oh, yes. Some now are here gray-haired among you, still dedicated to his vision, still laboring in the vineyard, but then with the black-draped coffin lying in state among them, inescapably reminding them, they felt the dark night of slavery settling once more. Upon them they smelt that old obscene stink of darkness, that old slavery smell. Worse than the rank halitosis of hoary death, their sweet light enclosed in a black draped coffin, their majestic sons snatched behind a cloud. Oh, and the sad sound of weeping bugles, I can hear them now, stationed at the four corners of the campus, sounding taps for the fallen general, announcing and announcing the sad tidings, telling and retelling the sad revelation one to the other. Across the still numbness of the air, as though they could not believe it, could neither comprehend nor accept it, bugles weeping like a family of tender women lamenting their loved one, and the people came to sing the old songs and to express their unspeakable sorrow. Black, 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 black people in blacker mourning, this funeral crepe hung upon their naked hearts, singing unashamedly their black folks songs of sorrow, moving painfully, overflowing the curving walks, weeping and wailing beneath the drooping trees, and their low murmuring voices like the moans of winds in a wilderness. And finally they gathered on the hill slope, and as far as the tear-wet eyes could see, they stood with their heads bowed, singing. Then silence, the lonesome hole banked with poignant flowers, the dozen white gloved hands waiting taut upon the silken ropes, that awful silence, the final words are spoken. A single wild rose tossed farewell, burst slowly, its petals drifting snow-like upon the reluctantly lowered coffin, then down into the earth, back to the ancient dust, back to the cold black clay, mother of us all. As Barbie paused, the silence was so complete that I could hear the power engines far across the campus, throbbing the night like an excited pulse. Somewhere in the audience an old woman's voice began a plaintive wail, the birth of a sad, untormulated song that died stillborn in a sob. Barbie stood with his head thrown back, his arms rigid at his sides, his fists clenched as though fighting desperately for control. Dr. Bledsoe sat with his face his hands near me. Someone blew his nose. Barbie took a tottering step forward. Oh yes, he said. Oh yes, that too is part of the glorious story. But think of it not as a death, but as a birth. A great seed had been planted, a seed which has continued to put forth its fruit in its season, as surely as if the great Creator had been resurrected, for in a sense he was, if not in the flesh, in the spirit, and in a sense in the flesh too, for has not your present leader become his living agent, his physical presence? Look about you if you doubt it, my young friends, my dear young Friends, how can I tell you what manner of man this is who leads you? How can I convey to you how well he has kept his pledge to the founder, how conscientious has been his stewardship? First, you must see the school as it was, already a great institution, to be sure. But then the buildings were 8, now they are 20, then the faculty was 50. Now it is 200, then the student body was a few hundred, where now I'm told you are 3,000, and now where you have roads of asphalt for the passage of rubber tires, then the roads were of crushed stone for the passage of oxen, and teams and horse-drawn wagons. I have not the words to tell you how my heart swelled to return to this great institution after so great a while to move among its wealth of green things, its fruitful farmland and fragrant campus, and the marvelous plants supplying power to an area larger than many towns, all operated by black hands. Thus, my young friends, does the light of the founder still burn. Your leader has kept his promise 1,000-fold. I commend him in his own right, for he is the co-architect of a great and noble experiment. He is a worthy successor to his great friend, and it is no accident that his great and intelligent leadership has made him our leading statesman. This is a form of greatness worthy of your imitation, I say. To you, pattern yourselves upon him, aspire, each of you, to some day follow in his footsteps. Great deeds are yet to be performed, for we are a young though a fast rising people. Legends are still to be created. Be not afraid to undertake the burdens of your leader, and the work of the founder will be one of ever-unfolding glory. This history of the race, a saga of mounting triumphs. Barbie stood with his arms outstretched now, beaming over the audience, his Buddha-like body still as an onyx boulder. There was sniffling throughout the chapel. Voices murmured with admiration, and I felt more lost than ever, for a few minutes. Old Barbie had made me see the vision, and now I knew that leaving the campus would be like the parting of flesh. I watched him lower his arms now and start back to his chair, moving slowly with his head cocked, as though listening to distant music. I had lowered my head to wipe my eyes when I heard the shocked gasp arise. Looking up, I saw 2 of the white trustees moving swiftly across the platform to where Barbie floundered upon Dr. Bledsoe's legs. The old man slid forward upon his hands and knees as the 2 white men took his arms, and now as he stood I saw one of them reach for something on the floor and place it in his hands. It was when he raised his head that I saw it, for a swift instant, between the gesture and the opaque glitter of his glasses, I saw the blinking of sightless eyes. Homer A. Barbie was blind. Uttering apologies, Dr. Bledsoe helped him to his chair. Then, as the old man rested back with a smile, Dr. Bledsoe walked to the edge of the platform and lifted his arms. I closed my eyes as I heard the deep moaning sound that issued from him, and the rising crescendo of the student body joining in. This time it was music sincerely felt, not rendered for the guests but for themselves, a song of hope and exaltation. I wanted to rush from the building but didn't dare. I sat stiff and erect, supported by the hard bench, relying upon it as upon a form of hope. I could not look at Dr. Bledsoe now, because old Barbie had made me both feel my guilt and accept it, for although I had not intended it, any act that endangered the continuity of the dream was an act of treason. I did not listen to the next speaker, a tall white man who kept dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief and repeating his phrases in an emotional and inarticulate manner. Then the orchestra played excerpts from Dvorak's New World Symphony, and I kept hearing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot resounding through its dominant theme, my mother's and grandfather's favorite spiritual. It was more than I could stand, and before the next speaker could begin, I hurried past the disapproving eyes of teachers and matrons out into the night. A mockingbird trilled a note from where it perched upon the hand of the moonlit founder, flipping its moon-mad tail above the head of the eternally kneeling slave. I went up the shadowy drive, heard it trill behind me. The street lamps glowed brilliant in the moonlit dream of the campus, each light serene in its cage of shadows. I might well have waited until the end of the services, for I hadn't gone far when I heard the dim, bright notes of the orchestra striking up a march, followed by a burst of voices as the students filed out into the night. With a feeling of dread, I headed for the administration building, and upon reaching it, stood in the darkened doorway. My mind fluttered like the moths that veiled the street lamp, which cast shadows. Upon the bank of grass below me, I would now have my real interview with Dr. Bledsoe, and I recalled Barbie's address with resentment, with such words fresh in his mind. I was sure Dr. Bledsoe would be far less sympathetic to my plea. I stood in that darkened doorway trying to probe my future. If I were expelled, where would I go? What would I do? How could I ever return home? Chapter 6. Down the sloping lawn below me, the male students moved toward their dormitories, seeming far away from me now, remote, and each shadowy form vastly superior to me, who had by some shortcoming cast myself into the darkness away from all that was worthwhile and inspiring. I listened to one group harmonize quietly. As they passed, the smell of fresh bread being prepared in the bakery drifted to me. The good white bread of breakfast, the rolls dripping with yellow butter that I had slipped into my pocket, so often to be munched later in my room with wild blackberry jam from home. Lights began to appear in the girls' dormitories, like the bursting of luminous seeds flung broadside by an invisible hand. Several cars rolled by. I saw a group of old women who lived in the town approaching. One used a cane which from time to time she tapped hollowly upon the walk like a blind ma. And snatches of their conversation fluttered to me as they discussed Barbie's talk with enthusiasm. Recalled the times of the founder, their quavering voices weaving and embroidering his story. Then down the long avenue of trees, I saw the familiar Cadillac approaching and started inside the building, suddenly filled with panic. I hadn't gone 2 steps before I turned and hurried out into the night again. I couldn't stand to face Dr. Bledsoe immediately. I was fairly shivering as I fell in behind a group of boys going up the drive. They were arguing some point heatedly, but I was too agitated to listen and simply followed in their shadows, noticing the dull gleam of their polished shoe leather in the rays of the street lamps. I kept trying to formulate what I would say to Dr. Bledsoe, and the boys must have turned into their building, for suddenly finding myself outside the gates of the campus and heading down the highway, I turned and ran back to the building. When I went in, he was wiping his neck with a blue-bordered handkerchief. The shaded lamp, catching the lenses of his glasses, left half of his broad face in shadow as his clenched fist stretched full forth in the light before him. I stood, hesitating in the door, aware suddenly of the old heavy furnishings, the relics from the times of the founder, the framed portrait photographs and relief plaques of presidents and industrialists, men of power fixed like trophies or heraldic emblems upon the walls. "Come in," he said from the half-shadow. Then I saw him move and his head coming forward, his eyes burning. He began mildly, as if quietly joking, throwing me off balance. "Boy," he said, "I understand that you not only carried Mr. Norton out to the quarters, but that you wound up at that sinkhole, that golden day." It was a statement, not a question. I said nothing, and he looked at me with the same mild gaze. Had Barbie helped Mr. Norton soften him? "No," he said, "it wasn't enough to take him to the quarters. You had to make the complete tour to give him the full treatment. Was that it?" "No, sir, I mean that he was ill, sir," I said. "He had to have some whiskey." "And that was the only place you knew to go," he said. "So you went there because you were taking care of him?" "Yes, sir." "And not only that," he said in a voice that both mocked and marveled, "you took him out and sat him down on the gallery, veranda, piazza, whatever they call it, nowadays, and introduced him to the quality." "Quality?" I frowned. "Oh, but he insisted that I stop, sir. There was nothing I could do." "Of course," he said, "of course. He was interested in the cabins, sir. He was surprised that there were any left. So naturally you stopped," he said, bowing his head again. "Yes, sir." "Yes, and I suppose the cabin opened up and told him its life history and all the choice gossip." I started to explain. Boy, he exploded. Are you serious? Why were you out on that road in the first place? Weren't you behind the wheel? Yes, sir. Then haven't we bowed and scraped and begged and lied enough decent homes and drives for you to show him? Did you think that white man had to come 1,000 miles all the way from New York and Boston and Philadelphia just for you to show him a slum? Don't just stand there, say something. But I was only driving him, sir. I only stopped there after he ordered me to. Ordered you, he said. He ordered you. Damn it, white folk are always giving orders. It's a habit with them. Why didn't you make an excuse? Couldn't you say they had sickness, smallpox, or picked another cabin? Why that Trueblood shack? My God, boy, you're black and living in the South. Did you forget how to lie? Lie, sir, lie to him, lie to a trustee, sir, me. He shook his head with a kind of anguish, and me thinking I'd picked a boy with brain, he said. Didn't you know you were endangering the school? But I was only trying to please him. Please him, and here you are a junior in college. Why, the dumbest black bastard in the cotton patch knows that the only way to please a white man is to tell him a lie. What kind of education are you getting around here? Who really told you to take him out there? He said. He did, sir, no one else. Don't lie to me. That's the truth, sir. I warn you now, who suggested it? I swear, sir, no one told me. Nigger, this isn't the time to lie. I'm no white man. Tell me the truth. It was as though he'd struck me. I stared across the desk thinking. He called me. That. Answer me, boy. That, I thought, noticing the throbbing of a vein that rose between his eyes. Thinking he called me that. I wouldn't lie, sir, I said. Then who was that patient you were talking with? I never saw him before, sir. What was he saying? I can't recall it all, I muttered. The man was raving. Speak up, what did he say? He thinks that he lived in France and that he's a great doctor. Continue. He sighed. That I believed that white was right, I said. What? Suddenly his face twitched and cracked like the surface of dark water. And you do, don't you? Dr. Bledsoe said, suppressing a nasty laugh. Well, don't. You. I did not answer, thinking, you. Who was he? Did you ever see him before? No, sir, I hadn't. Was he Northern or Southern? I don't know, sir. He struck his desk. College for Negroes. Boy, what do you know other than how to ruin an institution in half an hour that it took over 100 years to build? Did he talk Northern or Southern? He talked like a white man, I said, except that his voice sounded Southern-like. One of ours. I'll have to investigate him, he said, a Negro-like that should be under lock and key. Across the campus, a clock struck the quarter hour, and something inside me seemed to muffle its sound. I turned to him desperately. Dr. Bledsoe, I'm awfully sorry. I had no intention of going there, but things just got out of hand. Mr. Norton understands how it happened. Listen to me, boy, he said loudly. Norton is one man and I'm another, and while he might think he's satisfied, I know that he isn't. Your poor judgment has caused this school incalculable damage. Instead of uplifting the race, you've torn it down. He looked at me as though I had committed the worst crime imaginable. Don't. You know we can't tolerate such a thing. I gave you an opportunity to serve one of our best white friends, a man who could make your fortune, but in return you dragged the entire race into the slime. Suddenly he reached for something beneath a pile of papers, an old leg shackle from slavery, which he proudly called a symbol of our progress. You've got to be disciplined, boy, he said. There's no ifs and ands about it. But you gave Mr. Norton your word. Don't stand there and tell me what I already know, regardless of what I said. As the leader of this institution, I can't possibly let this pass. Boy, I'm getting rid of you. It must have happened when the metal struck the desk, for suddenly I was leaning toward him, shouting with outrage. I'll tell him, I said. I'll go to Mr. Norton and tell him. You've lied to both of us. Oh. What? He said. You have the nerve to threaten me in my own office. I'll tell him, I screamed. I'll tell everybody. I'll fight you. I swear it, I'll fight. Well, he said, sitting back, well, I'll be damned. For a moment he looked me up and down, and I saw his head go back into the shadow, hearing a high, thin sound, like a cry of rage. Then his face came forward and I saw his laughter. For an instant I stared, then I wheeled and started for the door, hearing him sputter, "Wait, wait." Behind me. I turned, he gasped for breath, propping his huge head up with his hands as tears streamed down his face. "Come on, come," he said, removing his glasses and wiping his eyes. "Come on." "Son," his voice amused and conciliatory. It was as though I were being put through a fraternity initiation and found myself going back. He looked at me, still laughing with agony. My eyes burned. "Boy, you are a fool," he said. "Your white folk didn't teach you anything, and your motherwit has left you cold. What has happened to you young Negroes?" I thought. "You had caught on to how things are done down here, but you don't even know the difference between the way things are and the way they're supposed to be. My God." He gasped, "What is the race coming to?" "Why, boy, you can tell anyone you like. Sit down there." "Sit down, sir, I say." Reluctantly I sat, torn between anger and fascination, hating myself for obeying. "Tell anyone you like," he said. "I don't care. I wouldn't raise my little finger to stop you, because I don't owe anyone a thing, son. Who Negroes? Negroes don't control this school or much of anything else. Haven't you learned even that? No, sir, they don't control this school, nor white folk either. True, they support it, but I control it." Eyes big and black, and I say, "Yes," so as loudly as any burrhead when it's convenient. "But I'm still the king down here. I don't care how much it appears otherwise. Power doesn't have to show off. Power is confident, self-assuring, self-starting, and self-stopping, self-warming, and self-justifying. When you have it, you know it. Let the Negroes snicker and the crackers laugh. Those are the facts, son, the only ones I even pretend to please are big white folk, and even those I control more than they control me. This is a power setup, son, and I'm at the controls. You think about that when you buck against me. You're bucking against power, rich white folks. Power, the nation's power, which means government power. He paused to let it sink in, and I waited, feeling a numb, violent outrage. "And I'll tell you something your sociology teachers are afraid to tell you," he said. "If there weren't men like me running schools like this, there'd be no South, nor North either. No, and there'd be no country, not as it is today. You think about that." "Son," he laughed, "with all your speech-making and studying, I thought you understood something, but you, all right, go ahead. See Norton, you'll find that he wants you disciplined. He might not know it, but he does, because he knows that I know what is best for his interests. You're a black educated fool, son. These white folk have newspapers, magazines, radios, spokesmen to get their ideas across. If they want to tell the world a lie, they can tell it so well that it becomes the truth. And if I tell them that you're lying, they'll tell the world even if you prove you're telling the truth, because it's the kind of lie they want to hear." I heard the high, thin laugh again. "You're nobody, son. You don't exist, can't you see that? The white folk tell everybody what to think, except men like me. I tell them. That's my life, telling white folk how to think about the things I know about. Shocks you, doesn't it? Well, that's the way it is. It's a nasty deal, and I don't always like it myself, but you listen to me. I didn't make it, and I know that I can't change it. But I've made my place in it, and I'll have every Negro in the country hanging on tree limbs by morning if it means staying where I am." He was looking me in the eye now, his voice charged and sincere, as though uttering a confession, a fantastic revelation which I could neither believe nor deny. Cold drops of sweat moved at a glacier's pace down my spine. "I mean it, son," he said. "I had to be strong and purposeful to get where I am. I had to wait and plan and lick around. Yes, I had to act the nigger," he said, adding another fiery yes. "I don't even insist that it was worth it, but now I'm here and I mean to stay. After you win the game, you take the prize and you keep it, protect it. There's nothing else to do," he shrugged. "A man gets old winning his place, son, so you go ahead, go tell Your story match your truth against my truth, because what I've said is truth. The broader truth, test it, try it out. When I started out, I was a young fellow. But I no longer listened, nor saw more than the play of light upon the metallic discs of his glasses, which now seemed to float within the disgusting sea of his words. Truth, truth, what was truth? Nobody I knew, not even my own mother, would believe me if I tried to tell them, nor would I tomorrow, I thought, nor would I. I gazed helplessly at the grain of the desk, then passed his head to the case of loving cups. Behind his chair, above the case, a portrait of the founder looked noncommittally. Down. He, Bledsoe laughed. Your arms are too short to box with me, son, and I haven't had to really clip a young Negro in years. No, he said, getting up, they haven't been so cocky as they used to. This time I could barely move, my stomach was knotted and my kidneys ached. My legs were rubbery. For 3 years I had thought of myself as a man, and here, with a few words, he'd made me as helpless as an infant. I pulled myself up. Wait, hold on a second, he said, looking at me like a man about to flip a coin. I like your spirit, son. You're a fighter, and I like that. You just lack judgment, though. Lack of judgment can ruin you. That's why I have to penalize you, son. I know how you feel, too. You don't want to go home to be humiliated. I understand that, because you have some vague notions about dignity. In spite of me, such notions seep in. Along with the gimcrack teachers and northern-trained idealists. Yes, and you have some white folk backing you, and you don't want to face them because nothing is worse for a black man than to be humiliated by white folk. I know all about that, too. Old Doc's been buked and scorned and all of that. I don't just sing about it in chapel. I know about it, but you'll get over it. It's foolish and expensive and a lot of dead weights. You let the white folk worry about pride and dignity. You learn where you are. And get yourself power, influence, contacts with powerful and influential people. Then stay in the dark and use it. How long will I stand here and let him laugh at me, I thought, holding on to the back of the chair. How long? You're a nervy little fighter, son, he said, and the race needs good, smart, disillusioned fighters. Therefore, I'm going to give you a hand. Maybe you'll feel that I'm giving you my left hand after I've struck you with my right, if you think I'm the kind of man who'd lead with his right, which I'm most certainly not, but that's all. Right to take it or leave it. I want you to go to New York for the summer and save your pride and your money. You go there and earn your next year's fees. Understand? I nodded, unable to speak, whirling about furiously within myself, trying to deal with him to fit what he was saying to what he had said. I'll give you letters to some of the school's friends to see that you get work, he said, but this time use your judgment, keep your eyes open, get in the swing of things. Then if you make good, perhaps, well, perhaps, it's up to you. His voice stopped as he stood, tall and black and disc-eyed, huge. That's all, young man, he said, his tone abrupt, official. You have 2 days in which to close your affairs. 2 days. 2 days, he said. I went down the steps and up the walk in the dark, making it out of the building. Just before it bent me double, beneath the wisteria that hung from the trees on rope. Like vines, almost a total disembowelment, and when it paused, I looked up through the trees arched high and cool above me to see a whirling, double-imaged moon. My eyes were out of focus. I started toward my room, covering one eye with my hand to avoid crashing into trees and lampposts projected into my path. I went on, tasting bile and thankful that it was night with no one to witness my condition. My stomach felt raw. From somewhere across the quiet of the campus, the sound of an old guitar. Blues plucked from an out-of-tune piano drifted toward me like a lazy, shimmering wave, like the echoed whistle of a lonely train, and my head went over again, against a tree this time, and I could hear it splattering the flowering vines. When I could move, my head started to whirl in a circle. The day's events flowed past. Trueblood, Mr. Norton, Dr. Bledsoe, and the golden day swept around my mind. In a mad, surreal whirl, I stood in the path, holding my eye and trying to push back the day, but each time I floundered upon Dr. Bledsoe's decision, it still echoed in my Mind, and it was real, and it was final. Whatever my responsibility was for what had occurred, I knew that I would pay for it, knew that I would be expelled, and the very idea stabbed my insides again. I stood there on the moonlit walk, trying to think ahead to its effects, imagining the satisfaction of those who envied my success, the shame and disappointment of my parents. I would never live down my disgrace. My white friends would be disgusted, and I recalled the fear that hung over all those who had no protection from powerful whites. How had I come to this? I had kept unswervingly to the path placed before me, had tried to be exactly what I was expected to be, had done exactly what I was expected to do, yet, instead of winning the expected reward, here I was stumbling along, holding on desperately to one of my eyes in order to keep from bursting out. My brain against some familiar object swerved into my path by my distorted vision, and now, to drive me wild, I felt suddenly that my grandfather was hovering over me, grinning triumphantly out of the dark. I simply could not endure it, for despite my anguish and anger, I knew of no other way of living, nor other forms of success available to such as me. I was so completely a part of that existence that in the end I had to make my peace. It was either that or admit that my grandfather had made sense, which was impossible, for though I still believed myself innocent, I saw that the only alternative to permanently facing the world of True Blood and the Golden Day was to accept the responsibility for what had happened. Somehow, I convinced myself I had violated the code and thus would have to submit to punishment. Dr. Bledsoe is right, I told myself. He's right. The school and what it stands for have to be protected. There was no other way, and no matter how much I suffered, I would pay my debt as quickly as possible and return to building my career. Back in my room, I counted my savings, some $50, and decided to get to New York as quickly as possible. If Dr. Bledsoe didn't change his mind about helping me get a job, it would be enough to pay my room and board at Men's House, about which I had learned from fellows who lived there during their summer vacations. I would leave in the mornings. So while my roommate grinned and mumbled unaware in his sleep, I packed my bags. Next morning, I was up before the bugle sounded and already on a bench in Dr. Bledsoe's outer office when he appeared. The jacket of his blue serge suit was open, revealing a heavy gold chain linked between his vest pockets as he moved toward me. With a noiseless tread, he passed without seeming to see me. Then, as he reached his office door, he said, "I haven't changed my mind about you, boy, and I don't intend to." "Oh, I didn't come for that, sir," I said, seeing him turn quickly, looking down upon me, his eyes quizzical. "Very well, as long as you understand that. Come in and state your business. I have work to do." I waited before the desk, watching him place his Homburg on an old brass hall tree. Then he sat before me, making a cage of his fingers and nodding for me to begin. My eyes burned and my voice sounded unreal. "I'd like to leave this morning, sir," I said. His eyes retreated. "Why this morning?" he said. "I gave you until tomorrow. Why the hurry?" "It isn't hurry, sir, but since I have to leave, I'd like to get going. Staying you until tomorrow won't change matters." "No, it won't," he said. "That's good sense and you have my permission. And what else?" "That's all, sir, except that I want to say that I'm sorry for what I did and that I hold no hard feelings. What I did was unintentional, but I'm in agreement with my punishment." He touched his fingertips together, the thick fingers meeting delicately, his face without expression. "That's the proper attitude," he said. "In other words, you don't intend to become bitter, is that it?" "Yes, sir." "Yes, I can see that you're beginning to learn. That's good. Two things our people must do is accept responsibility for their acts and avoid becoming bitter." His voice rose with the conviction of his chapel speeches. "Son, if you don't become bitter, nothing can stop you from success. Remember that." "I shall, sir," I said. Then my throat thickened and I hoped he would bring up the matter of a job himself. Instead, he looked at me impatiently and said, "Well, I have work to do. My Permission is granted. Well, sir, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Favor, he said shrewdly. Now that's another matter. What kind of favor? It isn't much, sir. You suggested that you would put me in touch with some of the trustees who would give me a job. I'm willing to do anything. Oh, yes, he said. Yes, of course. He seemed to think for a moment, his eyes studying the objects on his desk. Then, touching the shackle gently with his index finger, he said, Very well. When do you intend to leave? By the first bus, if possible, sir. Are you packed? Yes, sir. Very well. Go get your bags and return here in 30 minutes. My secretary will give you some letters addressed to several friends of the school. One of them will do something for you. Thanks, sir. Thank you very much, I said as he stood. That's all right, he said. The school tries to look out for its own. Only one thing more, these letters will be sealed. Don't open them if you want help. White folk are strict about such things. The letters will introduce you and request them to help you with a job. I'll do my best for you, and it isn't necessary for you to open them. Understand? Oh, I wouldn't think of opening them, sir, I said. Very well, the young lady will have them for you when you return. What about your parents? Have you informed them? No, sir, it might make them feel too bad if I told them I was expelled, so I plan to write them after I get there and get a job. I see, perhaps that is best. Well, goodbye, sir, I said, extending my hand. Goodbye, he said. His hand was large and strangely limp. He pressed a buzzer as I turned to leave. His secretary brushed past me as I went through the door. The letters were waiting when I returned, 7 of them, addressed to men with impressive names. I looked for Mr. Norton's, but his was not among them. Placing them carefully in my inside pocket, I grabbed my bags and hurried for the bus. Chapter 7. The station was empty, but the ticket window was open and a porter in a gray uniform was pushing a broom. I bought my ticket and climbed into the bus. There were only 2 passengers seated at the rear of the red and nickel interior, and I suddenly felt that I was dreaming. It was the vet who gave me a smile of recognition. An attendant sat beside him. Welcome, young man, he called. Imagine, Mr. Crenshaw, he said to the attendant, we have a traveling companion. Morning, I said reluctantly. I looked around for a seat away from them, but although the bus was almost empty, only the rear was reserved for us, and there was nothing to do but move back with them. I didn't like it. The vet was too much a part of an experience which I was already trying to blot out of my consciousness. His way of talking to Mr. Norton had been a foreshadowing of my misfortune, just as I had sensed that it would be. Now, having accepted my punishment, I wanted to remember nothing connected with Trueblood or the Golden Day. Crenshaw, a much smaller man than Supercargo, said nothing. He was not the type usually sent out to accompany violent cases, and I was glad until I remembered that the only violent thing about the vet was his tongue. His mouth had already gotten me into trouble, and now I hoped he wouldn't turn it upon the white driver. That was apt to get us killed. What was he doing on the bus anyway? God, how had Dr. Bledsoe worked that fast? I stared at the fat man. How did your friend Mr. Norton make out? He asked. He's okay, I said. No more fainting spells. No. Did he bawl you out for what happened? He didn't blame me, I said. Good, I think I shocked him more than anything else he saw at the Golden Day. I hoped I hadn't caused you trouble. School isn't out so soon, is it? Not quite, I said lightly. I'm leaving early in order to take a job. Wonderful. At home? No, I thought I might make more money in New York. New York, he said, that's not a place, it's a dream. Hen, I was your age, it was. Chicago, now all the little black boys run away to New York, out of the fire into this melting pot. I can see you after you've lived in Harlem for 3 months. Your speech will change. You'll talk a lot about college. You'll attend lectures at the men's house. You might even meet a few white folks. And listen, he said, leaning close to Whisper, you might even dance with a white girl. I'm going to New York to work, I said, looking around me. I won't have time for that. You will though, he teased. Deep down you're thinking about the freedom you've heard about up north, and you'll try it once, just to see if what you've heard is true. There's other kinds of freedom besides some old white trash women, Crenshaw said. He might want to see him some shows and eat in some of them big restaurants. The vet grinned. Why, of course, but remember, Crenshaw, he's only going to be there a few months. Most of the time he'll be working, and so much of his freedom will have to be symbolic, and what will be his or any man's most easily accessible symbol of freedom? Why, a woman, of course. In 20 minutes he can inflate that symbol with all the freedom, which he'll be too busy working to enjoy the rest of the time. He'll see. I tried to change the subject. Where are you going? I asked. To Washington, D.C., he said. Then you're cured. Cured? There is no cure. He's being transferred, said Crenshaw. Yes, I'm headed for St. Elizabeth's, the vet said. The ways of authority are indeed mysterious. For a year I've tried to get transferred, then this morning I'm suddenly told to pack. I can't but wonder if our little conversation with your friend Mr. Norton had something to do with it. How could he have anything to do with it? I said, remembering Dr. Bledsoe's thread. How could he have anything to do with your being on this bus? He said. He winked, his eyes twinkled. All right, forget what I've said, but for God's sake, learn to look beneath the surface, he said. Come out of the fog, young man, and remember, you don't have to be a complete fool in order to succeed. Play the game. But don't believe in it. That much you owe yourself, even if it lands you in a straight jacket or a padded cell. Play the game, but play it your own way part of the time. At least play the game, but raise the ante, my boy. Learn how it operates, learn how you operate. I wish I had time to tell you only a fragment. We're an ass backward people, though. You might even beat the game. It's really a very crude affair, really. Pre-Renaissance, and that game has been analyzed, put down in books, but down here they've forgotten to take care of the books, and that's your opportunity. You're hidden right out in the open. That is, you would be if you only realized it. They wouldn't see you because they don't expect you to know anything, since they believe they've taken care of that. Man, who's this they you talking so much about? Said Crenshaw. The vet looked annoyed. They, he said. They, why the same they we always mean the white folks, authority, the gods, fate, circumstances, the force that pulls your strings until you refuse to be pulled anymore. The big man who's never there where you think he is. Crenshaw grimaced. You talk too damn much, man, he said. You talk and you don't say nothing. Oh, I have a lot to say, Crenshaw. I put into words things which most men feel, if only slightly. Sure, I'm a compulsive talker of a kind, but I'm really more clown than fool. But Crenshaw, he said, rolling a wand of the newspaper which lay across his knees, you don't realize what's happening. Our young friend is going north for the first time. It is for the first time, isn't it? You're right, I said. Of course. Were you ever north before, Crenshaw? I've been all over the country, Crenshaw said. I know how they do it wherever they do it, and I know how to act too. Besides, you ain't going north, not the real north. You going to Washington. It's just another southern town. Yes, I know, the vet said, but think of what this means for the young fellow. He's going free in the broad daylight and alone. I can remember when young fellows like him had first to commit a crime or be accused of one before they tried such a thing. Instead of leaving in the light of morning, they went in the dark of night, and no bus was fast enough. Isn't that so, Crenshaw? Crenshaw stopped unwrapping a candy bar and looked at him sharply, his eyes narrowed. How the hell I know, he said. I'm sorry, Crenshaw, the vet said. I thought that as a man of experience. Well, I ain't had that experience. I went north of my own free will. But haven't you heard of such cases? Hearing ain't experiencing, Crenshaw said. No, it isn't, but since there's always an element of crime in freedom, I ain't committed no crime. I didn't mean that you had, the vet said. I apologize, forget it. Crenshaw took an dry bite from his candy bar, mumbling, I wish you'd hurry up and get depressive, maybe then you won't talk so damn much. Yes, doctor, the vet said mockingly, I'll be depressive soon enough, but while you eat your candy, just allow me to chew the rag, there's a kind of substance in it. I'll quit trying to show off your education, Crenshaw said, you riding back here in the Jim Crow just like me, besides, you're a nut. The vet winked at me, continuing his flow of words as the bus got underway. We were going at last, and I took a last longing look as the bus shot around the highway, which circled the school. I turned and watched it recede from the rear window. The sun caught its treetops, bathed its low-set buildings and ordered grounds. Then it was gone in less than 5 minutes. The spot of earth which I identified with the best of all possible worlds was gone, lost within the wild, uncultivated countryside. A flash of movement drew my eye to the side of the highway now, and I saw a moccasin wiggle swiftly along the gray concrete, vanishing into a length of iron pipe that lay beside the road. I watched the flashing past of cotton fields and cabins, feeling that I was moving into the unknown. The vet and Crenshaw prepared to change buses at the next stop, and upon leaving, the vet placed his hand upon my shoulder and looked at me with kindness. And as always, he smiled. Now is the time for offering fatherly advice, he said, but I'll have to spare you that since I guess I'm nobody's father except my own. Perhaps that's the advice to give you: be your own father, young man, and remember, the world is possibility if only you'll discover it. Last of all, leave the Mr. Nortons alone, and if you don't know what I means, think about it. Farewell. I watched him following Crenshaw through the group of passengers waiting to get on, a short, comical figure turning to wave, then disappearing through the door of the red brick terminal. I sat back with a sigh of relief, yet once the passengers were aboard and the bus underway again, I felt sad and utterly alone. Not until we were sailing through the Jersey countryside did my spirits begin to rise. Then my old confidence and optimism revived, and I tried to plan my time in the North. I would work hard and serve my employer so well that he would shower Dr. Bledsoe with favorable reports, and I would save my money and return in the fall full of New York culture. I'd be indisputably the leading campus figure. Perhaps I would attend town meeting, which I had heard over the radio. I'd learn the platform tricks of the leading speakers, and I would make the best of my contacts. When I met the big men to whom my letters were addressed, I would put on my best manner. I would speak softly in my most polished tones, smile agreeably, and be most polite, and I would remember that if he meant any of the important gentlemen should begin a topic of conversation, I would never begin a subject of my own which I found unfamiliar. I would smile and agree. My shoes would be polished, my suit pressed, my hair dressed, not too much grease, and parted on the right side. My nails would be clean and my armpits well deodorized. You had to watch the last item. You couldn't allow them to think all of us smelled bad. The very thought of my contacts gave me a feeling of sophistication, of worldliness, which, as I fingered the important letters in my pocket, made me feel light and expansive. I dreamed with my eyes, gazing blankly upon the landscape, until I looked up to see a red cap frowning down. Buddy, are you getting off here? He said. If so, you better get started. Oh, sure, I said, beginning to move. Sure, but how do you get to Harlem? That's easy, he said. You just keep heading north. And while I got down my bags and my prize briefcase, still as shiny as the night of the Battle Royal, he instructed me how to take the subway. Then I struggled through the crowd. Moving into the subway, I was pushed along by the milling salt and pepper mob, seized in the back by a burly, blue-uniformed attendant about the size of supercargo, and crammed, bags and all, into a train that was so crowded that everyone seemed to stand with his head back and his eyes bulging, like chickens frozen at the sound of danger. Then the door banged behind me, and I was crushed against a huge woman in black who shook her head and smiled, while I stared with horror at a large mole that arose out of the oily whiteness of her skin like a black mountain sweeping out of a rain-wet plain, and all the while I could feel the rubbery softness of her flesh against the length of my body. I could neither turn sideways nor back away, nor set down my bags. I was trapped, so close that simply by nodding my head, I might have brushed her lips with mine. I wanted desperately to raise my hands to show her that it was against my will. I kept expecting her to scream, until finally the car lurched and I was able to free my left arm. I closed my eyes, holding desperately to my lapel. The car roared and swayed, pressing me hard against her, but when I took a furtive glance around, no one was paying me the slightest attention, and even she seemed lost in her own thoughts. The train seemed to plunge downhill now, only to lunge to a stop. That shot me out upon a platform, feeling like something regurgitated from the belly of a frantic whale. Wrestling with my bags, I swept along with the crowd up the stairs into the hot street. I didn't care where I was, I would walk the rest of the way. For a moment I stood before a shop window, staring at my own reflection in the glass, trying to recover from the ride against the woman. I was limp, my clothing wet. But you're up north now, I told myself. Up north. Yes, but suppose she had screamed. The next time I used the subway, I'd always be sure to enter with my hands grasping my lapels, and I'd keep them there until I left the train. Why, my God, they must have riots on those things all the time. Why hadn't I read about them? I had never seen so many black people against a background of brick buildings. Neon signs, plate glass, and roaring traffic, not even on trips I had made with the debating team to New Orleans, Dallas, or Birmingham. They were everywhere, so many, and moving along with so much tension and noise that I wasn't sure whether they were about to celebrate a holiday or join in a street fight. There were even black girls behind the counters of the 5 and 10 as I passed. Then at the street intersection, I had the shock of seeing a black policeman directing traffic, and there were white drivers in the traffic who obeyed his signals as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Sure, I had heard of it, but this was real. My courage returned. This really was Harlem, and now all the stories which I had heard of the city within a city leaped alive in my mind. The vet had been right. For me this was not a city of realities, but of dreams, perhaps because I had always thought of my life as being confined to the South. And now, as I struggled through the lines of people, new world of possibility suggested itself to me faintly, like a small voice that was barely audible in the roar of city sounds. I moved wide-eyed, trying to take the bombardment of impressions. Then I stopped still. It was ahead of me, angry and shrill, and upon hearing it I had a sensation of shock and fear, such as I had felt as a child when surprised by my father's voice. An emptiness widened in my stomach. Before me, a gathering of people were almost blocking the walk, while above them, a short, squat man shouted angrily from a ladder, to which were attached a collection of small American flags. "We gin chase 'em out," the man cried. "Out. Tell him about it, Raz Mon," a voice called. And I saw the squat man shake his fist angrily over the uplifted faces, yelling something in a staccato West Indian accent, at which the crowd yelled threateningly. It was as though a riot would break any minute. Against whom I didn't know. I was puzzled both by the effect of his voice upon me and by the obvious anger of the crowd. I had never seen so many black men angry in public before, and yet others passed the gathering by without even a glance, and as I came alongside, I saw 2 white policemen talking quietly with one another, their backs turned as they laughed at some joke, even when the shirt-sleeved crowd cried out in angry affirmation of some remark of the speaker. They paid no attention. I was stunned. I stood gaping at the policemen, my bags settling upon the middle of the walk, until one of them happened to see me and nudged the other, who chewed lazily upon a wad of gum. "What can we do for you, bud?" he said. "I was just wondering," I said before I caught myself. "Yeah, I was just wondering how to get to Men's House, sir," I said. "Is that all?" "Yes, sir," I stammered. "You sure?" "Yes, sir." He's a stranger, the other said. Just coming to town, bud. Yes, sir, I said. I just got off the subway. You did, huh? Well, you want to be careful. Oh, I will, sir. That's the idea, keep it clean, he said, and directed me to men's house. I thanked them and hurried on. The speaker had become more violent than before. And his remarks were about the government, the clash between the calm of the rest, of the street and the passion of the voice, gave the scene a strange, out-of-joint quality. And I was careful not to look back, lest I see a riot flare. I reached men's house in a sweat, registered, and went immediately to my room. I would have to take Harlem a little at a time. Chapter 8. It was a clean little room with a dark orange bedspread, the chair and dresser were maple, and there was a Gideon Bible lying upon a small table. I dropped my bags and sat on the bed. From the street below came the sound of traffic, the larger sound of the subway, the smaller, more varied sounds of voices. Alone in the room, I would hardly believe that I was so far away from home, yet there was nothing familiar in my surroundings except the Bible. I picked it up and sat back on the bed, allowing its blood-red-edged pages to ripple beneath my thumb. I remembered how Dr. Bledsoe could quote from the book during his speeches to the student body on Sunday nights. I turned to the book of Genesis but could not read. I thought of home and the attempts my father had made to institute family prayer, the gathering around the stove at mealtime and kneeling with heads bowed over the seats of our chairs, his voice quavering and full of church house rhetoric and verbal humility. But this made me homesick, and I put the Bible aside. This was New York. I had to get a job and earn money. I took off my coat and hat and took my packet of letters and lay back upon the bed, drawing a feeling of importance from reading the important names. What was inside, and how could I open them undetected? They were tightly sealed. I had read that letters were sometimes steamed open, but I had no steam. I gave it up. I really didn't need to know their contents, and it would not be honorable or safe to tamper with Dr. Bledsoe. I knew already that they concerned me and were addressed to some of the most important men in the whole country. That was enough. I caught myself wishing for someone to show the letters to, someone who could give me a proper reflection of my importance. Finally, I went to the mirror and gave myself an admiring smile as I spread the letters upon the dresser like a hand of high trump cards. Then I began to map my campaign for the next day. First, I would have a shower, then get breakfast, all this very early. I'd have to move fast, with important men like that. You had to be on time. If you made an appointment with one of them, you couldn't bring them any slow CP, colored people's time. Yes, and I would have to get a watch. I would do everything to schedule. I recalled the heavy gold chain that hung between Dr. Bledsoe's vest pockets and the air with which he snapped his watch open to consult the time, his lips pursed, chin pulled in so that it multiplied, his forehead wrinkled. Then he'd clear his throat and give a deeply intoned order, as though each syllable were pregnant with nuances of profoundly important meaning. I recalled my expulsion, feeling quick anger and attempting to suppress it immediately. But now I was not quite successful. My resentment stuck out at the edges, making me uncomfortable. Maybe it was best, I thought hastily. Maybe if it hadn't happened, I would never have received an opportunity to meet such important men face to face. In my mind's eye, I continued to see him gazing into his watch, but now he was joined by another figure, a younger figure myself, become shrewd, suave, and dressed not somber garments like his old-fashioned ones, but in a dapper suit of rich material, cut fashionably, like those of the men you saw in magazine ads, the junior executive types in Esquire. I imagined myself making a speech and caught in striking poses by flashing cameras snapped at the end of some period of dazzling eloquence. Younger version of the doctor, less crude, indeed polished. I would hardly ever speak above a whisper, and I would always be, yes, there was no other word, I would be charming like Ronald Colman. What a voice. Of course you couldn't speak that way. In the South, the white folks wouldn't like it, and the Negroes would say that you were putting on. But here in the North, I would slew off my Southern ways of Speech, indeed, I would have one way of speaking in the North and another in the South. Give them what they wanted down South. That was the way. If Dr. Bledsoe could do it, so could I. Before going to bed that night, I wiped off my briefcase with a clean towel and placed the letters carefully inside. The next morning, I took an early subway into the Wall Street district, selecting an address that carried me almost to the end of the island. It was dark with the tallness of the buildings and the narrow streets. Armored cars with alert guards went past as I looked for the number. The streets were full of hurrying people who walked as though they had been wound up and were directed by some unseen control. Many of the men carried dispatch cases and briefcases, and I gripped mine with a sense of importance, and here and there I saw Negroes who hurried along with leather pouches strapped to their wrists. They reminded me fleetingly of prisoners carrying their leg irons as they escaped from a chain gang, yet they seemed aware of some self-importance, and I wished to stop one and ask him why he was chained to his pouch. Maybe they got paid well for this, maybe they were chained to money, perhaps. The man with rundown heels ahead of me was chained to $1 million. I looked to see if there were policemen or detectives with drawn guns following. But there was no one, or if so, they were hidden in the hurrying crowd. I wanted to follow one of the men to see where he was going. Why did they trust him with all that money, and what would happen if he should disappear with it? But of course no one would be that foolish. This was Wall Street. Perhaps it was guarded, as I had been told post offices were guarded by men who looked down at you through peepholes in the ceiling and walls, watching you constantly, silently waiting for a wrong move. Perhaps even now an eye had picked me up and watched my every movement. Maybe. The face of that clock set in the gray building across the street hid a pair of searching eyes. I hurried to my address and was challenged by the sheer height of the white stone with its sculptured bronze facade. Men and women hurried inside and after. Staring for a moment, I followed, taking the elevator and being pushed to the back of the car. It rose like a rocket, creating a sensation in my crotch as though an important part of myself had been left below in the lobby. At the last stop, I left the car and went down a stretch of marble hallway until I found the door marked with the trustee's name, but starting to enter, I lost my nerve and backed away. I looked down the hall. It was empty. White folks were funny. Mr. Bates might not wish to see a Negro the first thing in the morning. I turned and walked down the hall and looked out of the window. I would wait a while. Below me lay South Ferry, and a ship and 2 barges were passing out into the river, and far out, and to the right I could make out the Statue of Liberty, her torch almost lost in the fog. Back along the shore, gulls soared through the mist above the docks and down so far below that it made me dizzy. Crowds were moving. I looked back to a ferry passing the Statue of Liberty now, its backwash a curving line upon the bay and 3 gulls swooping down behind it. Behind me, the elevator was letting off passengers, and I heard the cheery voices of women going chattering down the hall. Soon I would have to go in. My uncertainty grew. My appearance worried me. Mr. Bates might not like my suit or the cut of my hair, and my chance of a job would be lost. I looked at his name typed neatly across the envelope and wondered how he earned his money. He was a millionaire, I knew. Maybe he had always been. Maybe he was born a millionaire. Never before had I been so curious about money as now that I believed I was surrounded by it. Perhaps I would get a job here, and after a few years would be sent up and down the streets with millions strapped to my arms, a trusted messenger. Then I'd be sent south again to head the college, just as the mayor's cook had been made principal of the school after she'd become too lame to stand before her stove. Only I wouldn't stay north that long. They'd need me before that. But now for the interview. Entering the office, I found myself face to face with a young woman who looked up from her desk as I glanced swiftly over the large light room, over the comfortable chairs, the ceiling-high bookcases with gold and leather bindings, past a series of portraits and back again to meet her questioning eyes. She was alone, and I thought, well, at least I'm not too early. Good morning, she said, betraying none of the antagonism I had expected. "Good morning," I said, advancing. "How should I begin?" "Yes. Is this Mr. Bates' office?" I said. "Why, yes, it is," she said. "Have you an appointment?" "No, ma'am," I said, and quickly hated myself for saying ma'am to so young a white woman, and in the North too. I removed the letter from my briefcase, but before I could explain, she said, "May I see it, please?" I hesitated. I did not wish to surrender the letter except to Mr. Bates, but there was a command in the extended hand, and I obeyed. I surrendered it, expecting her to open it, but instead, after looking at the envelope, she rose and disappeared behind a paneled door without a word. Back across the expanse of carpet to the door, which I had entered, I noticed several chairs but was undecided to go there. I stood, my hat in my hand, looking. Around me, one wall caught my eyes. It was hung with 3 portraits of dignified old gentlemen in winged collars who looked down from their frames with an assurance, an arrogance that I had never seen in any except white men and a few bad, razor-scarred Negroes, not even Dr. Bledsoe, who had but to look around him without speaking to set the teachers to trembling, had such assurance. So these were the kind of men who stood behind him. How did they fit in with the Southern white folks? With the men who gave me my scholarship? I was still staring, caught in the spell of power and mystery, when the secretary returned. She looked at me oddly and smiled. "I'm very sorry," she said, "but Mr. Bates is just too busy to see you this morning, and asks that you leave your name and address. You'll hear from him by mail." I stood silent with disappointment. "Write it here," she said, giving me a card. "I'm sorry," she said again as I scribbled my address and prepared to leave. "I can be reached here at any time," I said. "Very good," she said. "You should hear very soon." She seemed very kind and interested, and I left in good spirits. My fears were groundless. There was nothing to it. This was New York. I succeeded in reaching several trustees' secretaries during the days that followed, and all were friendly and encouraging. Some looked at me strangely, but I dismissed it since it didn't appear to be antagonism. Perhaps they're surprised to see someone like me with introductions to such important men, I thought. Well, there were unseen lines that ran from north to south, and Mr. Norton had called me his destiny. I swung my briefcase with confidence. With things going so well, I distributed my letters in the mornings and saw the city during the afternoons, walking about the streets, sitting on subways beside whites, eating with them in the same cafeterias, although I avoided their tables, gave me the eerie, out-of-focus sensation of a dream. My clothes felt ill-fitting, and for all my letters to men of power, I was unsure of how I should act. For the first time, as I swung along the streets, I thought consciously of how I had conducted myself at home. I hadn't worried too much about whites as people. Some were friendly and some were not, and you tried not to offend either. But here they all seemed impersonal, and yet when most impersonal, they startled me by being polite, by begging my pardon after brushing against me in a crowd. Still, I felt that even when they were polite, they hardly saw me, that they would have begged the pardon of Jack the bear, never glancing his way if the bear happened to be walking along minding his business. It was confusing. I did not know if it was desirable or undesirable. But my main concern was seeing the trustees, and after more than a week of seeing the city and being vaguely encouraged by secretaries, I became impatient. I had distributed all but the letter to a Mr. Emerson, who I knew from the papers was away from the city. Several times I started down to see what had happened, but changed my mind. I did not wish to seem too impatient, but time was becoming short. Unless I found work soon, I would never earn enough to enter school by fall. I had already written home that I was working for a member of the trustee board, and the only letter I had received so far was one telling me how wonderful they thought it was and warning me against the ways of the wicked city. Now I couldn't write them for money without revealing that I had been lying about the job. Finally, I tried to reach the important men by telephone, only to receive polite refusals by their secretaries, but fortunately I still had the letter to Mr. Emerson. I decided to use it, but instead of handing it over to a secretary, I wrote a letter explaining that I had a message from Dr. Bledsoe and requesting an appointment. Maybe I've been wrong about the secretaries, I thought. Maybe they destroyed the letters. I should have been more careful. I thought of Mr. Norton. If only the last letter had been addressed to him. If only he lived in New York so that I could make a personal appeal. Somehow I felt closer to Mr. Norton and felt that if he should see me, he would remember that it was I whom he connected so closely to his fate. Now it seemed ages ago and in a different season and a distant land. Actually, it was less than a month. I became energetic and wrote him a letter expressing my belief that my future would be immeasurably different if only I could work for him, that he would be benefited as well as I was especially careful to allow some indication of my ability to come through the appeal. I spent several hours on the typing, destroying copy after copy until I had completed one that was immaculate, carefully phrased, and most respectful. I hurried down and posted it before the final mail collection, suddenly seized with the dizzy conviction that it would bring results. I remained about the building for 3 days awaiting an answer. But the letter brought no reply, nor any more than a prayer unanswered by God. Was it returned? My doubts grew. Perhaps all was not well. I remained in my room all the next day. I grew conscious that I was afraid, more afraid here in my room than I had ever been in the South, and all the more because here there was nothing concrete to lay it to. All the secretaries had been encouraging. In the evening I went out to a movie, a picture of frontier life with heroic Indian fighting and struggles against flood, storm, and forest fire, with the outnumbered settlers winning each engagement, an epic of wagon trains rolling ever westward. I forgot myself, although there was no one like me taking part in the adventures, and left the dark room in a lighter mood. But that night I dreamed of my grandfather and awoke depressed. I walked out of the building with a queer feeling that I was playing a part in some scheme which I did not understand. Somehow I felt that Bledsoe and Norton were behind it, and all day I was inhibited in both speech and conduct for fear that I might say or do something scandalous. But this was all fantastic, I told myself. I was being too impatient. I could wait for the trustees to make a move. Perhaps I was being subjected to a test of some kind. They hadn't told me the rules, I knew, but the feeling persisted. Perhaps my exile would end suddenly, and I would be given a scholarship to return to the campus. But when? How long? Something had to happen soon. I would have to find a job to tide me over. My money was almost gone, and anything might happen. I had been so confident that I had failed to put aside the price of train fare home. I was miserable, and I dared not talk to anyone about my problems, not even the officials at Men's House, for since they had learned that I was to be assigned to an important job, they treated me with a certain deference. Therefore I was careful to hide my growing doubts. After all, I thought I might have to ask for credit, and I'll have to appear a good risk. No, the thing to do was to keep faith. I'd start out once more in the morning. Something was certain to happen tomorrow, and it did. I received a letter from Mr. Emerson. Chapter 9. It was a clear, bright day when I went out, and the sun burned warm upon my eyes. Only a few flecks of snowy cloud hung high in the morning blue sky, and already a woman was hanging wash on a roof. I felt better walking along. A feeling of confidence grew. Far down the island, the skyscrapers rose tall and mysterious in the thin pastel haze. A milk truck went past. I thought of the school. What were they doing now on the campus? Had the moon sunk low and the sun climbed clear? Had the breakfast bugle blown? Did the bellow of the big seed bull awaken the girls in the dorms this morning, as on most spring mornings when I was there, sounding clear and full above bells and bugles and early workaday sounds? I hurried along, encouraged by the memories, and suddenly I was seized with a certainty that today was the day something would happen. I patted my briefcase, thinking of the letter. Inside, the last had been first, a good sign. Close to the curb ahead, I saw a man pushing a cart piled high with rolls of blue paper and heard him singing in a clear, ringing voice. It was a blues, and I walked along behind him, remembering the times that I had heard such singing at home. It seemed that here some memories slipped around my life at the campus and went far back to things I had long ago shut out of my mind. There was no escaping such reminders. She's got feet like a monkey, legs like a frog, laud, laud. But when she starts to loving me, I holler woo, god dog. 'Cause I loves my bobby better than I do myself. And as I drew alongside, I was startled to hear him call to me. Look a here, buddy. Yes, I said, pausing to look into his reddish eyes. Tell me just one thing this very fine morning. Hey, wait a minute, Daddy-o, I'm going your ways. What is it? I said. What I want to know is, he said, is you got the dog. Dog? What dogs? Show, he said, stopping his cart and resting it on its support. That's it, who? He halted to crouch with one foot on the curb, like a country preacher about to pound. His Bible got the dog, his head snapping with each word like an angry roosters. I laughed nervously and stepped back. He watched me out of shrewd eyes. Oh. Goddog Daddy-o, he said with a sudden bluster. Who got the damn dog? Now I know you from down home. How come you trying to act like you never heard that before? Hell, ain't nobody out here this morning but us colored. Why you trying to deny me? Suddenly I was embarrassed and angry. Deny you? What do you mean? Just answer the question. Is you got him or ain't you? The dog. Yeah, the dog. I was exasperated. No, not this morning, I said, and saw a grin spread over his face. Wait a minute, Daddy, now don't go get mad. Damn man, I thought show you had him, he said, pretending to disbelieve me. I started away and he pushed the cart beside me, and suddenly I felt uncomfortable. Somehow he was like one of the vets from the golden day. Well, maybe it's the other way round, he said. Maybe he got holt to you. Maybe, I said. If he is, you lucky it's just a dog. 'Cause, man, I tell you I believe it's a bear that's got holt to me. The bear. Hell yes, the bear. Can't you see these patches where he's been clawing at my behind? Pulling the seat of his Charlie Chaplin pants to the side, he broke into deep laughter. Man, this Harlem ain't nothing but a bear's den. But I tell you one thing, he said, with swiftly sobering face, it's the best place in the world for you and May, and if times don't get better soon, I'm going to grab that bear and turn him every way but loose. Don't let him get you down, I said. No, Daddy-o, I'm going to start with one my own size. I tried to think of some saying about bears to reply, but remembered only Jack the Rabbit, Jack the Bear, who were both long forgotten and now brought a wave of homesickness. I wanted to leave him, and yet I found a certain comfort in walking along beside him, as though we'd walked this way before through other mornings, in other places. What is all that you have there? I said, pointing to the rolls of blue paper stacked in the cart. Blueprints, man. Here I got about 100 pounds of blueprints, and I couldn't build nothing. What are they blueprints for? I said. Damn if I know everything. Cities, towns, country clubs, some just buildings. And houses. I got damn near enough to build me a house if I could live in a paper house like they do in Japan. I guess somebody done changed their plans, he added. With a laugh, I asked the man why they getting rid of all this stuff, and he said they get in the way, so every once in a while they have to throw 'em out to make place for the new plans. Plenty of these ain't never been used, you know. You have quite a lot, I said. Yeah, this ain't all neither. I got a couple of loads. There's a day's work right herein. This stuff, folks is always making plans and changing 'em. Yes, that's right, I said, thinking of my letters, but that's a mistake. You have to stick to the plan. He looked at me, suddenly grave. You kinda young, Daddy-o, he said. I did not answer. We came to a corner at the top of a hill. Well, Daddy-o, it's been good talking with a youngster from the old country, but I Got to leave you now. This here's one of them good old downhill streets. I can coast a while and won't be worn out at the end of the day. Damn if I'ma let 'em run me into my grave. I be seeing you again sometime, and you know something. What's that? I thought you was trying to deny me at first, but now I be pretty glad to see you. Oh, I hope so, I said, and you take it easy. Oh, I'll do that. All it takes to get along in this here man's town is a little shit, grit. And motherwit and man, I was born with all three, in fact. I macevint sonafacevint sonben with lover both a sendre zed and blackcat. Bonchai jont the conquerorin grisa greens, he spieled with twinkling eyes, his lips working rapidly. You dig me, daddy. You're going too fast, I said, beginning to laugh. Okay, I'm slowing down. I'll verse you, but I won't curse you. My name is Peter Wheatstraw. I'm the devil's only son-in-law, so roll 'em. You a southern boy, ain't you? He said, his head to one side like a bear's. Yes, I said. Well, get with it. My name's Blue, and I'm coming at you with a pitchfork. Fee fi fo. Fum, who wants to shoot the devil one, Lord God Stingeroy. He had me grinning despite myself. I liked his words, though I didn't know the answer. I'd known the stuff from childhood, but had forgotten it, had learned it back of school. You digging me, daddy, he laughed. Haw, but look me up sometimes. I'm a piano player and a rounder, a whiskey drinker and a pavement pounder. I'll teach you some good bad habits. You'll need 'em. Good luck, he said. So long, I said, and watched him going. I watched him push around the corner to the top of the hill, leaning sharp against the cart handle, and heard his voice arise, muffled now as he started down. She's got feet like a monkey. Legs. Legs like a mad bulldog. What does it mean, I thought. I'd heard it all my life, but suddenly the strangeness of it came through to me. Was it about a woman or about some strange sphinx-like animal? Certainly his woman. No woman fitted that description. And why describe anyone in such contradictory words? Was it a sphinx? Did old Chaplain Pants, old Dusty Butt, love her or hate her? Or was he merely singing? What kind of woman could love a dirty fellow like that, anyway? And how could even he love her if she were as repulsive as the song described? I moved ahead. Perhaps everyone loved someone I didn't know. I couldn't give much thought to love in order to travel far. You had to be detached, and I had the long road back to the campus before me. I strode along, hearing the cartman's song become a lonesome, broad-toned whistle. Now that flowered at the end of each phrase into a tremulous, blue-toned chord, and in its flutter and swoop, I heard the sound of a railroad train highballing it, lonely. Across the lonely night, he was the devil's son-in-law, all right, and he was a man who could whistle a three-toned chord. God damn, I thought, they're a hell of a people, and I didn't know whether it was pride or disgust that suddenly flashed over my. At the corner, I turned into a drugstore and took a seat at the counter. Several men were bent over plates of food. Glass globes of coffee simmered above blue flames. I could feel the odor of frying bacon reach deep into my stomach as I watched the counterman open the doors of the grill and turn the line strips over, and bang. The doors shut again. Above, facing the counter, a blonde, sunburned college girl smiled down, inviting all and sundry to drink a Coke. The counterman came over. I've got something good for you, he said, placing a glass of water before me. How about the special? What's the special? Pork chops, grits, 1 egg, hot biscuits, and coffee. He leaned over the counter with a look that seemed to say, there, that ought to excite you, boy. Could everyone see that I was Southern? I'll have orange juice, toast, and coffee, I said coldly. He shook his head. You fooled me, he said, slamming 2 pieces of bread into the toaster. I would have sworn you were a pork chop man. Is that juice large or small? Make it large, I said. I looked silently at the back of his head as he sliced an orange, thinking I should order the special and get up and walk out. Who does he think he is? A seed floated in the thick layer of pulp that formed at the top of the glass. I fished it out with a spoon and then down the acid drink, proud to have resisted the pork chops and grits. It was an act of discipline, a sign of the change that was coming over Me and which would return me to college a more experienced man. I would be. Basically the same, I thought, stirring my coffee, yet so subtly changed as to intrigue. Those who had never been north, it always helped at the college to be a little different. Especially if you wished to play a leading role, it made the folks talk about you, try to figure you out. I had to be careful, though, not to speak too much like a northern Negro. They wouldn't like that. The thing to do, I thought with a smile, was to give them hints that whatever you did or said was weighted with broad and mysterious meanings that lay just beneath the surface. They'd love that, and the vaguer you told things, the better. You had to keep them guessing, just as they guessed about Dr. Bledsoe. Did Dr. Bledsoe stop at an expensive white hotel when he visited New York? Did he go on parties with the trustees, and how did he act? Man, I bet he has him a fine time. They tell me when old Doc gets to New York he don't stop for the red lights. Say he drinks his good red whiskey and smokes his good black cigars and forgets all about you know-nothing Negroes down here on the campus. Say when he gets up north, he makes everybody call him Mr. Doctor Bledsoe. I smiled as the conversation came back to my mind. I felt good. Perhaps it was all to the best that I had been sent away. I had learned more. Heretofore all the campus gossip had seemed merely malicious and disrespectful. Now I could see the advantage. For Dr. Bledsoe, whether we liked him or not, he was never out of our minds. That was a secret of leadership. Strange I should think of it now, for although I'd never given it any thought before, I seemed to have known it all along. Only here the distance from the campus seemed to make it clear and hard, and I thought it without fear. Here it came to hand just as easily as the coin which I now placed on the counter for my breakfast. It was 15 cents, and as I felt for a nickel I took out another dime, thinking, is it an insult when one of us tips one of them? I looked for the counterman, seeing him serving a plate of pork chops and grits to a man with a pale blonde mustache, and stared. Then I slapped the dime on the counter and left, annoyed that the dime did not ring as loud as a 50-cent piece. When I reached the door of Mr. Emerson's office, it occurred to me that perhaps I should have waited until the business of the day was underway, but I disregarded the idea and went ahead. My being early would be, I hoped, an indication of both how badly I wanted work and how promptly I would perform any assignment given me. Besides, wasn't there a saying that the first person of the day to enter a business would get a bargain, or was that said only of Jewish business? I removed the letter from my briefcase. Was Emerson a Christian or a Jewish name? Beyond the door it was like a museum. I had entered a large reception room, decorated with cool tropical colors. One wall was almost covered by a huge colored map from which narrow red silk ribbons stretched tautly from each division of the map to a series of ebony pedestals, upon which sat glass specimen jars containing natural products of the various countries. It was an importing firm. I looked around the room amazed. There were paintings, bronzes, tapestries, all beautifully arranged. I was dazzled and so taken aback that I almost dropped my briefcase when I heard a voice say, "And what would your business be?" I saw the figure out of a collar ad, ruddy face with blonde hair faultlessly in place. Tropical weave suit draped handsomely from his broad shoulders, his eyes gray and nervous behind clear-framed glasses. I explained my appointment. "Oh, yes," he said. "May I see the letter, please?" I handed it over, noticing the gold links in the soft white cuffs as he extended his hand. Glancing at the envelope, he looked back at me with a strange interest in his eyes and said, "Have a seat, please. I'll be with you in a moment." I watched him leave noiselessly, moving with a long, hip-swinging stride that caused me to frown. I went over and took a teakwood chair with cushions of emerald green silk, sitting stiffly with my briefcase across my knees. He must have been sitting there when I came in, for on a table that held a beautiful dwarf tree I saw smoke rising from a cigarette in a jade ashtray. An open book, something called Totem and Taboo, lay beside it. I looked across to a lighted case of Chinese design, which held delicate-looking statues of horses and birds, small vases and bowls, each Set upon a carved wooden base, the room was quiet as a tomb until suddenly there was a savage beating of wings, and I looked toward the window to see an eruption of color as though a gale had whipped up a bundle of brightly colored rags. It was an aviary of tropical birds set near one of the broad windows, through which, as the clapping of wings settled down, I could see two ships plying far out upon the greenish bay below. A large bird began a song, drawing my eyes to the throbbing of its bright blue, red, and yellow throat. It was startling, and I watched the surge and flutter of the birds as their colors flared for an instant like an unfurled oriental fan. I wanted to go and stand near the cage for a better view, but decided against it. It might seem unbusinesslike. I observed the room from the chair. These folks are the kings of the earth, I thought, hearing the bird make an ugly noise. There was nothing like this at the college museum or anywhere else that I had ever been. I recalled only a few cracked relics from slavery times, an iron pot, an ancient bell, a set of ankle irons and links of chain, a primitive loom, a spinning wheel, a gourd for drinking, an ugly ebony African god that seemed to sneer. Presented to the school by some traveling millionaire, a leather whip with copper brads, a branding iron with the double letter MM, though I had seen them very seldom. They were vivid in my mind. They had not been pleasant, and whenever I had visited the room, I avoided the glass case in which they rested, preferring instead to look at photographs of the early days after the Civil War, the times close to those blind Barbie had described, and I had not looked even at these too often. I tried to relax. The chair was beautiful but hard. Where had the man gone? Had he shown any antagonism when he saw me? I was annoyed that I had failed to see him first. One had to watch such details. Suddenly there came a harsh cry from the cage, and once more I saw a mad flashing, as though the birds had burst into spontaneous flame, fluttering and beating their wings maliciously against the bamboo bars, only to settle down just as suddenly when the door opened, and the blond man stood beckoning, his hand upon the knob. I went over, tense inside me. Had I been accepted or rejected? There was a question in his eyes. "Come in, please," he said. "Thank you," I said, waiting to follow him. "Please," he said with a slight smile. I moved ahead of him, sounding the tone of his words for a sign. "I want to ask you a few questions," he said, waving my letter at two chairs. "Yes, sir," I said. "Tell me, what is it that you're trying to accomplish?" he said. "I want a job, sir, so that I can earn enough money to return to college in the fall." "To your old school?" "Yes, sir." "I see." For a moment he studied me silently. "When do you expect to graduate?" "Next year, sir. I've completed my junior classes." "Oh, you have? That's very good. And how old are you?" "Almost 20, sir." "A junior at 19. You are a good student." "Thank you, sir," I said, beginning to enjoy the interview. "Were you an athlete?" he asked. "No, sir." "You have the build," he said, looking me up and down. "You'd probably make an excellent runner, a sprinter." "I've never tried, sir." "And I suppose it's silly even to ask what you think of your alma mater," he said. "I think it's one of the best in the world," I said, hearing my voice surge with deep feeling. I know," he said, with a swift displeasure that surprised me. I became alert again as he mumbled something incomprehensible about nostalgia. "For Harvard Yards. But what if you were offered an opportunity to finish your work at some other college?" he said, his eyes widening behind his glasses. His smile had returned. "Another college?" I asked, my mind beginning to whirl. "Why, yes, say some school in New England." I looked at him speechlessly. Did he mean Harvard? Was this good or bad? Where was it leading? "I don't know, sir," I said cautiously. "I've never thought about it. I've only a year more, and, well, I know everyone at my old school, and they know me." I came to a confused halt, seeing him look at me with a sigh of resignation. What was on his mind? Perhaps I had been too frank about returning to the college, maybe. He was against our having a higher education, but hell, he's only a secretary. Or is he? I understand, he said calmly. It was presumptuous of me to even suggest. Another school, I guess one's college, is really a kind of mother and father. Sacred matter. Yes, sir, that's it, I said in hurried agreement. His eyes narrowed, but now I must ask you an embarrassing question. Do you mind? Why, no, sir, I said nervously. I don't like to ask this, but it's quite necessary. He leaned forward with a pained frown. Tell me, did you read the letter which you brought to Mr. Emerson? This, he said, taking the letter from the table. Why, no, sir, it wasn't addressed to me, so naturally I wouldn't think of opening it. I know. Of course not, I know you wouldn't, he said, fluttering his hand and sitting erect. I'm sorry, and you must dismiss it, like one of those annoying personal questions you find so often nowadays on supposedly impersonal forms. I didn't believe him, but was it opened, sir? Someone might have gone into my things. Oh no, nothing like that. Please forget the question, and tell me, please, what are your plans after graduation? I'm not sure, sir. I'd like to be asked to remain at the college as a teacher, or as a member of the administrative staff, and, well, yes, and what else? Well, I guess I'd really like to become Dr. Bledsoe's assistant. Oh, I see, he said, sitting back and forming his mouth into a thin-lipped circle. You're very ambitious. I guess I am, sir, but I'm willing to work hard. Ambition is a wonderful force, he said, but sometimes it can be blinding. On the other hand, it can make you successful, like my father. A new edge came into his voice, and he frowned and looked down at his hands, which were trembling. The only trouble with ambition is that it sometimes blinds one to realities. Tell me, how many of these letters do you have? I had about 7, sir, I replied, confused by his new turn. There. 7, he was suddenly angry. Yes, sir, that was all he gave me. And how many of these gentlemen have you succeeded in seeing, may I ask? A sinking feeling came over me. I haven't seen any of them personally, sir. And this is your last letter? Yes, sir, it is, but I expect to hear from the others, they said. Of course you will, and from all 7, they're all loyal Americans. There was unmistakable irony in his voice now, and I didn't know what to say. 7, he repeated mysteriously. Oh, don't let me upset you, he said with an elegant gesture of self-disgust. I had a difficult session with my analyst last evening, and the slightest thing is apt to set me off, like an alarm clock without control, say. He said, slapping his palm against his thighs. What on earth does that mean? Suddenly he was in a state. One side of his face had begun to twitch and swell. I watched him light a cigarette, thinking, what on earth is this all about? Some things are just too unjust for words, he said, expelling a plume of smoke, and too ambiguous for either speech or ideas. By the way, have you ever been to the Club Calamus? I don't think I've ever heard of it, sir, I said. You haven't, it's very well known. Many of my Harlem friends go there. It's a rendezvous for writers, artists, and all kinds of celebrities. There's nothing like it in the city, and by some strange twist, it has a truly continental flavor. I've never been to a nightclub, sir. I'll have to go there to see what it's like after. I've started earning some money, I said, hoping to bring the conversation back to the problem of jobs. He looked at me with a jerk of his head, his face beginning to twitch again. I suppose I've been evading the issue again, as always. Look, he burst out impulsively, do you believe that 2 people, 2 strangers who have never seen one another before, can speak with utter frankness and sincerity? Sir. Oh damn, what I mean is, do you believe it possible for us, the 2 of us, to throw off the mask of custom and manners that insulate man from man, and converse in naked honesty and frankness? I don't know what you mean exactly, sir, I said. Are you sure? I do. Of course, if I could only speak plainly. I'm confusing you, such frankness just isn't possible because all our motives are impure. Forget what I just said. I'll try to put it this way, and remember this, please. My head spun. He was addressing me, leaning forward confidentially as though He'd known me for years, and I remembered something my grandfather had said long ago: don't let no white man tell you his business, 'cause after he tells you he's liable to get shame, he told it to you and then he'll hate you. Fact is, he was hating you all the time. I want to try to reveal a part of reality that is most important to you, but I warn you it's going to hurt. No, let me finish, he said, touching my knee lightly and quickly removing his hand as I shifted my position. What I want to do is done very seldom, and to be honest, it wouldn't happen now if I hadn't sustained a series of impossible frustrations. You see, well, I'm thwarted. Oh damn, there I go again, thinking only of myself. We're both frustrated. Understand, both of us, and I want to help you. You mean you'll let me see Mr. Emerson? He frowned. Please don't seem so happy about it, and don't leap to conclusions. I want to help, but there is a tyranny involved. A tyranny, my lungs tightened. Yes, that's a way of putting it, because to help you I must disillusion you. Oh, I don't think I mind, sir. Once I see Mr. Emerson, it'll be up to me. All I want to do is speak to him. Speak to him, he said, getting quickly to his feet and mashing his cigarette into the tray with shaking fingers. No one speaks to him, he does the speaking. Suddenly he broke off. On second thought, perhaps you'd better leave me your address and I'll mail you Mr. Emerson's reply in the morning. He's really a very busy man. His whole manner had changed. But you said, I stood up, completely confused. Was he having fun with me? Couldn't you let me talk to him for just 5 minutes? I pleaded. I'm sure I can. Convince him that I'm worthy of a job, and if there's someone who has tampered with my letter, I'll prove my identity. Dr. Bledsoe would. Identity, my God, who has any identity anymore anyway? It isn't so perfectly simple. Look, he said with an anguished gesture, will you trust me? Why, yes, sir, I trust you. He leaned forward. Look, he said, his face working violently, I was trying to tell you that I know many things about you, not you personally, but fellows like you. Not much either, but still more than the average. With us it's still Jim and Huck Finn. Number of my friends are jazz musicians, and I've been around. I know the conditions under which you live. Why go back, fellow? There is so much you could do here where there is more freedom. You won't find what you're looking for when you return anyway, because so much is involved that you can't possibly know. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't say all this to impress you, or to give myself some kind of sadistic catharsis. Truly, I don't. But I do know this world you're trying to contact, all its virtues and all its unspeakables. Ha, yes, unspeakables, I'm afraid. My father considers me one of the unspeakables. I'm Huckleberry, you see. He laughed dryly as I tried to make sense of his ramblings. Huckleberry, why did he keep talking about that kid's story? I was puzzled and annoyed that he could talk to me this way because he stood between me and a job, the campus. But I only want a job, sir, I said. I only want to make enough money to return to my studies. Of course, but surely you suspect there is more to it than that. Aren't you curious about what lies behind the face of things? Yes, sir, but I'm mainly interested in a job. Of course, he said, but life isn't that simple. But I'm not bothered about all the other things, whatever they are, sir. They're not for me to interfere with, and I'll be satisfied to go back to college and remain there as long as they'll allow me to. But I want to help you do what is best, he said. What's best, mind you? Do you wish to do what's best for yourself? Why, yes, sir, I suppose I do. Then forget about returning to the college. Go somewhere else. You men leave. Yes, forget it. But you said that you would help me. I did, and I am. But what about seeing Mr. Emerson? Oh God, don't you see that it's best that you do not see him? Suddenly I could not breathe. Then I was standing, gripping my briefcase. What have you got against me? I blurted. What did I ever do to you? You never intended to let me see him, even though I presented my letter of introduction. Why, I'd never endanger your job. No, 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 of course not, he cried, getting to his feet. You've misunderstood. Me, you mustn't do that. God, there's too much misunderstanding. Please don't think. I'm trying to prevent you from seeing Mr. Emerson out of prejudice. No. Yes, sir, I do, I said angrily. I was sent here by a friend of his. You read the letter, but still you refused to let me see him, and now you're trying to get me to leave. College, what kind of man are you anyway? What have you got against me? You, northern white man's. He looked pained. I've done it badly, he said, but you must believe that I am trying to advise you what is best for you. He snatched off his glasses. But I know what's best for me, I said, or at least Dr. Bledsoe does, and if I can't see Mr. Emerson today, just tell me when I can, and I'll be here. He bit his lips and shut his eyes, shaking his head from side to side as though fighting back a scream. I'm sorry, really sorry that I started all of this, he said. Suddenly calm, it was foolish of me to try to advise you, but please, you mustn't believe that I'm against you or your race. I'm your friend, some of the finest people I know are neg. Well, you see, Mr. Emerson is my father. Your father? My father, yes, though I would have preferred it otherwise, but he is, and I could arrange for you to see him, but to be utterly frank, I'm incapable of such cynicism. It would do you no good. But I'd like to take my chances, Mr. Emerson, sir. This is very important to me. My whole career depends upon it. But you have no chance, he said. But Dr. Bledsoe sent me here, I said, growing more excited. I must have a chance. Dr. Bledsoe, he said with distaste. He's like mine, he ought to be horsewhipped. Here, he said, sweeping up the letter and thrusting it crackling toward me. I took it, looking into his eyes that burned back at me. Go on, read it, he cried excitedly. Go on. But I wasn't asking for this, I said. Read it. My dear Mr. Emerson, the bearer of this letter is a former student of ours. I say former because he shall never, under any circumstances, be enrolled as a student here again, who has been expelled for a most serious defection from our strictest rules of deportment, due, however, to circumstances the nature of which I shall explain to you in person on the occasion of the next meeting of the board. It is to the best interests of the college that this young man have no knowledge of the finality of his expulsion. For it is indeed his hope to return here to his classes in the fall. However, it is to the best interests of the great work which we are dedicated to perform that he continue undisturbed in these vain hopes while remaining as far as possible from our midst. This case represents, my dear Mr. Emerson, one of the rare, delicate instances in which one for whom we held great expectations has gone grievously astray, and who, in his fall, threatens to upset certain delicate relationships between certain interested individuals and the school. Thus, while the bearer is no longer a member of our scholastic family, it is highly important that his severance with the college be executed as painlessly as possible. I beg of you, sir, to help him continue in the direction of that promise which, like the horizon, recedes ever brightly and distantly beyond the hopeful traveler. Respectfully, I am your humble servant, A. Herbert Bledsoe. I raised my head. 25 years seemed to have lapsed between his handing me the letter and my grasping its message. I could not believe it, tried to read it. Again, I could not believe it, yet I had a feeling that it all had happened before. I rubbed my eyes, and they felt sandy, as though all the fluids had suddenly dried. I'm sorry, he said. I'm terribly sorry. What did I do? I always tried to do the right thing. That you must tell me, he said. To what does he refer? I don't know. But you must have done something. I took a man for a drive, showed him into the golden day to help him when he became ill. I don't know. I told him falteringly of the visit to Trueblood's and the trip to the Golden Day, and of my expulsion, watching his mobile face, reflecting his reaction to each detail. It's little enough, he said when I had finished. I don't understand the man. He is very complicated. I only wanted to return and help, I said. You'll never return. You can't return now, he said. Don't you see, I'm terribly Sorry, and yet I'm glad that I gave in to the impulse to speak to you. Forget it, though. That's advice which I've been unable to accept myself. It's still good advice. There is no point in blinding yourself to the truth. Don't blind yourself. I got up dazed and started toward the door. He came behind me into the reception room where the birds flamed in the cage, their squawks like screams in a nightmare. He stammered guiltily, "Please, I must ask you never to mention this conversation to anyone." "No," I said. "I wouldn't mind, but my father would consider my revelation the most extreme. Treason, you're free of him now. I'm still his prisoner. You have been freed, don't you understand? I've still my battle." He seemed near tears. "I won't," I said. "No one would believe me. I can't myself. There must be some mistake, there must be." I opened the door. "Look, fellow," he said, "this evening I'm having a party at the Calamus. Would you like to join my guests? It might help you." "No, thank you, sir. I'll be all right." "Perhaps you'd like to be my valet." I looked at him. "No, thank you, sir," I said. "Please," he said, "I really want to help. Look, I happen to know of a possible job at Liberty Paints. My father has sent several fellows there. You should try." I shut the door. The elevator dropped me like a shot, and I went out and out along the street. The sun was very bright now, and the people along the walk seemed far away. I stopped before a gray wall where high above me the headstones of a church graveyard arose like the tops of buildings. Across the street in the shade of an awning, a shoeshine boy was dancing for pennies. I went on to the corner and got on a bus and went automatically to the rear. In the seat in front of me, a dark man in a Panama hat kept whistling a tune between his teeth. My mind flew in circles to Bledsoe, Emerson, and back again. There was no sense to be made of it. It was a joke. Hell, it couldn't be a joke. Yes, it is a joke. Suddenly the bus jerked to a stop and I heard myself humming the same tune that the man ahead was whistling, and the words came back. "Oh well, they picked poor Robin clean. Oh well, they picked poor Robin clean. Well, they tied poor Robin to a stump. Laud, they picked all the feathers round from Robin's rump. Well, they picked poor Robin clean." Then I was on my feet, hurrying to the door, hearing the thin tissue paper against the teeth of a comb whistle, following me outside at the next stop. I stood, trembling at the curb, watching and half expecting to see the man leap from the door to follow me, whistling the old forgotten jingle about a bare-rumped robin. My mind seized upon the tune. I took the subway, and it still droned through my mind after I had reached my room at Men's House and lay across the bed. What was the who? What, when, why, where of poor old Robin? What had he done, and who had tied him? And why had they plucked him, and why had we sung of his fate? It was for a laugh. For a laugh, all the kids had laughed, and the droll tuba player of the old Elks band had rendered it solo on his helical horn, with comical flourishes and doleful phrasing. Boo 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 oh, poor Robin Clane, a mock funeral dirge. But who was Robin, and for what had he been hurt and humiliated? Suddenly I lay shaking with anger. It was no good. I thought of young Emerson. What if he'd lied out of some ulterior motive of his own? Everyone seemed to have some plan for me, and beneath that some more secret plan. What was young Emerson's plan, and why should it have included me? Who was I anyway? I tossed fitfully. Perhaps it was a test of my good will and faith, but that's a lie, I thought. It's a lie, and you know it's a lie. I had seen the letter, and it had practically ordered me killed by slow degrees. "My dear Mr. Emerson," I said aloud, "the Robin bearing this letter is a former student. Please hope him to death and keep him running. Your most humble and obedient servant, A. H. Bledsoe." Sure, that's the way it was, I thought, a short, concise verbal coup de grace. Straight to the nape of the neck, and Emerson would write in reply, "Sure, dear Bled. Have met Robin and shaved tail, signed Emerson." I sat on the bed and laughed. They'd sent me to the rookery, all right, I laughed. And felt numb and weak, knowing that soon the pain would come, and that no matter what happened to me, I'd never be the same. I felt numb and I was laughing when I Stopped gasping for breath, I decided that I would go back and kill Bledsoe. Yes, I thought I owe it to the race and to myself. I'll kill him. And the boldness of the idea and the anger behind it made me move with decision. I had to have a job, and I took what I hoped was the quickest means. I called the plant. Young Emerson had mentioned, and it worked. I was told to report the following morning. It happened so quickly and with such ease that for a moment I felt turned around. Had they planned it this way? But no, they wouldn't catch me again. This time I had made the move. I could hardly get to sleep for dreaming of revenge. Chapter 10. The plant was in Long Island, and I crossed a bridge in the fog to get there and came down in a stream of workers. Ahead of me, a huge electric sign announced its message through the drifting strands of fog. Keep America pure. With Liberty paints. Flags were fluttering in the breeze from each of a maze of buildings below the sign. And for a moment, it was like watching some vast patriotic ceremony from a distance. But no shots were fired and no bugles sounded. I hurried ahead with the others. Through the fog. I was worried since I had used Emerson's name without his permission, but when I found my way to the personnel office, it worked like magic. I was interviewed by a little droopy-eyed man named Mr. MacDuffie and sent to work for a Mr. Kimbrough. An office boy came along to direct me. If Kimbrough needs him, MacDuffie told the boy, come back and have his name entered on the shipping department's payroll. It's tremendous, I said as we left the building. It looks like a small city. It's big all right, he said. We're one of the biggest outfits in the business. Make a lot of paint for the government. We entered one of the buildings now and started down a pure white hall. You better leave your things in the lock. Our room, he said, opening a door through which I saw a room with low wooden benches and rows of green lockers. There were keys in several of the locks, and he selected one for me. Put your stuff in there and take the key, he said. Dressing, I felt nervous. He sprawled with one foot on a bench, watching me closely as he chewed on a match stem. Did he suspect that Emerson hadn't sent me? They have a new racket around here, he said, twirling the match between his finger and thumb. There was a note of insinuation in his voice, and I looked up from tying my shoe, breathing with conscious evenness. What kind of racket? I said. Oh, you know, the wise guys firing the regular guys and putting on you colored college boys. Pretty smart, he said. That way they don't have to pay union wages. How did you know I went to college? I said. Oh, there are about 6 of you guys out here already, some up in the testing lab. Everybody knows about that. But I had no idea that was why I was hired, I said. Forget it, Mac, he said. It's not your fault. You new guys don't know the score. Just like the union says, it's the wise guys in the office. They're the ones who make scabs out of you. Hey, we better hurry. We entered a long, shed-like room in which I saw a series of overhead doors along one side and a row of small offices on the other. I followed the boy down an aisle. Between endless cans, buckets, and drums labeled with the company's trademark, Screaming Eagle, the paint was stacked in neatly pyramided lots along the concrete floor. Then, starting into one of the offices, the boy stopped short and grinned. Listen to that. Someone inside the office was swearing violently over a telephone. Who's that? I asked. He grinned. Your boss, the terrible Mr. Kimbrough. We call him Colonel, but don't let him catch you. I didn't like it. The voice was raving about some failure of the laboratory, and I felt a swift uneasiness. I didn't like the idea of starting to work for a man who was in such a nasty mood. Perhaps he was angry at one of the men from the school, and that wouldn't make him feel too friendly toward me. Let's go in, the boy said. I've got to get back. As we entered, the man slammed down the phone and picked up some papers. Mr. MacDuffie wants to know if you can use this new man, the boy said. You damn right I can use him, and the voice trailed off, the eyes above the stiff military mustache going hard. Well, can you use him? The boy said. I got to go make out his card. Okay, the man said finally. I can use him, I gotta, what's his name? The boy read my name off a card. All right, he said, you go right to work. And you, he said to the boy, get the hell out of here before I give you a chance to earn some of the money wasted on you. Every payday. Aw Gwen, you slave driver, the boy said, dashing from the room. Reddening, Kimbrough turned to me. Come along, let's get going. I followed him into the long room where the lots of paint were stacked along the floor beneath numbered markers that hung from the ceiling. Toward the rear I could see two men unloading heavy buckets from a truck, stacking them neatly on a low loading platform. Now get this straight, Kimbrough said gruffly. This is a busy department and I don't have time to repeat things. You have to follow instructions and you're going to be doing things you don't understand, so get your orders the first time and get them right. I won't have time to stop and explain everything. You have to catch on by doing exactly what I tell you. You got that? I nodded, noting that his voice became louder when the men across the floor stopped to listen. All right, he said, picking up several tools. Now come over here. He's Kimbrough, one of the men said. I watched him kneel and open one of the buckets, stirring a milky brown substance. A nauseating stench arose. I wanted to step away, but he stirred it vigorously until it became glossy white, holding the spatula like a delicate instrument and studying the paint as it laced off the blade back into the bucket. Kimbrough frowned. Damn those laboratory blubberheads to hell. There's got to be dope put in every single son of a bitching bucket, and that's what you're going to do, and it's got to be put in so it can be trucked out of here before 11:30. He handed me a white enamel graduate in what looked like a battery hydrometer. The idea is to open each bucket and put in 10 drops of this stuff, he said. Then you stir it till it disappears. After it's mixed, you take this brush and paint out a sample on one of these. He produced a number of small rectangular boards and a small brush from his jacket pocket. You understand? Yes, sir, but when I looked into the white graduate, I hesitated. The liquid inside was dead black. Was he trying to kid me? What's wrong? I don't know, sir. Well, I don't want to start by asking a lot of stupid questions, but do you know what's in this gradua? Tell you. His eyes snapped. You damn right I know, he said. You just do what you're told. I just wanted to make sure, sir, I said. Look, he said, drawing in his breath with an exaggerated show of patience. Take the dropper and fill it full. Go on, do it. I filled it. Now measure 10 drops into the paint. There, that's it, not too goddamn fast. Now you want no more than 10 and no less. Slowly I measured the glistening black drops, seeing them settle upon the surface and become blacker still, spreading suddenly out to the edges. That's it, that's all you have to do, he said. Never mind how it looks, that's my worry. You just do what you're told and don't try to think about it. When you've done 5 or 6 buckets, come back and see if the samples are dry, and hurry, we've got to get this batch back off to Washington by 11:30. I worked fast but carefully. With a man like this Kimbrough, the least thing done incorrectly would cause trouble, so I wasn't supposed to think. To hell with him, just a flunky, a northern redneck, a Yankee cracker. I mixed the paint thoroughly, then brushed it smoothly on one of the pieces of board, careful that the brush strokes were uniform. Struggling to remove an especially difficult cover, I wondered if the same Liberty paint was used on the campus, or if this optic white was something made exclusively for the government. Perhaps it was of a better quality, a special mix, and in my mind I could see the brightly trimmed and freshly decorated campus buildings as they appeared on spring mornings, after the fall painting and the light winter snows, with a cloud riding over and a darting bird above, framed by the trees and encircling vines. The buildings had always seemed more impressive because they were the only buildings to receive regular paintings. Usually, the nearby houses and cabins were left untouched to become the dull-grained gray of weathered wood, and I remembered how the splinters in some of the boards were raised from the grain by the wind, the sun, and the rain until the clapboards shone with a satiny, silvery Silverfish sheen, like Trueblood's cabin or the Golden Day. The Golden Day had once been painted white, now its paint was flaking away with the years, the scratch of a finger being enough to send it showering down. Damn that Golden Day, but it was strange how life connected up, because I had carried Mr. Norton to the old, rundown building with rotting paint. I was here, if I thought one could slow down his heartbeats in memory to the tempo of the black drops, falling so slowly into the bucket yet reacting so swiftly, it would seem like a sequence in a feverish dream. I was so deep in reverie that I failed to hear Kimbrough approach. "How's it coming?" he said, standing with hands on hips. "All right, sir." "Let's see," he said, selecting a sample and running his thumb across the board. "That's it, as white as George Washington's Sunday go-to-meetin' wig and as sound as the almighty dollar. That's paint," he said proudly. "That's paint that'll cover just about anything." He looked as though I had expressed a doubt, and I hurried to say, "It's certainly white, all right." "White, it's the purest white that can be found. Nobody makes a paint any whiter. This batch right here is heading for a national monument." "I see," I said, quite impressed. He looked at his watch. "Just keep it up," he said. "If I don't hurry, I'll be late for that production conference. Say you're nearly out of dope. You'd better go in the tank room and refill it, and don't waste any time. I've got to go." He shot away without telling me where the tank room was. It was easy to find, but I wasn't prepared for so many tanks. There were 7, each with a puzzling code stenciled on it. It's just like Kimbrough not to tell me, I thought. You can't trust any of them. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll pick the tank from the contents of the drip cans hanging from the spigots. But while the first 5 tanks contained clear liquids that smelled like turpentine, the last 2 both contained something black like the dope, but with different codes. So I had to make a choice, selecting the tank with the drip can that smelled most like the dope. I filled the graduate, congratulating myself for not having to waste time until Kimbrough returned. The work went faster now, the mixing easier. The pigment and heavy oils came free of the bottom much quicker, and when Kimbrough returned, I was going at top speed. "How many have you finished?" he asked. "About 75, I think, sir. I lost count." "That's pretty good, but not fast enough. They've been putting pressure on me, too." "Get the stuff out. Here, I'll give you a hand." They must have given him hell, I thought, as he got grunting to his knees and began removing covers from the buckets, but he had hardly started when he was called away. When he left, I took a look at the last bunch of samples and got a shock. Instead of the smooth, hard surface of the first, they were covered with a sticky goo through which I could see the grain of the wood. What on earth had happened? The paint was not as white and glossy as before. It had a gray tinge. I stirred it vigorously, then grabbed a rag, wiping each of the boards clean, then made a new sample of each bucket. I grew panicky lest Kimbrough return before I finished. Working feverishly, I made it, but since the paint required a few minutes to dry, I picked up 2 finished buckets and started lugging them over to the loading platform. I dropped them with a thump as the voice rang out behind me. It was Kimbrough. "What the hell?" he yelled, smearing his finger over one of the samples. "This stuff's still wet." I didn't know what to say. He snatched up several of the later samples, smearing them and letting out a groan. "Of all the things to happen to me, first they take all my good men and then they send me you. What you do to it?" "Nothing, sir. I followed your directions," I said defensively. I watched him peer into the graduate, lifting the dropper and sniffing it, his face glowing with exasperation. "Who the hell gave you this?" "No one." "Then where'd you get it?" "From the tank room." Suddenly he dashed for the tank room, sloshing the liquid as he ran. I thought, "Oh hell," and before I could follow, he burst out of the door in a frenzy. "You took the wrong tank," he shouted. "What the hell, you trying to sabotage the company? That stuff wouldn't work in a million years. It's remover, concentrated." "Remover, don't you know the difference?" "No, sir, I don't. It looked the same to me. I didn't know what I was using and you didn't tell me I was trying to save time and took what I thought was right. But why this one? Because it smelled the same, I began. Smelted, he roared. Goddamn it, don't you know you can't smell shit around all? Those fumes come on to my office. I was torn between protesting and pleading for fairness. It was not all my fault and I didn't want the blame, but I did wish to finish out the day, throbbing with anger. I followed, listening as he called personnel. Hello, Mac, this is Kimbrough. It's about this fellow you sent me this morning. I'm sending him in to pick up his pay. What did he do? He doesn't satisfy me. That's what, I don't like his work. So the old man has to have a report, so what? Make him one. Tell him goddamn it, this fellow ruined a batch of government stuff. Hey, no, don't tell him that. Listen, Mac, you got anyone else out there? Okay. Forget it. He crashed down the phone and swung toward me. I swear I don't know why they hire you fellows. You just don't belong in a paint plant. Come on. Bewildered, I followed him into the tank room, yearning to quit and tell him to go to hell, but I needed the money, and even though this was the North, I wasn't ready to fight unless I had to. Here I'd be one against how many? I watched him empty the graduate back into the tank and noted carefully when he went to another marked SCA 369 TY and refilled it. Next time I would know. Now for God's sake, he said, handing me the graduate, be careful and try to do the job right, and if you don't know what to do, ask somebody. I'll be in my office. I returned to the buckets, my emotions whirling. Kimbrough had forgotten to say what was to be done with the spoiled paint. Seeing it there, I was suddenly seized by an angry impulse, and filling the dropper with fresh dope, I stirred 10 drops into each bucket and pressed home the covers. Let the government worry about that, I thought, and started to work on the unopened buckets. I stirred until my arm ached and painted the samples as smoothly as I could, becoming more skillful as I went along. When Kimbrough came down the floor and watched, I glanced up silently and continued stirring. How is it? He said, frowning. I don't know, I said, picking up a sample and hesitating. Well, it's nothing, a speck of dirt, I said, standing and holding out the sample. Tightness growing within me. Holding it close to his face, he ran his fingers over the surface and squinted at the texture. That's more like it, he said. That's the way it ought to be. I watched with a sense of unbelief as he rubbed his thumb over the sample, handed it back and left without a further word. I looked at the painted slab. It appeared the same. A gray tinge glowed through the whiteness, and Kimbrough had failed to detect it. I stared for about a minute, wondering if I were seeing things, inspected another and another. All were the same, a brilliant white diffused with gray. I closed my eyes for a moment and looked again, and still no change. Well, I thought, as long as he's satisfied. But I had a feeling that something had gone wrong, something far more important than the paint, that either I had played a trick on Kimbrough or he, like the trustees and Bledsoe, was playing one on me. When the truck backed up to the platform, I was pressing the cover on the last bucket, and there stood Kimbrough above me. Let's see your samples, he said. I reached, trying to select the whitest, as the blue-shirted truckman climbed through the loading door. How about it, Kimbrough? One of them said. Can we get started? Just a minute now, he said, studying the sample. Just a minute. I watched him nervously, waiting for him to throw a fit over the gray tinge and hating myself for feeling nervous and afraid. What would I say? But now he was turning to the truckmen. All right, boys, get the hell out of here. And you, he said to me, go see MacDuffie, you're through. I stood there, staring at the back of his head, at the pink neck beneath the cloth cap and the iron gray hair, so he'd let me stay only to finish the mixing. I turned away. There was nothing that I could do. I cursed him all the way to the personnel office. Should I write the owners about what had happened? Perhaps they didn't know that Kimbrough was having so much to do with the quality of the paint, but upon reaching the office I changed my mind. Perhaps that is how things are done here, I thought. Perhaps the real quality of the paint is always determined by the man who ships it rather than by those who mix it. To hell with the whole thing, I'll find another job. But I wasn't fired. Mac Duffy sent me to the basement of building number 2 on a new assignment. When you get down there, just tell Brockway that Mr. Sparland insists that he have an assistant. You do whatever he tells you. What is that name again, sir? I said. Lucius Brockway, he said. He's in charge. It was a deep basement. 3 levels underground. I pushed upon a heavy metal door marked danger and descended into a noisy, dimly lit room. There was something familiar about the fumes that filled the air, and I had just thought pine, when a high-pitched Negro voice rang out above the machine sounds. Who you looking for down here? I'm looking for the man in charge, I called, straining to locate the voice. You talkin' to him what you want. The man who moved out of the shadow and looked at me sullenly was small, wiry, and very natty in his dirty overalls, and as I approached him I saw his drawn face and the cottony white hair showing beneath his tight, striped engineer's cap. His manner puzzled me. I couldn't tell whether he felt guilty about something himself or thought I had committed some crime. I came closer, staring. He was barely 5 feet tall, his overalls looking now as though he had been dipped in pitch. All right, he said. I'm a busy man. What you want? I'm looking for Lucius, I said. He frowned. That's me, and don't come calling me by my first name, to you and all like you. I'm Mr. Brockway. I began. Yeah, me, who sent you down here anyway? The personnel office, I said. I was told to tell you that Mr. Sparland said for you to be given an assistant. Assistant, he said. I don't need no damn assistant. Old man Sparland must think I'm getting old as him. Here I've been running things by myself all these years, and now they keep trying to send me some assistant. You get on back up there and tell that when I want an assistant, I'll ask for one. I was so disgusted to find such a man in charge that I turned without a word and started back up the stairs. First Kimbrough, I thought, and now this old. Hey, wait a minute. I turned, seeing him beckon. Come on back here a minute, he called, his voice cutting sharply through the roar of the furnaces. I went back, seeing him remove a white cloth from his hip pocket and wipe the glass face of a pressure gauge, then bend close to squint at the position of the needle. Here, he said, straightening and handing me the cloth, you can stay till I can get in touch with the old man. These here have to be kept clean so's I can see how much pressure I'm getting. I took the cloth without a word and began rubbing the glasses. He watched me critically. What's your name? He said. I told him, shouting it in the roar of the furnaces. Wait a minute, he called, going over and turning a valve in an intricate network of pipes. I heard the noise rise to a higher, almost hysterical pitch, somehow making it possible to hear without yelling, our voices moving blurrily underneath. Returning, he looked at me sharply, his withered face an animated black walnut, with shrewd, reddish eyes. This here's the first time they ever sent me anybody like you, he said as though puzzled. That's how come I called you back. Usually they sends down some young white fellow who thinks he's going to watch me a few days and ask me a heap of questions and then take over. Some folks is too damn simple to even talk about, he said, grimacing and waving his hand in a violent gesture of dismissal. You an engineer, he said, looking quickly at me. An engineer? Yeah, that's what I asked you, he said challengingly. Why no, sir, I'm no engineer. You show. Of course I'm sure, why shouldn't I be? He seemed to relax. That's all right then, I have to watch them personnel fellows. One of them thinks he's going to get me out of here, when he ought to know by now. He's wasting his time. Lucius Brockway not only intends to protect himself, he knows how to do it. Everybody knows I've been here ever since there's been a here, even helped dig the first foundation. The old man hired me, nobody else, and by God it'll take the old man to fire me. I rubbed away at the gauges, wondering what had brought on this outburst, and was somewhat relieved that he seemed to hold nothing against me personally. Where you go to school, he said. I told him, is that so, what you learning down there? Just general subjects, a regular college course, I said. Mechanics. Oh no, nothing like that, just a liberal arts course, no trades. Is that so, he said doubtfully, then suddenly, how much pressure I got on that. Gauge right there. Which? You see it, he pointed, that one right there. I looked, calling off 43 and 2/10 pounds. That's right. He squinted at the gauge and back at me. Where? You learn to read a gauge so good. In my high school physics class, it's like reading a clock. They teach you that in high school. That's right. Well, that's going to be one of your jobs. These here gauges have to be checked. Every 15 minutes, you ought to be able to do that. I think I can, I said. Some kin, some can't, by the way, who hired you? Mr. MacDuffie, I said, wondering why all the questions. Yeah, then where you been all morning? I was working over in building number 1. That there's a heap of building, whereabouts? For Mr. Kimbrough. I see. I know they oughtn't to be hiring anybody this late in the day. What? Kimbrough have you doing? Putting dope in some paint that went bad, I said wearily, annoyed with all the questions. His lips shot out belligerently. What paint went bad? I think it was some for the government. He cocked his head. I wonder how come nobody said nothing to me about it. He said thoughtfully, was it in buckets or them little bitty cans? Buckets. Oh, that ain't so bad, them little ones is a heap of work. He gave me a high dry laugh. How you hear about this job? He snapped suddenly, as though trying to catch me off guard. Look, I said slowly, a man I know told me about the job. MacDuffie hired me. I worked this morning for Mr. Kimbrough, and I was sent to you by Mr. MacDuffie. His face tightened. You friends to one of those colored fellows? Who? Up in the labs. No, I said. Anything else you want to know? He gave me a long, suspicious look and spat upon a hot pipe, causing it to steam. Furiously, I watched him remove a heavy engineer's watch from his breast pocket and squint at the dial importantly, then turn to check it with an electric clock that glowed. From the wall, you keep on wiping them gauges, he said. I got to look at my soup. And look here, he pointed to one of the gauges. I wants you to keep a specially sharp eye on this here son of a bitch. The last couple of days he's developed a habit of building up too fast, causes me a heap of trouble. You see him getting past 75, you yell and yell loud. He went back into the shadows, and I saw a shaft of brightness mark the opening of a door. Running the rag over a gauge, I wondered how an apparently uneducated old man could gain such a responsible job. He certainly didn't sound like an engineer, yet he alone was on duty, and you could never be sure, for at home an old man employed as a janitor at the waterworks was the only one who knew the location of all of the water mains. He had been employed at the beginning, before any records were kept, and actually functioned as an engineer, though he drew a janitor's pay. Perhaps this old Brockway was protecting himself from something. After all, there was antagonism to our being employed. Maybe he was dissimulating, like some of the teachers at the college who, to avoid trouble when driving through the small surrounding towns, wore chauffeur caps and pretended that their cars belonged to white men. But why was he pretending with me, and what was his job? I looked around me. It was not just an engine room. I knew, for I had been in several the last at college. It was something more. For one thing, the furnaces were made differently, and the flames that flared through the cracks of the fire chambers were too intense and too blue, and there were the odors. No, he was making something down here, something that had to do with paint, and probably something too filthy and dangerous for white men to be willing to do even for money. It was not paint, because I had been told that the paint was made on the floors above, where, passing through, I had seen men in splattered aprons working over large vats filled with whirling pigment. One thing was certain, I had to be careful with this crazy bro. Sequay, he didn't like my being here, and there he was, entering the room now. From the stairs. How's it going? He asked. All right, I said, only it seems to have gotten louder. Oh, it gets pretty loud down here, all right, this here's the uproar department and… I'm in charge, did she go over the mark? No, it's holding steady, I said. That's good, I've been having plenty trouble with it lately, have it a bust it down and… Give it a good going over soon, as I can get the tank clear. Perhaps he is the engineer, I thought, watching him inspect the gauges and go to another part of the room to adjust a series of valves. Then he went and said a few words into a wall phone and called me, pointing to the valves. I'm fixing to shoot it to him upstairs, he said gravely, when I give you the signal. I want you to turn 'em wide open, and when I give you the second signal, I want you to close 'em up again, start with this here red one and work right straight across. I took my position and waited as he took a stand near the gauge. Let her go, he called. I opened the valves, hearing the sound of liquids rushing through the huge pipes. At the sound of a buzzer, I looked up. Start closing, he yelled. What you looking at? Close them valves. What's wrong with you? He asked when the last valve was closed. I expected you to call. I said I'd signal you. Can't you tell the difference between a signal and a call? Hell, I buzzed you. You don't want to do that no more. When I buzz you, I want you to do something and do it quick. You're the boss, I said sarcastically. You mighty right, I'm the boss, and don't forget it. Now come on back here, we got work to do. We came to a strange-looking machine consisting of a huge set of gears connecting a series of drum-like rollers. Brockway took a shovel and scooped up a load of brown crystals from a pile on the floor, pitching them skillfully into a receptacle on top of the machine. Grab a scoop and let's get going, he ordered briskly. You ever done this before? He asked as I scooped into the pile. It's been a long time, I said. What is this material? He stopped shoveling and gave me a long, black stare, then returned to the pile, his scoop ringing on the floor. You'll have to remember not to ask this suspicious old bastard any questions, I thought, scooping into the brown pile. Soon I was perspiring freely. My hands were sore and I began to tire. Brockway watched me out of the corner of his eye, snickering noiselessly. You don't want to overwork yourself, young feller, he said blandly. I'll get used to it, I said, scooping up a heavy load. Oh, show, he said. Show, but you better take a rest when you get tired. I didn't stop. I piled on the material until he said, that there's the scoop we been trying to find, that's what we want. You better stand back a little, 'cause I'm fixing to start her up. I backed away, watching him go over and push a switch, shuddering into motion. The machine gave a sudden scream like a circular saw and sent a tattoo of sharp crystals against my face. I moved clumsily away, seeing Brockway grin like a dried prune. Then with the dying hum of the furiously whirling drums, I heard the grains sifting lazily in the sudden stillness, sliding sand-like down the chute into the pot. Underneath, I watched him go over and open a valve. A sharp new smell of oil arose. Now she's all set to cook down. All we got to do is put the fire to her, he said, pressing a button on something that looked like the burner of an oil furnace. There was an angry hum, followed by a slight explosion that caused something to rattle. And I could hear a low roaring begin. Know what that's going to be when it's cooked? No, sir, I said. Well, that's going to be the guts, what they call the vehicle of the paint, least it will be by time I get through putting other stuff with it. But I thought the paint was made upstairs. Nah, they just mixes in the color, make it look pretty. Right down here is where the real paint is made. Without what I do, they couldn't do nothing. They be making bricks without straw, and not only do I make up the base, I fixes the varnishes and lots of the oils too. So that's it, I said. I was wondering what you did down here. A whole lots of folks wonders about that without getting anywhere, but as I was saying, can't a single doggone drop of paint move out of the factory lesson it comes through Lucius Brockway's hands. How long have you been doing this? Long enough to know what I'm doing, he said, and I learned it without all that education that them what's been sent down here is supposed to have. I learned it by doing it. Them personnel fellows don't want to face the facts, but Liberty paints wouldn't be worth a plugged nickel if they didn't have me here to see that it got a good strong base. Old man Sparlin know it though. I can't stop laughing over the time when I was down with a touch of pneumonia and they put one of them so-called engineers to pooling around down here. Why, they started to having so much paint go bad they didn't know what to do. Paint was bleeding and wrinkling, wouldn't cover or nothing. You know, a man could make himself all kinds of money if he found out what makes paint bleed. Anyway, everything was going bad. Then word got to me that they done put that fellow in my place, and when I got well, I wouldn't come back. Here I been with him so long and loyal and everything. Shucks, I just sent him word that Lucius Brockway was retiring. Next thing you know, here come the old man. He's so old hisself his chauffeur has to help him up them steep stairs at my place. Come in a puffing and a blowing, says, "Lucius, what's this I hear 'bout you retiring?" "Well, sir, Mr. Sparlin, sir," I says, "I've been pretty sick, as you well know, and I'm getting kinder along in my years, as you well know, and I hear that this here Italian fellow you got in my place is doing so good I thought I'd might as well take it easy round the house. Why, you'd a thought I'd done cursed him or something. What kind of talk is that from you, Lucius Brockway?" he said, "taking it easy round the house when we need you out to the plant. Don't you know the quickest way to die is to retire? Why, that fellow out at the plant don't know a thing about those furnaces. I'm so worried about what he's going to do, that he's liable to blow up the plant or something, that I took out some extra insurance. He can't do your job," he said. "He don't have the touch. We haven't put out a first-class batch of paint since you've been gone." Now that was the old man hisself, Lucius Brockway said. "So what happened?" I said. "What you mean, what happened?" he said, looking as though it were the most unreasonable question in the world. Shucks, a few days later the old man had me back down here in full control. That engineer got so mad when he found out he had to take orders from me, he quit the next day. He spat on the floor and laughed. Hey, 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 he was a fool, that's what. Fool, he wanted to boss me, and I know more about this basement than anybody. Boilers and everything. I helped lay the pipes and everything, and what I mean is I knows the location of each and every pipe and switch and cable and wire and everything else, both in the floors and in the walls and out in the yard. Yes, sir, and what's more, I got it in my head so good I can trace it out on paper down to the last nut and bolt, and ain't never been to nobody's engineering school neither, ain't even passed by one as far as I know. Now what you think about that?" "I think it's remarkable," I said, thinking, I don't like this old man. "Oh, I wouldn't call it that," he said. "It's just that I've been round here so long. I been studying this machinery for over 25 years. Show, and that fellow thinking. 'Cause he been to some school and learned how to read a blueprint and how to fire a boiler. He knows more about this plant than Lucius Brockway. That fool couldn't make no engineer 'cause he can't see what's staring him straight in the face. Say, you forgettin' to watch them gauges." I hurried over, finding all the needles steady. "They're okay," I called. "All right, but I'm warning you to keep an eye on 'em. You can't forget down here. 'Cause if you do, you liable to blow up something. They got all this machinery, but that ain't everything. We are the machines inside the machine. You know the best-selling paint we got, the one that made this here business?" he asked as I helped him fill a vat with a smelly substance. "No, I don't. Our white optic whites." "Why the white rather than the others?" "'Cause we started stressing it from the first. We make the best white paint in the world. I don't give a damn what nobody says. Our white is so white you can paint a chunk of coal and you'd have to crack it open with a sledgehammer to prove it wasn't white clear through." His eyes glinted with humorless conviction, and I had to drop my head to hide my grin. "You notice that sign on top of the building?" Oh, you can't miss that, I said. You read the slogan. I don't remember, I was in such a hurry. Well, you might not believe it, but I helped the old man make up that slogan. If it's optic white, it's the right white, he quoted with an upraised finger like a preacher quoting Holy Writ. I got me a $300 bonus for helping to think that up. These newfangled advertising folks has been tryin' to work up something about the other colors, talking about rainbows or something, but hell, they can't get nowhere. If it's optic white, it's the right white, I repeated and suddenly had to repress a laugh as a childhood jingle rang through my mind. If you're white, you're right, I said. That's it, he said, and that's another reason why the old man ain't goin' to let nobody come down here messing with me. He knows what a lot of them new fellers do. Aunt, he knows that the reason our paint is so good is because of the way Lucius Brockway puts the pressure on them oils and resins before they even leaves the tanks. He laughed maliciously. They thinks 'cause everything down here is done by machinery, that's all there is to it. They crazy, ain't a continental thing that happens down here that ain't as if and I done put my black hands into it. Them machines just do the cooking, these here hands right here do the sweeting. Yes, sir, Lucius Brockway hit it square on the head. I dips my fingers in and sweets it. Come on, let's wait. But what about the gauges? I said, seeing him go over and take a thermos bottle from a shelf near one of the furnaces. Oh, we'll be here close enough to keep an eye on 'em. Don't you worry about that. But I left my lunch in the locker room over at building number 1. Go on and get it and come back here and eat. Down here we have to always be on the job. A man don't need no more'n 15 minutes to eat nohow. Then I say let him get on back on the job. Upon opening the door, I thought I had made a mistake. Men dressed in splattered painters' caps and overalls sat about on benches, listening to a thin, tubercular-looking man who was addressing them in a nasal voice. Everyone looked at me and I was starting out when the thin man called, "There's plenty of seats for late comers. Come in, brother." Brother, even after my weeks in the north, this was surprising. I was looking for the locker room, I spluttered. You're in it, brother. Weren't you told about the meeting? Meeting? Why, no, sir, I wasn't. The chairman frowned. You see, the bosses are not cooperating, he said to the others. Brother, who's your foreman? Mr. Brockway, sir, I said. Suddenly the men began scraping their feet and cursing. I looked about me. What was wrong? Were they objecting to my referring to Brockway as Mr. Quiet, brothers, the chairman said, leaning across his table, his hand cupped to his ear. Now what was that, brother? Who is your foreman? Lucius Brockway, sir, I said, dropping the mister. But this seemed only to make them more hostile. Get him the hell out of here, they shouted. I turned. A group on the far side of the room kicked over a bench, yelling, "Throw him out, throw him out." I inched backwards, hearing the little man bang on the table for order. Men. Brothers, give the brother a chance. He looks like a dirty fink to me, a first-class enameled fink. The hoarsely voiced word grated my ears like nigger in an angry southern mouth. Brothers, please. The chairman was waving his hands as I reached out behind me for the door and touched an arm. Feeling it snatch violently away, I dropped my hand. Who sent this fink into the meeting, brother chairman? Ask him that, a man demanded. No, wait, the chairman said. Don't ride that word too hard. Ask him, brother chairman, another man said. Okay, but don't label a man a fink until you know for sure. The chairman turned to me. How'd you happen in here, brother? The men quieted, listening. I left my lunch in my locker, I said, my mouth dry. You weren't sent into the meeting? No, sir, I didn't know about any meeting. The hell, he says, none of these finks ever knows. Throw the lousy bastard out. Now wait, I said. They became louder, threatening. Respect the chair, the chairman shouted. We're a democratic union here. Following democratic. Never mind, get rid of the fink. Procedures. It's our task to make friends with all the workers, and I mean all. That's how we build the union strong. Now let's hear what the brothers got to say. No. More of that beefing and interrupting. I broke into a cold sweat, my eyes seeming to have become extremely sharp, causing each face to stand out vivid in its hostility. I heard, when were you hired, friend? This morning, I said. See, brothers, he's a new man. We don't want to make the mistake of judging the worker by his foreman. Some of you also work for Sansabiches, remember. Suddenly the men began to laugh and curse. Here's one right here, one of them yelled. Mine wants to marry the boss's daughter, a frigging 8-day wonder. This sudden change made me puzzled and angry, as though they were making me the butt of a joke. Order, brothers, perhaps the brother would like to join the union. How about it? Brother. Sir, I didn't know what to say. I knew very little about unions, but most of these men seemed hostile, and before I could answer, a fat man with shaggy gray hair leaped to his feet, shouting angrily. I'm against it, brothers. This fellow could be a fink, even if he was hired right this minute. Not that I aim to be unfair to anybody either. Maybe he ain't a fink, he cried passionately, but brothers, I want to remind you that nobody knows it, and it seems to me that anybody that would work under that son of a bitching, double-crossing Brockway for more than 15 minutes is just as apt as not to be naturally fink. Minded, please, brothers, he cried, waving his arms for quiet, as some of you brothers have learned, to the sorrow of your wives and babies. A fink don't have to know about trade unionism to be a fink. Finkism. Hell, I've made a study of finkism. Finkism is born into some guys. It's born into some guys, just like a good eye for color is born into other guys. That's right, that's the honest, scientific truth of fink. Don't even have to have heard of a union before, he cried in a frenzy of words. All you have to do is bring him around the neighborhood of a union, and next thing you know, why, zip, he's finking his finking ass off. He was drowned out by shouts of approval. Men turned violently to look at me. I felt choked. I wanted to drop my head but faced them as though facing them was itself a denial of his statements. Another voice ripped out of the shouts of approval, spilling with great urgency from the lips of a little fellow with glasses who spoke with the index finger of one hand upraised and the thumb of the other crooked in the suspender of his overalls. I want to put this brother's remarks in the form of a motion. I move that we determine through a thorough investigation whether the new worker is a fink or no. And if he is a fink, let us discover who he's finking for. And this, brother members, would give the worker time, if he ain't a fink, to become acquainted with the work of the union and its aims. After all, brothers, we don't want to forget that workers like him aren't so highly developed as some of us who have been in the labor movement for a long time. So I says, let's give him time to see what we've done to improve the condition of the workers, and then, if he ain't a fink, we can decide in a democratic way whether we want to accept this brother into the union. Brother union members, I thank you. He sat down with a bump. The room roared. Biting anger grew inside me, so I was not so highly developed as they. What did he mean? Were they all PhDs? I couldn't move. Too much was happening to me. It was as though by entering the room I had automatically applied for membership, even though I had no idea that a union existed and had come up simply to get a cold pork chop sandwich. I stood trembling, afraid that they would ask me to join, but angry that so many rejected me on sight, and worst of all, I knew they were forcing me to accept things on their own terms, and I was unable to leave. All right, brothers, we'll take a vote, the chairman shouted. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. The ayes drowned him out. The ayes carried it, the chairman announced as several men turned to stare at me. At last I could move. I started out, forgetting why I had come. Come in, brother, the chairman called. You can get your lunch now. Let him through, you brothers, around the door. My face stung as though it had been slapped. They had made their decision without giving me a chance to speak for myself. I felt that every man present looked upon me with hostility, and though I had lived with hostility all my life, now for the first time it seemed to reach me, as though I had expected more of these men than of others, even though I had not known of their existence. Here in this room my defenses were negated, stripped away, checked at the door as the weapons, the knives and razors and owlhead pistols of the country boys, were checked on Saturday night at the Golden Day. I kept my eyes lowered, mumbling, pardon me, all the way to the drab green locker, where I removed the sandwich, for which I no longer had an appetite, and stood fumbling with the bag, dreading to face the men on my way out. Then, still hating myself for the apologies made coming over, I brushed past silently as I went back. When I reached the door, the chairman called, "Just a minute, brother, we want you to understand that this is nothing against you personally. What you see here is the results of certain conditions here at the plant. We want you to know that we are only trying to protect ourselves. Someday we hope to have you as a member in good standing." From here and there came a half-hearted applause that quickly died. I swallowed and stared unseeing, the words spurting to me from a red, misty distance. "Okay, brothers," the voice said, "let him pass." I stumbled through the bright sunlight of the yard, past the office workers chatting on the grass, back to building number 2, to the basement. I stood on the stairs, feeling as though my bowels had been flooded with acid. Why hadn't I simply left, I thought with anguish, and since I had remained, why hadn't I said something, defended myself? Suddenly I snatched the wrapper off sandwich and tore it violently with my teeth, hardly tasting the dry lumps that squeezed past my constricted throat when I swallowed, dropping the remainder back into the bag. I held onto the handrail, my legs shaking as though I had just escaped a great danger. Finally, it went away and I pushed open the metal door. "What kept you so long?" Brockway snapped from where he sat on a wheelbarrow. He had been drinking from a white mug, now cupped in his grimy hands. I looked at him abstractedly, seeing how the light caught on his wrinkled forehead, his snowy hair. I said, "What kept you so long?" What had he to do with it, I thought, looking at him through a kind of mist, knowing that I disliked him and that I was very tired. "I say," he began, and I heard my voice come quiet from my tensed throat as I noticed by the clock that I had been gone only 20 minutes. I ran into a union meeting. "Union," I heard his white cup shatter against the floor as he uncrossed his legs. Rising, "I knowed you belonged to that bunch of troublemaking foreigners. I knowed it." "Get out," he screamed. "Get out of my basement." He started toward me as in a dream, trembling like the needle of one of the gauges. As he pointed toward the stairs, his voice shrieking, I stared. Something seemed to have gone wrong. My reflexes were jammed. "But what's the matter?" I stammered, my voice low and my mind understanding, and yet failing exactly to understand. "What's wrong?" "You heard me. Get out." "But I don't understand." "Shut up and get." "But Mr. Brockway," I cried, fighting to hold something that was giving way. "You two-bit, troublemaking union louse." "Look, man," I cried urgently now, "I don't belong to any union." "If you don't get out of here, you low-down skunk," he said, looking wildly about the floor, "I'm liable to kill you. The Lord being my witness, I'll kill you." It was incredible. Things were speeding up. "You'll do what?" I stammered. "I'll kill you, that's what." He had said it again, and something fell away from me, and I seemed to be telling myself in a rush, "You were trained to accept the foolishness of such old men as this. Even when you thought them clowns and fools, you were trained to pretend that you respected them and acknowledged in them the same quality of authority and power in your world as the whites before whom they bowed and scraped and feared and loved and imitated, and you were even trained to accept it when, angered or spiteful or drunk with power, they came at you with a stick or strap or cane, and you made no effort to strike back, but only to escape unmarked. But this was too much. He was not grandfather or uncle or father, nor preacher or teacher. Something uncoiled in my stomach, and I was moving toward him, shouting, more at a black blur that irritated my eyes than at a clearly denned human face. you'll kill who? You, that's WHO. Listen here, you old fool, don't talk about killing me. Give me a chance to explain. I don't belong to anything. Go on, pick it up. Go on, I yelled, seeing his eyes fasten upon a twisted iron bar. You're old enough to be my grandfather, but if you touch that bar, I swear I'll make you eat it. I done tole you, get outta my basement, you impudent sonbitch, he screamed. I moved forward, seeing him stoop and reach aside for the bar, and I was throwing myself forward, feeling him go over with a grunt, hard against the floor, rolling. Beneath the force of my lunge, it was as though I had landed upon a wiry rat. He scrambled beneath me, making angry sounds and striking my face as he tried to use the bar. I twisted it from his grasp, feeling a sharp pain stab through my shoulder. He's using a knife flashed through my mind, and I slashed out with my elbow sharp against his face, feeling it land solid and seeing his head fly backwards and up and back again as I struck again, hearing something fly free and skitter across the floor. Thinking it's gone, the knife is gone, and struck again as he tried to choke me. Jabbing at his bobbing head, feeling the bar come free and bringing it down at his head, missing, the metal clinking against the floor and bringing it up for a second try. And him yelling, no, no, you the best, you the best. I'm going to beat your brains out, I said, my throat dry, stabbing me. No, he panted, I got enough. Ain't you heard me say I got enough? So when you can't win, you want to stop. Damn you, if you've cut me bad, I'll tear your head off. Watching him warily, I got to my feet. I dropped the bar as a flash of heat swept over me. His face was caved in. What's wrong with you, old man? I yelled nervously. Don't you know better than to attack a man a third your age? He blanched at being called old, and I repeated it, adding insults I'd heard my grandfather use. Why, you old-fashioned, slavery-time mammy-maid handkerchief-headed bastard, you should know better. What made you think you could threaten my life? You meant nothing to me. I came down here because I was sent. I didn't know anything about you or the Union either. Why'd you start writing me the minute I came in? Are you people crazy? Does this paint go to your head? Are you drinking it? He glared, panting tiredly. Great tucks showed in his overalls where the folds were stuck together by the goo with which he was covered, and I thought, tar baby, and wanted to blot him out of my sight. But now my anger was flowing fast from action to words. I go to get my lunch, and they ask me who I work for, and when I tell them, they call me a fink, a fink. You people must be out of your minds. No sooner do I get back down here than you start yelling that you're going to kill me. What's going on? What have you got against me? What did I do? He glowered at me silently, then pointed to the floor. Reach and draw back a nub, I warned. Can a man even get his teeth? He mumbled, his voice strange. Teeth. With a shamed frown, he opened his mouth. I saw a blue flash of shrunken gums. The thing that had skittered across the floor was not a knife, but a plate of false teeth. For a fraction of a second, I was desperate, feeling some of my justification for wanting to kill him slipping away. My fingers leaped to my shoulder, finding wet cloth. But no blood. The old fool had bit me. A wild flash of laughter struggled to rise from beneath my anger. He had bit me. I looked on the floor, seeing the smashed mug and the teeth glinting dully across the room. Get them, I said, growing ashamed. Without his teeth, some of the hatefulness seemed to have gone out of him, but I stayed close as he got his teeth and went over to the tap and held them beneath a stream of water. A tooth fell away beneath the pressure of his thumb, and I heard him grumbling as he placed the plate in his mouth. Then, wiggling his chin, he became himself again. You was really trying to kill me, he said. He seemed unable to believe it. You started the killing. I don't go around fighting, I said. Why didn't you let me explain? Is it against the law to belong to the Union? That damn Union, he cried, almost in tears. That damn Union, they after my job. I know they after my job. For one of us to join one of them damn unions is like we was to bite the hand of the man who teached us to bathe in a bathtub. I hates it. And I mean to keep on doing all I can to chase it out of the plant. They after my job. The chicken shit bastards. Spittle formed at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to boil with hatred. But what have I to do with that? I said, feeling suddenly the older. 'Cause them young colored fellers up in the lab is trying to join that outfit, that's. What, here the white man done give 'em jobs, he wheezed as though pleading a case. He done give 'em good jobs too, and they so ungrateful they goes and joins up with. That backbiting union, I never seen such a no-good ungrateful bunch, all they doing is making things bad for the rest of us. Well, I'm sorry, I said, I didn't know about all that. I came here to take a temporary job and I certainly didn't intend to get mixed up in any quarrels. But as for us, I'm ready to forget our disagreement, if you are. I held out my hand, causing my shoulder to pain. He gave me a gruff look. You ought to have more self-respect than to fight an old man, he said. I got grown boys older than you. I thought you were trying to kill me, I said, my hand still extended. I thought you had stabbed me. Well, I don't like a lot of bickering and confusion myself, he said, avoiding my eyes, and it was as though the closing of his sticky hand over mine was a signal. I heard a shrill hissing from the boilers behind me and turned, hearing Brockway yell. I told you to watch them gauges. Get over to the big valves, quick. I dashed for where a series of valve wheels projected from the wall near the crusher, seeing Brockway scrambling away in the other direction, thinking, where's he going, as I reached the valves and hearing him yell, turn it, turn it. Which, I yelled, reaching. The white one, fool, the white one. I jumped, catching it and pulling down with all my weight, feeling it give, but this only increased the noise, and I seemed to hear Brockway laugh as I looked around too. See him scrambling for the stairs, his hands clasping the back of his head and his neck pulled in close, like a small boy who has thrown a brick into the air. Hey you, I yelled. Hey, but it was too late. All my movements seemed too slow, ran together. I felt the wheel resisting and tried vainly to reverse it and tried to let go, and it sticking to my palms and my fingers stiff and sticky, and I turned. Running now, seeing the needle on one of the gauges swinging madly, like a beacon. Gone out of control, and trying to think clearly, my eyes darting here and there. Through the room of tanks and machines, and up the stairs so far away, and hearing the clear new note arising, while I seemed to run swiftly up an incline and shot forward with sudden acceleration into a wet blast of black emptiness that was somehow a bath of whiteness. It was a fall into space that seemed not a fall but a suspension, then a great weight landed upon me, and I seemed to sprawl in an interval of clarity beneath a pile of broken machinery, my head pressed back against a huge wheel, my body splattered with a stinking goo. Somewhere an engine ground in furious futility, grating loudly until a pain shot around the curve of my head and bounced me off into blackness for a distance, only to strike another pain that lobbed me back, and in that clear instant of consciousness, I opened my eyes to a blinding flash. Holding on grimly, I could hear the sound of someone waiting, sloshing nearby, and an old man's garrulous voice saying, I told 'em these here young 1900 boys ain't no good for the job, they ain't got the nerves. Naw, sir, they just ain't got the nerves. I tried to speak, to answer, but something heavy moved again, and I was understanding something fully and trying again to answer, but seemed to sink to the center of a lake of heavy water and pause, transfixed and numb with the sense that I had lost irrevocably an important victory. Chapter 11. I was sitting in a cold, white, rigid chair, and a man was looking at me out of a bright third eye that glowed from the center of his forehead. He reached out, touching my skull gingerly, and said something encouraging, as though I were a child. His fingers went away. Take this, he said, it's good for you. I swallowed. Suddenly my skin itched all over. I had on new overalls, strange white ones. The taste ran bitter through my mouth. My fingers trembled. A thin voice with a mirror on the end of it said, how is he? I don't think it's anything serious, merely stunned. Should he be sent home now? No, just to be certain, we'll keep him here a few days. Want to keep him under Observation, then he may live. Now I was lying on a cot, the bright eye still burning into mine, although the man was gone. It was quiet and I was numb. I closed my eyes only to be awakened. "What is your name?" a voice said. "My head," I said. "Yes, but your name, address." "My head, that burning eye," I said. "Lie." "Inside," I said. "Shoot him up for an X-ray," another voice said. "My head." "Careful." Somewhere a machine began to hum, and I distrusted the man and woman above. "Maya." They were holding me firm, and it was fiery, and above it, all I kept hearing the opening motif of Beethoven's Fifth, 3 short and 1 long buzz, repeated again and again in varying volume, and I was struggling and breaking through, rising up, to find myself lying on my back with 2 pink-faced men laughing down. "Be quiet now," one of them said firmly. "You'll be all right." I raised my eyes, seeing 2 indefinite young women in white looking down at me. A third, a desert of heat waves away, sat at a panel arrayed with coils and dials. Where was I? From far below me a barber chair thumping began, and I felt myself rise on the tip of the sound. From the floor, a face was now level with mine, looking closely and saying something. Without meaning, a whirring began that snapped and cracked with static, and suddenly I seemed to be crushed between the floor and ceiling. 2 forces tore savagely at my stomach and back. A flash of cold-edged heat enclosed me. I was pounded between crushing electrical pressures, pumped between live electrodes like an accordion between a player's hands. My lungs were compressed like a bellows, and each time my breath returned I yelled, punctuating the rhythmical action of the nodes. "Hush, Goddammit," one of the faces ordered. "We're trying to get you started again." "Now shut up." The voice throbbed with icy authority, and I quieted and tried to contain the pain. I discovered now that my head was encircled by a piece of cold metal like the iron cap worn by the occupant of an electric chair. I tried unsuccessfully to struggle, to cry out, but the people were so remote, the pain so immediate. A face moved in and out of the circle of lights, peering for a moment, then disappeared. A freckled, red-haired woman with gold nose glasses appeared, then a man with a circular mirror attached to his forehead. A doctor. Yes, he was a doctor, and the women were nurses. It was coming clear. I was in a hospital. They would care for me. It was all geared toward the easing of pain. I felt thankful. I tried to remember how I'd gotten here, but nothing came. My mind was blank, as though I had just begun to live. When the next face appeared, I saw the eyes behind the thick glasses blinking, as though noticing me for the first time. "You're all right, boy, you're okay. You just be patient," said the voice, hollow with profound detachment. I seemed to go away. The lights receded like a tail light racing down a dark country road I couldn't follow. A sharp pain stabbed my shoulder. I twisted about on my back, fighting something I couldn't see. Then, after a while, my vision cleared. Now a man sitting with his back to me, manipulating dials on a panel. I wanted to call him, but the Fifth Symphony rhythm racky me, and he seemed too serene and too far away. Bright metal bars were between us, and when I strained my neck around, I discovered that I was not lying on an operating table, but in a kind of glass and nickel box, the lid of which was propped open. Why was I here? "Doctor, doctor," I called. No answer. Perhaps he hadn't heard, I thought, calling again and feeling the stabbing pulses of the machine again, and feeling myself going under and fighting against it, and coming up to hear voices carrying on a conversation behind my head. The static sounds became a quiet drone, strains of music, a Sunday air drifted from a distance. With closed eyes, barely breathing, I warded off the pain. The voices droned harmoniously. Was it a radio I heard, a phonograph, the vox humana of a hidden organ? If so, what organ and where? I felt warm. Green hedges dazzling with red wild roses appeared behind my eyes, stretching with a gentle curving to an infinity, empty of objects. A limpid blue space, scenes of a shaded lawn in summer drifted past. I saw a uniformed military band arrayed decorously in concert, each musician with well-oiled hair, heard a sweet-voiced trumpet rendering the holy city. As from an echoing distance, buoyed by a choir of muted horns, and above the mocking obligato of a mockingbird, I felt giddy. The air seemed to grow thick with fine white gnats, filling my eyes, boiling so thickly that the dark trumpeter breathed them in and expelled them through the bell of his golden horn, a live white cloud, mixing with the tones upon the torpid air. I came back, the voices still droned above me, and I disliked them. Why didn't they go away, smug ones? Oh, doctor, I thought drowsily, did you ever wade in a brook before breakfast, ever chew on sugar cane? You know, doc, the same fall day I first saw the hounds chasing black men in stripes and chains, my grandmother sat with me and sang with twinkling eyes. Godamiti made a monkey, Godamiti made a whale, and Godamiti made a gator, with hickeys all over his tail. Or you, nurse, did you know that when you strolled in pink organdy and picture hat between the rows of Cape jasmine, cooing to your bow in a drawl as thick as sorghum, we little black boys hidden snug in the bushes called out so loud that you daren't hear. Did you ever see Miss Margaret boil water? Man, she hisses a wonderful stream. 17 miles and a quarter. Man, and you can't see her pot for the steam. But now the music became a distinct wail of female pain. I opened my eyes, glass and metal floated above me. How are you feeling, boy? A voice said. A pair of eyes peered down through lenses as thick as the bottom of a Coca-Cola bottle, eyes protruding, luminous and veined, like an old biology specimen preserved in alcohol. I don't have enough room, I said angrily. Oh, that's a necessary part of the treatment. But I need more room, I insisted. I'm cramped. Don't worry about it, boy. You'll get used to it after a while. How is your stomach? And head. The stomach. Yes, and your head. I don't know, I said, realizing that I could feel nothing beyond the pressure around my head and the tender surface of my body, yet my senses seemed to focus sharply. I don't feel it, I cried, alarmed. Aha, you see, my little gadget will solve everything, he exploded. I don't know, another voice said. I think I still prefer surgery, and in this case, especially with this, background, I'm not so sure that I don't believe in the effectiveness of simple prayer. Nonsense, from now on you're praying to my little machine. I'll deliver the cure. I don't know, but I believe it a mistake to assume that solutions, cures that is, that apply in, primitive instances are, equally effective when more advanced conditions are in question. Suppose it were a New Englander with a Harvard background. Now you're arguing politics, the first voice said banteringly. Oh no, but it is a problem. I listened with growing uneasiness to the conversation fuzzing away to a whisper. Their simplest words seemed to refer to something else, as did many of the notions that unfurled through my head. I wasn't sure whether they were talking about me or someone else. Some of it sounded like a discussion of history. The machine will produce the results of a prefrontal lobotomy without the negative effects of the knife, the voice said. You see, instead of severing the prefrontal lobe, a single lobe, that is, we apply pressure in the proper degrees to the major centers of nerve control. Our concept is gestalt, and the result is as complete a change of personality as you'll find in your famous fairy tale cases of criminals transformed into amiable fellows after all that bloody business of a brain operation. And what's more, the voice went on triumphantly, the patient is both physically and neurally whole. But what of his psychology? Absolutely of no importance, the voice said. The patient will live as he has to. Live and with absolute integrity. Who could ask more? He'll experience no major conflict of motives, and what is even better, society will suffer no traumata on his account. There was a pause, a pen scratched upon paper. Then why not castration? Doctor, a voice asked waggishly, causing me to start, a pain tearing through me. There goes your love of blood again, the first voice laughed. What's that? Definition of a surgeon, a butcher with a bad conscience. They laughed. It's not so funny, it would be more scientific to try to define the case. It has been developing some 300 years. Define, hell man, we know all that. Then why don't you try more current? You suggest it. I do, why not? But isn't there a danger? The voice trailed off. I heard them move away, a chair scraped, the machine droned, and I knew. Definitely that they were discussing me and steeled myself for the shocks, but was blasted nevertheless. The pulse came swift and staccato, increasing gradually until I fairly danced between the nodes. My teeth chattered. I closed my eyes and bit my lips. To smother my screams, warm blood filled my mouth. Between my lids I saw a circle of hands and faces, dazzling with light. Some were scribbling upon charts. Look, he's dancing, someone called. No, Raley's. An oily face looked in. They really do have rhythm, don't they? Get hot, boy, get hot, it said with a laugh. And suddenly my bewilderment suspended, and I wanted to be angry, murderously. Angry, but somehow the pulse of current smashing through my body prevented me. Something had been disconnected, for though I had seldom used my capacities for anger and indignation, I had no doubt that I possessed them, and like a man who knows that he must fight, whether angry or not, when called a son of a bitch, I tried to imagine myself angry, only to discover a deeper sense of remoteness. I was beyond anger, I was only bewildered, and those above seemed to sense it. There was no avoiding the shock, and I rolled with the agitated tide out into the blackness. When I emerged, the lights were still there. I lay beneath the slab of glass, feeling deflated. All my limbs seemed amputated. It was very warm, a dim white ceiling stretched far above me. My eyes were swimming with tears. Why, I didn't know. It worried me. I wanted to knock on the glass to attract attention, but I couldn't move. The slightest effort, hardly more than desire, tired me. I lay experiencing the vague processes of my body. I seemed to have lost all sense of proportion. Where did my body end and the crystal and white world begin? Thoughts evaded me, hiding in the vast stretch of clinical whiteness, to which I seemed connected only by a scale of receding grays, no sounds beyond the sluggish inner roar of the blood. I couldn't open my eyes. I seemed to exist in some other dimension, utterly alone, until after. While a nurse bent down and forced a warm fluid between my lips, I gagged. Swallowed, feeling the fluid course slowly to my vague middle. A huge, iridescent bubbles seemed to enfold me. Gentle hands moved over me, bringing vague impressions of memory. I was laved with warm liquids, felt gentle hands move through the indefinite limits of my flesh. The sterile and weightless texture of a sheet enfolded me. I felt myself bounce, sail off like a ball thrown over the roof into mist, striking a hidden wall beyond a pile of broken machinery and sailing back. How long it took, I didn't know, but now above the movement of the hands, I heard a friendly voice uttering familiar words to which I could assign no meaning. I listened, intensely aware of the form and movement of sentences and grasping the now subtle rhythmical differences between progressions of sound that questioned and those that made a statement, but still their meanings were lost in the vast whiteness in which I myself was lost. Other voices emerged, faces hovered above me like inscrutable fish peering myopically through a glass aquarium wall. I saw them suspended motionless above me, then two floating off, first their heads, then the tips of their fin-like fingers, moving dreamily from the top of the case, a thoroughly mysterious coming and going. Like the surging of torpid tides, I watched the two make furious movements with their mouths. I didn't understand. They tried again, the meaning still escaping me. I felt uneasy. I saw a scribbled card held over me, all a jumble of alphabets. They consulted heatedly. Somehow I felt responsible. A terrible sense of loneliness came over me. They seemed to enact a mysterious pantomime, and seeing them from this angle was disturbing. They appeared utterly stupid, and I didn't like it. It wasn't right. I could see smut in one doctor's nose. A nurse had two flabby chins. Other faces came up, their mouths working with soundless fury. But we are all human. I thought, wondering what I meant. A man dressed in black appeared, a long-haired fellow, Whose piercing eyes looked down upon me out of an intense and friendly face. The others hovered about him, their eyes anxious as he alternately peered at me and consulted my chart. Then he scribbled something on a large card and thrust it before my eyes. "What is your name?" A tremor shook me. It was as though he had suddenly given a name to had organized the vagueness that drifted through my head, and I was overcome with swift shame. I realized that I no longer knew my own name. I shut my eyes and shook my head with sorrow. Here was the first warm attempt to communicate with me, and I was failing. I tried again, plunging into the blackness of my mind. It was no use. I found nothing but pain. I saw the card again, and he pointed slowly to each word. "What is your name?" I tried desperately, diving below the blackness until I was limp with fatigue. It was as though a vein had been opened and my energy siphoned away. I could only stare back mutely, but with an irritating burst of activity, he gestured for another card and wrote, "WHORSU." Something inside me turned with a sluggish excitement. This phrasing of the question seemed to set off a series of weak and distant lights where the other had thrown a spark that failed. Who am I asked myself, but it was like trying to identify one particular cell that coursed through the torpid veins of my body. Maybe I was just this blackness and bewilderment and pain, but that seemed less like a suitable answer than something I'd read somewhere. The card was back again. "What is your mother's name?" Mother? Who was my mother? Mother, the one who screams when you suffer. But who? This was stupid. You always knew your mother's name. Who was it that screamed? Mother, but the scream came from the machine. A machine, my mother. Clearly, I was out of my head. He shot questions at me. Where were you born? Try to think of your name. I tried, thinking vainly of many names, but none seemed to fit, and yet it was as though I was somehow a part of all of them, had become submerged within them, and lost. You must remember, the placard read, but it was useless. Each time I found myself back in the clinging white mist, and my name just beyond my fingertips. I shook my head and watched him disappear for a moment, and return with a companion, a short, scholarly-looking man who stared at me with a blank expression. I watched him produce a child's slate and a piece of chalk, writing upon it, "Who was your mother?" I looked at him, feeling a quick dislike and thinking, half in amusement, I don't play the dozens, and how's your old lady today? Think. I stared, seeing him frown and write a long time. The slate was filled with meaningless names. I smiled, seeing his eyes blaze with annoyance. Old friendly face said something. The new man wrote a question, at which I stared in wide-eyed amazement. Who was Buckeye the Rabbit? I was filled with turmoil. Why should he think of that? He pointed to the question. Word by word, I laughed deep, deep inside me, giddy with the delight of self-discovery and the desire to hide it. Somehow I was Buckeye the Rabbit, or had been when, as children, we danced and sang barefoot in the dusty streets. Buckeye the Rabbit. Shake it, shake it. Buckeye the Rabbit. Break it, break it. Yet I could not bring myself to admit it. It was too ridiculous, and somehow too dangerous. It was annoying that he had hit upon an old identity, and I shook my head, seeing him purse his lips and eye me sharply. Boy, who was Brer Rabbit? He was your mother's backdoor man, I thought. Anyone knew they were one and the same. Buckeye when you were very young and hid yourself behind wide, innocent eyes. Brer when you were older. But why was he playing around with these childish names? Did they think I was a child? Why didn't they leave me alone? I would remember soon enough when they let me out of the machine. A palm smacked sharply upon the glass, but I was tired of them. Yet as my eyes focused upon old friendly face, he seemed pleased. I couldn't understand it, but there he was, smiling and leaving Witter, the new assistant. Left alone, I lay fretting over my identity. I suspected that I was really playing a game with myself and that they were taking part, a kind of combat. Actually, they knew as well as I, and I for some reason preferred not to face it. It was irritating, and it made me feel sly and alert. I would solve the mystery the next instant, I imagined. Myself whirling about in my mind like an old man attempting to catch a small boy in some mischief, thinking, who am I? It was no good. I felt like a clown, nor was I up to being both criminal and detective, though why criminal I didn't know. I fell to plotting ways of short-circuiting the machine, perhaps if I shifted my body about so that the two nodes would come together. No, not only was there no room, but it might electrocute me. I shuddered. Whoever else I was no Samson. I had no desire to destroy myself, even if it destroyed the machine. I wanted freedom, not destruction. It was exhausting, for no matter what the scheme I conceived, there was one constant flaw: myself. There was no getting around it. I could no more escape than I could think of my identity. Perhaps, I thought, the two things are involved with each other. When I discover who I am, I'll be free. It was as though my thoughts of escape had alerted them. I looked up to see two agitated physicians and a nurse, and thought, it's too late now, and lay in a veil of sweat watching them manipulate the controls. I was braced for the usual shock, but nothing happened. Instead, I saw their hands at the lid, loosening the bolts, and before I could react, they had opened the lid and pulled me erect. What's happened? I began, seeing the nurse pause to look at me. Well, she said. My mouth worked soundlessly. Come on, get it out, she said. What hospital is this? I said. It's the factory hospital, she said. Now be quiet. They were around me now, inspecting my body, and I watched with growing bewilderment, thinking, what is a factory hospital? I felt a tug at my belly and looked down to see one of the physicians pull the cord, which was attached to the stomach node, jerking me forward. What is this? I said. Get the shears, he said. Sure, the other said. Let's not waste time. I recoiled inwardly as though the cord were part of me. Then they had it free, and the nurse clipped through the belly band and removed the heavy node. I opened my mouth to speak, but one of the physicians shook his head. They worked swiftly. The nodes off, the nurse went over me with rubbing alcohol. Then I was told to climb out of the case. I looked from face to face, overcome with indecision, for now that it appeared that I was being freed, I dared not believe it. What if they were transferring me to some even more painful machine? I sat there, refusing to move. Should I struggle against them? Take his arm, one of them said. I can do it, I said, climbing fearfully out. I was told to stand while they went over my body with the stethoscope. How's the articulation? The one with the chart said as the other examined my shoulder. Perfect, he said. I could feel a tightness there, but no pain. I'd say he's surprisingly strong, considering, the other said. Shall we call in Drexel? It seems rather unusual for him to be so strong. No, just note it on the chart. All right, nurse, give him his clothes. What are you going to do with me? I said. She handed me clean underclothing and a pair of white overalls. No questions, she said. Just dress as quickly as possible. The air outside the machine seemed extremely rare. When I bent over to tie my shoes, I thought I would faint, but fought it off. I stood shakily, and they looked me up and down. Well, boy, it looks as though you're cured, one of them said. You're a new man. You came through fine. Come with us, he said. We went slowly out of the room and down a long white corridor into an elevator. Then swiftly down 3 floors to a reception room with rows of chairs. At the front were a number of private offices with frosted glass doors and walls. Sit down there, they said. The director will see you shortly. I sat, seeing them disappear inside one of the offices for a second and emerge. Passing me without a word, I trembled like a leaf. Were they really freeing me? My head spun. I looked at my white overalls. The nurse said that this was the factory hospital. Why couldn't I remember what kind of factory it was, and why a factory hospital? Yes, I did remember some vague factory. Perhaps I was being sent back there, yes, and he'd spoken of the director instead of the head doctor. Could they be One and the same, perhaps I was in the factory already. I listened but could hear no machinery. Across the room, a newspaper lay on a chair, but I was too concerned to get it. Somewhere a fan droned, then one of the doors with frosted glass was opened, and I saw a tall, austere-looking man in a white coat, beckoning to me with a chart. "Come," he said. I got up and went past him into a large, simply furnished office, thinking, now. "Sit down," he said. I eased myself into the chair beside his desk. He watched me with a calm, scientific gaze. "What is your name?" "Oh, here I have it," he said, studying the chart, and it was as though someone inside of me tried to tell him to be silent, but already he had called my name, and I heard myself say, "Oh," as a pain stabbed through my head, and I shot to my feet and looked wildly around me and sat down and got up and down. Again very fast, remembering. I don't know why I did it, but suddenly I saw him looking at me intently, and I stayed down this time. He began asking questions, and I could hear myself replying fluently, though inside I was reeling, with swiftly changing emotional images that shrilled and chattered like a soundtrack reversed at high speed. "Duh. Well, my boy," he said, "you're cured. We are going to release you. How does that strike you?" Suddenly, I didn't know. I noticed a company calendar beside a stethoscope and a miniature silver paint brush. Did he mean from the hospital or from the job? "Sir," I said. "How does that strike you?" "All right, sir," I said in an unreal voice. "I'll be glad to get back to work." He looked at the chart, frowning. "You'll be released, but I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed about the work," he said. "What do you mean, sir?" "You've been through a severe experience," he said. "You aren't ready for the rigors of industry. Now I want you to rest, undertake a period of convalescence. You need to become readjusted and get your strength back." "But, sir," "You mustn't try to go too fast. You're glad to be released, are you not?" "Oh, yes, but how shall I live?" Live, his eyebrows raised and lowered. "Take another job," he said. "Something easier, quieter, something for which you're better prepared." "Prepared?" I looked at him, thinking, is he in on it too? "I'll take anything, sir," I said. "That isn't the problem, my boy. You just aren't prepared for work under our industrial conditions. Later, perhaps, but not now. And remember, you'll be adequately compensated for your experience." "Compensated, sir?" "Oh, yes," he said. "We follow a policy of enlightened humanitarianism. All our employees are automatically insured. You have only to sign a few papers." "What kind of papers, sir?" "We require an affidavit releasing the company of responsibility," he said. "Yours was a difficult case, and a number of specialists had to be called in, but after all, any new occupation has its hazards. They are part of growing up, of becoming adjusted, as it were. One takes a chance, and while some are prepared, others are not." I looked at his lined face. Was he doctor, factory official, or both? I couldn't get it. And now he seemed to move back and forth across my field of vision, although he sat perfectly calm in his chair. It came out of itself. "Do you know Mr. Norton, sir?" I said. "Norton?" His brows knitted. "What Norton is this?" Then it was as though I hadn't asked him. The name sounded strange. I ran my hand over my eyes. "I'm sorry," I said. "It occurred to me that you might. He was just a man I used to know." "I see. Well, he picked up some papers, so that's the way it is, my boy. A little later, perhaps we'll be able to do something. You may take the papers along if you wish. Just mail them to us. Your check will be sent upon their return. Meanwhile, take as much time as you like. You'll find that we are perfectly fair." I took the folded papers and looked at him for what seemed to be too long a time. He seemed to waver. Then I heard myself say, "Do you know him?" my voice rising. "Who?" "Mr. Norton," I said. "Mr. Norton." "Oh, why, no." "No," I said. "No one knows anybody, and it was too long a time ago." He frowned and I laughed. "They picked poor Robin clean," I said. "Do you happen to know Bled?" He looked at me, his head to one side. "Are these people friends of yours?" Friends? Oh yes, I said. We're all good friends, buddies from way back, but I don't suppose we get around in the same circles. His eyes widened. No, he said, I don't suppose we do. However, good friends are valuable to have. I felt light-headed and started to laugh, and he seemed to waver again, and I thought of asking him about Emerson, but now he was clearing his throat and indicating that he was finished. I put the folded papers in my overalls and started out. The door beyond the rows of chairs seemed far away. Take care of yourself, he said. And you, I said, thinking it's past time. Turning abruptly, I went weakly back to the desk, seeing him looking up at me. With his steady scientific gaze, I was overcome with ceremonial feelings but unable to remember the proper formula, so as I deliberately extended my hand, I fought down laughter with a cough. It's been quite pleasant, our little palaver, sir, I said. I listened to myself and to his answer. Yes, indeed, he said. He shook my hand gravely, without surprise or distaste. I looked down. He was there somewhere behind the lined face and outstretched hand. And now our palaver is finished, I said. Goodbye. He raised his hand. Goodbye, he said, his voice noncommittal. Leaving him and going out into the paint-fuming air, I had the feeling that I had been talking beyond myself, had used words and expressed attitudes not my own. That I was in the grip of some alien personality lodged deep within me, like the servant about whom I'd read in psychology class, who, during a trance, had recited pages of Greek philosophy which she had overheard one day while she worked. It was as though I were acting out a scene from some crazy movie, or perhaps I was catching up with myself and had put into words feelings which I had hitherto suppressed, or was it, I thought, tarting up the walk, that I was no longer afraid. I stopped, looking at the buildings down the bright street, slanting with sun and shade. I was no longer afraid, not of important men, not of trustees and such, for knowing now that there was nothing which I could expect from them, there was no reason to be afraid. Was that it? I felt light-headed, my ears were ringing. I went on. Along the walk the buildings rose, uniform and close together. It was day's end. Now and on top of every building, the flags were fluttering and diving down, collapsing, and I felt that I would fall, had fallen, moved now as against a current, sweeping swiftly against me. Out of the grounds and up the street I found the bridge by which I'd come, but the stairs leading back to the car that crossed the top were too dizzily steep to climb, swim, or fly, and I found a subway instead. Things whirled too fast around me. My mind went alternately bright and blank in slow rolling waves. We heat him, my mind and I were no longer getting around in the same circles, nor my body either. Across the aisle a young platinum blonde nibbled at a red delicious apple as station lights rippled past behind her. The train plunged. I dropped through the roar, giddy and vacuum-minded, sucked under and out into late afternoon Harlem. Chapter 12. When I came out of the subway, Lenox Avenue seemed to careen away from me at a drunken angle, and I focused upon the teetering scene with wild, infant's eyes, my head throbbing. Two huge women with spoiled cream complexions seemed to struggle with their massive bodies as they came past, their flowered hips trembling like threatening flames. Out across the walk before me they moved, and a bright orange slant of sun seemed to boil up, and I saw myself going down, my legs watery beneath me, but my head clear, too clear, recording the crowd swerving around me. Legs, feet, eyes, hands, bent knees, scuffed shoes, teethy-eyed excitement, and some moving on unhalting. And the big dark woman saying, "Boy, is you all right, what's wrong?" in a husky voiced contralto, and me saying, "I'm all right, just weak and trying to stand," and her saying, "Why don't y'all stand back and let the man breathe? Stand back there, y'all." And now echoed by an official tone, "Keep moving, break it up," and she on one side, and a man on the other, helping me to stand, and the policeman saying, "Are you all right?" and me answering, "Yes, I just felt weak, must have fainted, but all right now." And him ordering the crowd to move on, and the others moving on, except the man and woman, and him saying, "You sure you okay? Daddy, and me nodding yes, and her saying, "Where you live, son, somewhere around here," and me telling her men's house. And her looking at me shaking her head saying, men's house, shucks. That ain't no place for nobody in your condition what's weak and needs a woman too. Keep an eye on you a while, and me saying, "But I'll be all right now," and her, "Maybe you will and maybe you won't. I live just up the street and round the corner, you better come on round and rest till you feel stronger. I'll phone men's house and tell 'em where you at," and me too tired to resist, and already she had one arm and was instructing the fellow to take the other, and we went, me between them, inwardly rejecting and yet accepting her bossing, hearing, "You take it easy, I'll take care of you." Like I done a heap of others. My name's Mary Rambo, everybody knows me round this part of Harlem. You heard of me, ain't you? And the fellow saying, "Sure, I'm Jenny Jackson's boy, you know I know you, Miss Mary," and her saying, "Jenny Jackson. Why, I should say you do know me and I know you, you Ralston, and your mama got two more children, boy named Flint and gal named Lori Jean. I should say I know you, me and your mama and your papa Uzetta," and me saying, "I'm all right now. Really all right," and her saying and looking like that, "You must be worse off even than you look," and pulling me now saying, "Here's my house right here, hep me git him up the steps and inside. You needn't worry, son, I ain't never laid eyes on you before, and it ain't my business, and I don't care what you think about me, but you weak and can't hardly walk and all, and you look what's more like you hungry, so just come on and let me do something for you, like I hope you'd do something for ol' Mary. In case she needed it, it ain't costing you a penny, and I don't want to get in your business. I just want you to lay down till you rested, and then you can go." And the fellow taking it up, saying, "You in good hands, Daddy, Miss Mary always helping somebody, and you need some help, 'cause here you black as me and white as a sheet. As the Ophays would say, watch these steps," and going up some steps and then some more, growing weaker, and the two warm around me on each side of me, and then inside a cool dark room, hearing, here's the bed, lie him down there now, that's it, Ralston, now put his legs up, never mind the cove. There, that's it, now go out there in the kitchen and pour him a glass of water, you'll find a bottle in the ice box," and him going and her placing another pillow beneath my head, saying, "Now you'll be better, and when you get all right you'll know how bad a shape you been in here, now talk a sip of this water," and me drinking and seeing her worn brown fingers holding the bright glass, and a feeling of old, almost forgotten relief coming over me, and thinking in echo of her words, "If I don't think I'm sinking, look what a hole I'm in," and then the soft, cool splash of sleep. I saw her across the room when I awoke, reading a newspaper, her glasses low across the bridge of her nose as she stared at the page intently. Then I realized that, though the glasses still slanted down, the eyes were no longer focused on the page, but on my face, and lighting with a slow smile. "How you feel now?" she said. "Much better. I thought you would be, and you be even better after you have a cup of soup I got for you in the kitchen. You slept a good long time." "Did I?" said. "What time is it?" "It's about 10 o'clock, and from the way you slept I suspects all you needed was some rest." "No, don't get up yet. You got to drink your soup, then you can go," she said, leaving. She returned with a bowl and a plate. "This here'll fix you up," she said. "You don't get this kind of service up there at men's house, do you? Now you just sit there and take your time. I ain't got nothing to do but read the paper, and I like company. You have to make time in the morning." "No, I've been sick," I said, "but I have to look for a job." "I knowed you wasn't well. Why you try to hide it?" "I didn't want to be trouble to anyone," I said. "Everybody has to be trouble to somebody, and you just come from the hospital too." I looked up. She sat in the rocking chair, bent forward, her arms folded at ease. Across her aproned lap had she searched my pockets. "How did you know that?" I said. "There you go getting suspicious," she said sternly. "That's what's wrong with the world today. Don't nobody trust nobody. I can smell that hospital smell on you, son. You got enough ether in those clothes to put to sleep a dog. I couldn't remember telling you that I had been in the hospital." No, and you didn't have to. I smelled that out. You got people here in the city. No, ma'am, I said. They're down south. I came up here to work so I could go to school and I got sick. Now ain't that too bad, but you'll make out all right what you plan to make out. Of yourself. I don't know now. I came here wanting to be an educator. Now I don't know. So what's wrong with being an educator? I thought about it while sipping the good hot soup. Nothing, I suppose. I just think I'd like to do something else. Well, whatever it is, I hope it's something that's a credit to the race. I hope so, I said. Don't hope, make it that way. I looked at her thinking of what I'd tried to do and of where it had got me. Seeing her heavy, composed figure before me. It's you young folks what's going to make the changes, she said. Y'all's the ones. You got to lead and you got to fight and move us all on up a little higher, and I tell you something else, it's the ones from the south that's got to do it, them what knows. The fire and ain't forgot how it burns, up here too many forgits, they finds a place for. Theyselves and forgits the ones on the bottom, oh, heap of them talks about doing things but they done really forgot. No, it's you young ones what has to remember. And take the lead. Yes, I said. And you have to take care of yourself, son. Don't let this Harlem get you, I'm in New York, but New York ain't in me. Understand what I mean. Don't get corrupted. I won't, I'll be too busy. All right now, you looks to me like you might make something out of yourself, so you be careful. I got up to go, watching her raise herself out of her chair and come with me to the door. You ever decide you want a room somewhere beside Men's house, try me, she said. The rent's reasonable. I'll remember that, I said. I was to remember sooner than I had thought. The moment I entered the bright, buzzing lobby of Men's house, I was overcome by a sense of alienation and hostility. My overalls were causing stares, and I knew that I could live there no longer, that phase of my life was past. The lobby was the meeting place for various groups still. Caught up in the illusions that had just been boomeranged out of my head. College. Boys working to return to school down south. Older advocates of racial progress with utopian schemes for building black business empires. Preachers ordained by no authority except their own, without church or congregation, without bread or wine. Body or blood, the community leaders without followers, old men of 60 or more. Still caught up in post-Civil War dreams of freedom within segregation, the pathetic ones who possessed nothing beyond their dreams of being gentlemen who held small jobs or drew small pensions, and all pretending to be engaged in some vast, though obscure enterprise, who affected the pseudo-courtly manners of certain Southern congressmen and bowed and nodded as they passed like senile old roosters in a barnyard. The younger crowd for whom I now felt a contempt such as only a disillusioned dreamer feels for those still unaware that they dream, the business students from Southern colleges, for whom business was a vague, abstract game with rules as obsolete as Noah's Ark, but who yet were drunk on finance. Yes, and that older group with similar aspirations, the fundamentalists, the actors who sought to achieve the status of brokers through imagination alone, a group of janitors and messengers who spent most of their wages on clothing, such as was fashionable among Wall Street brokers, with their Brooks Brothers suits and bowler hats, English umbrellas, black calfskin shoes, and yellow gloves, with their orthodox and passionate argument as to what was the correct tie to wear with what shirt, what shade of gray was correct for spats, and what would the Prince of Wales wear at a certain seasonal event. Should field glasses be slung from the right or from the left shoulder? Who never read the financial pages, though they purchased the Wall Street Journal religiously and carried it beneath the left elbow, pressed firm against the body and grasped in the left hand, always manicured and gloved, fair weather or foul, within easy precision. Oh, they had style, while the other hand whipped a tightly rolled umbrella back and forth at a calculated angle, with their Homburgs and Chesterfields, their polo coats, and Tyrolean hats worn strictly as fashion demanded. I could feel their eyes, saw them all, and saw too the time when they would know that my prospects were ended, and saw already the contempt they'd feel for me. A college man who had lost his prospects and pride. I could see it all, and I knew that. Even the officials and the older men would despise me as though, somehow, in losing my place in Bledsoe's world, I had betrayed them. I saw it as they looked at my overalls. I had started toward the elevator when I heard the voice raised in laughter and turned to see him holding forth to a group in the lobby chairs and the rolls of fat behind the wrinkled, high-domed, close-cut head, and I was certain that it was he, and stooped without thought and lifted it shining, full and foul, and moved forward. 2 long steps, dumping its great brown, transparent splash upon the head, warned. Too late by someone across the room, and too late for me to see that it was not Bledsoe but a preacher, a prominent Baptist, who shot up wide-eyed with disbelief and outrage, and I shot around and out of the lobby before anyone could think to stop me. No one followed me, and I wandered the streets amazed at my own action. Later it began to rain, and I sneaked back near Men's house and persuaded an amused porter to slip my things out to me. I learned that I had been barred from the building for 99 years and a day. You might not can come back, man, the porter said, but after what you did, I swear they never will stop talking about you. You really baptized old Rev. So that same night I went back to Mary's, where I lived in a small but comfortable room until the ice came. It was a period of quietness. I paid my way with my compensation money and found living with her pleasant, except for her constant talk about leadership and responsibility, and even this was not too bad as long as I could pay my way. It was, however, a small compensation, and when after several months my money ran out, and I was looking again for a job, I found her exceedingly irritating to listen to. Still, she never dunned me and was as generous with her servings of food during mealtime. As ever, it's just hard times you going through, she'd say. Everybody worth his salt has his hard times, and when you get to be somebody, you'll see these here very same hard times helped you a heap. I didn't see it that way. I had lost my sense of direction. I spent my time, when not looking for work, in my room, where I read countless books from the library. Sometimes when there was still money, or when I had earned a few dollars waiting table, I'd eat out and wander the streets until late at night. Other than Mary, I had no friends and desired none, nor did I think of Mary as a friend. She was something more, a force, a stable, familiar force, like something out of my past, which kept me from whirling off into some unknown which I dared not face. It was a most painful position, for at the same time, Mary reminded me constantly that something was expected of me, some act of leadership, some newsworthy achievement, and I was torn between resenting her for it and loving her for the nebulous hope she kept alive. I had no doubt that I could do something, but what and how? I had no contacts, and I believed in nothing, and the obsession with my identity, which I had developed in the factory hospital, returned with a vengeance. Who was I? How had I come to be? Certainly I couldn't help being different from when I left the campus, but now a new, painful, contradictory voice had grown up within me, and between its demands for revengeful action and Mary's silent pressure, I throbbed with guilt and puzzlement. I wanted peace and quiet, tranquility, but was too much aboil inside, somewhere beneath the load of the emotion-freezing ice, which my life had conditioned my brain to produce. A spot of black anger glowed and threw off a hot red light of such intensity that had Lord Kelvin known of its existence, he would have had to revise his measurements. A remote explosion had occurred somewhere, perhaps back at Emerson's, or that night in Bledsoe's office, and it had caused the ice cap to melt and shift the slightest bit, but that fraction was irrevocable. Coming to New York had perhaps been an unconscious attempt to keep the old freezing unit going, but it hadn't worked. Hot water had gotten into its coils, only a drop perhaps, but that drop was the first wave of the deluge. One moment I believed I was dedicated, willing to lie on the blazing coals, do anything to attain a position on the campus. Then, snap, it was done with, finished through. Now there was only the problem of Forgetting it, if only all the contradictory voices shouting inside my head would calm down and sing a song in unison. Whatever it was, I wouldn't care as long as they sang. Without dissonance, yes, and avoided the uncertain extremes of the scale, but there was no relief. I was wild with resentment, but too much under self-control, that frozen virtue, that freezing vice, and the more resentful I became, the more my old urge to make speeches returned. While walking along the streets, words would spill from my lips in a mumble over which I had little control. I became afraid of what I might do. All things were indeed awash in my mind. I longed for home. And while the ice was melting to form a flood in which I threatened to drown, I awoke one afternoon to find that my first northern winter had set. Chapter 13. At first I had turned away from the window and tried to read, but my mind kept wandering back to my old problems, and unable to endure it any longer, I rushed from the house, extremely agitated but determined to get away from my hot thoughts into the chill air. At the entrance I bumped against a woman who called me a filthy name, only causing me to increase my speed. In a few minutes I was several blocks away, having moved to the next avenue and downtown. The streets were covered with ice and soot, flecked snow, and from above a feeble sun filtered through the haze. I walked with my head down, feeling the biting air, and yet I was hot, burning with an inner fever. I barely raised my eyes until a car, passing with a thudding of skid chains, whirled completely around on the ice, then turned cautiously and thudded off again. I walked slowly on, blinking my eyes in the chill air, my mind ablur with the hot inner argument continuing. The whole of Harlem seemed to fall apart in the swirl of snow. I imagined I was lost, and for a moment there was an eerie quiet. I imagined I heard the fall of snow upon snow. What did it mean? I walked, my eyes focused into the endless succession of barber shops, beauty parlors, confectionaries, luncheonettes, fish houses, and hog-maw joints. Walking close to the windows, the snowflakes lacing swift between, simultaneously forming a curtain, a veil, and stripping it aside. A flash of red and gold from a window filled with religious articles caught my eye, and behind the film of frost etching the glass I saw two brashly painted plaster images of Mary and Jesus, surrounded by dream books, love powders, God is love signs, money drawing oil, and plastic dice. A black statue of a nude Nubian slave grinned out at me from beneath a turban of gold. I passed on to a window decorated with switches of wiry false hair, ointments guaranteed to produce the miracle of whitening black skin. You too can be truly beautiful, a sign proclaimed. Win greater happiness with whiter complexion. Be outstanding in your social set. I hurried on, suppressing a savage urge to push my fist through the pane. A wind was rising, the snow thinning. Where would I go? To a movie? Could I sleep there? I ignored the windows now and walked along, becoming aware that I was muttering to myself again. Then far down at the corner, I saw an old man warming his hands against the sides of an odd-looking wagon, from which a stovepipe reeled off a thin spiral of smoke that drifted the odor of baking yams slowly to me, bringing a stab of swift nostalgia. I stopped as though struck by a shot, deeply inhaling, remembering my mind surging back. At home we'd bake them in the hot coals of the fireplace, had carried them cold to school for lunch, munched them secretly, squeezing the sweet pulp from the soft peel as we hid from the teacher behind the largest book, the world's geography. Yes, and we'd love them candied or baked in a cobbler, deep fat fried in a pocket of dough, or roasted with pork and glazed with well-browned fat. Had chewed them raw yams, and years ago, more yams than years ago, though the time seemed endlessly expanded, stretched thin as the spiraling smoke beyond all recall. I moved again. Get yo hot, baked Carlina yam, he called. At the corner, the old man, wrapped in an army overcoat, his feet covered with gunny sacks, his head in a knitted cap, was puttering with a stack of paper bags. I saw a crude sign on the side of the wagon proclaiming YAMS as I walked flush into the warmth thrown by the coals that glowed in a grate underneath. How much are your yams? I said, suddenly hungry. They 10 cents and they sweet, he said, his voice quavering with age. These ain't. None of them binding ones neither. These here is real, sweet, yaller yams. How? Many. One, I said. If they're that good, one should be enough. He gave me a searching glance. There was a tear in the corner of his eye. He chuckled and opened the door of the improvised oven, reaching gingerly with his gloved hand. The yams, some bubbling with syrup, lay on a wire rack above glowing coals that leaped to low blue flame when struck by the draft of air. The flash of warmth set my face aglow as he removed one of the yams and shut the door. Here you are, sah, he said, starting to put the yam into a bag. Never mind the bag, I'm going to eat it. Here. Thanks, he took the dime. If that ain't a sweet one, I'll give you another one free. Of charge. I knew that it was sweet before I broke it. Bubbles of brown syrup had burst the skin. Go ahead and break it, the old man said. Break it and I'll give you some butter. Since you gone, eat it right here. Lots of folks takes 'em home. They got their own butter at home. I broke it, seeing the sugary pulp steaming in the cold. Hold it over here, he said. He took a crock from a rack on the side of the wagon, right here. I held it, watching him pour a spoonful of melted butter over the yam and the butter seeping in. Thanks. You welcome, and I'll tell you something. What's that? I said. If that ain't the best eating you had in a long time, I give you your money back. You don't have to convince me, I said. I can look at it and see it's good. You right, but everything what looks good ain't necessarily good, he said. But these is. I took a bite, finding it as sweet and hot as any I'd ever had, and was overcome with such a surge of homesickness that I turned away to keep my control. I walked along, munching the yam, just as suddenly overcome by an intense feeling of freedom, simply because I was eating while walking along the street. It was exhilarating. I no longer had to worry about who saw me or about what was proper. To hell with all that, and as sweet as the yam actually was, it became like nectar with the thought, if only someone who had known me at school or at home would come along and see me now, how shocked they'd be. I'd push them into a side street and smear their faces with the peel. What a group of people we were, I thought. Why, you could cause us the greatest humiliation simply by confronting us with something we liked, not all of us, but so many, simply by walking up and shaking a set of chitlins or a well-boiled hog maw at them during the clear light of day. What consternation it would cause, and I saw myself advancing upon Bledsoe, standing bare of his false humility in the crowded lobby of Men's House, and seeing him there. And him seeing me and ignoring me enraged, and suddenly whipping out a foot or two of chitlins, raw, uncleaned, and dripping sticky circles on the floor as I shake them in his face, shouting, Bledsoe, you're a shameless, chitterling eater. I accuse you of relishing how bowels ha, and not only do you eat them, you sneak and eat them in private when you think you're unobserved. You're a sneaking, chitterling lover. I accuse you of indulging in a filthy habit. Bledsoe, lug them out of there. Bledsoe, lug them out so we can see. I accuse you before the eyes of the world. And he lugs them out, yards of them, with mustard greens and racks of pig's ears and pork chops and black-eyed peas with dull, accusing eyes. I let out a wild laugh, almost choking over the yam as the scene spun before me. Why, with others present, it would be worse than if I had accused him of raping an old woman of 99 years, weighing 90 pounds, blind in one eye and lame in the hip. Bledsoe would disinflate, with a profound sigh. He'd drop his head in shame. He'd lose caste. The weekly newspapers would attack him. The captions over his picture, prominent educator reverts to field niggerism. His rivals would denounce him as a bad example for the South. Editorials would demand that he either recant or retire from public life. In the South, his white folks would desert him. He would be discussed far and wide, and all of the trustees' money couldn't prop up his sagging prestige. He'd end up in exile washing dishes at the automat, for down south he'd be unable to get a job on the honey wagon. This is all very wild and childish, I thought, but to hell with being ashamed of What you liked, no more of that for me. I am what I am. I wolfed down the yam and ran back to the old man and handed him 20 cents. Give me 2 more, I said. Show all you want, long as I got 'em. I can see you a serious yam eater, young. Fellowed you eating them right away. As soon as you give them to me, I said. You want 'em buttered. Please. Show that way you can get the most out of 'em. Yes, sir, he said, handing over the yams. I can see you one of these old-fashioned yam eaters. They're my birthmark, I said. I yam what I am. Then you must be from South Carolina, he said with a grin. South Carolina nothing. Where I come from we really go for yams. Come back tonight or tomorrow if you can eat some more, he called after me. My old lady'll be out here with some hot sweet potato fried pies. Hot fried pies, I thought sadly, moving away. I would probably have indigestion if I ate one. Now that I no longer felt ashamed of the things I had always loved, I probably could no longer digest very many of them. What and how much had I lost by trying to do only what was expected of me instead of what I myself had wished to do? What a waste, what a senseless waste, but what of those things which you actually didn't like, not because you were not supposed to like them, not because to dislike them was considered a mark of refinement and education, but because you actually found them distasteful? The very idea annoyed me. How could you know? It involved a problem of choice. I would have to weigh many things carefully before deciding, and there would be some things that would cause quite a bit of trouble, simply because I had never formed a personal attitude towards so much. I had accepted the accepted attitudes, and it had made life seem simple. But not yams. I had no problem concerning them, and I would eat them whenever and wherever I took the notion. Continue on the yam level and life would be sweet. Though somewhat yellowish, yet the freedom to eat yams on the street was far less than I had expected upon coming to the city. An unpleasant taste bloomed in my mouth now as I bit the end of the yam and threw it into the street. It had been frost bitten. The wind drove me into a side street where a group of boys had set a packing box afire. The gray smoke hung low and seemed to thicken as I walked with my head down and eyes closed, trying to avoid the fumes. My lungs began to pain then. Emerging, wiping my eyes and coughing, I almost stumbled over it. It was piled in a jumble along the walk and over the curb into the street, like a lot of junk waiting to be hauled away. Then I saw the sullen-faced crowd, looking at a building where 2 white men were toting out a chair in which an old woman sat, who, as I watched, struck at them feebly with her fists, a motherly-looking old woman with her head tied in a handkerchief, wearing a man's shoes and a man's heavy blue sweater. It was startling, the crowd watching silently, the 2 white men lugging the chair and trying to dodge the blows, and the old woman's face streaming with angry tears as she thrashed at them with her fists. I couldn't believe it. A sense of foreboding filled me, a quick sense of uncleanliness. Leave us alone, she cried, leave us alone, as the men pulled their heads out of range and sat her down abruptly at the curb, hurrying back into the building. What on earth, I thought, looking about me, what on earth's the old woman sobbed, pointing to the stuff piled along the curb. Just look what they doing to us. Just look, looking straight at me, and I realized that what I'd taken for junk was actually worn household furnishings. Just look at what they doing, she said, her teary eyes upon my face. I looked away embarrassed, staring into the rapidly growing crowd. Faces were peering sullenly from the windows above, and now as the 2 men reappeared at the top of the steps carrying a battered chest of drawers, I saw a 3rd man come out and stand behind them, pulling at his ear as he looked out over the crowd. Shake it up, you fellows, he said. Shake it up, we don't have all day. Then the men came down with the chest, and I saw the crowd give way sullenly. The men trudging through, grunting and putting the chest at the curb, then returning into the building without a glance to left or right. Look at that, a slender man near me said. We ought to beat the hell out of those patties. I looked silently into his face, taut and ashy in the cold, his eyes trained upon the men going up the steps. Show we ought to stop 'em, another man said, but ain't that much nerve in the whole bunch. There's plenty nerve, the slender man said. All they need is someone to set it off. All they need is a leader. You mean you don't have the nerve? Who may? The man said. Who may? Yes, you. Just look, the old woman said. Just look, her face still turned toward mine. I turned away, edging closer to the two men. Who are those men? I said, edging closer. Marshals or something. I don't give a damn who they is. Marshals, hell, another man said. Those guys doing all the toting ain't nothing. But trustees, soon as they get through, they'll lock 'em up again. I don't care who they are. They got no business putting these old folks out on the sidewalk. You mean they're putting them out of their apartment? I said. They can do that. Up here. Man, where you from? He said, swinging toward me. What does it look like they puttin' them out of a Pullman car, they being evicted? I was embarrassed. Others were turning to stare. I had never seen an eviction. Someone snickered. Where did he come from? A flash of heat went over me and Jay turned. Look, friends, I said, hearing a hot edge coming into my voice. I asked a civil question, if you don't care to answer. But don't try to make me look ridiculous. Ridiculous, hell, all Scobos is ridiculous. Who the hell is you? Never mind, I am who I am. Just don't beat up your gums at me, I said, throwing him a newly acquired phrase. Just then one of the men came down the steps with an armful of articles, and I saw the old woman reach up, yelling, "Take your hands off my Bible," and the crowd surged forward. The white man's hot eyes swept the crowd. Where, lady? He said. I don't see any Bible. And I saw her snatch the book from his arms, clutching it fiercely and sending forth a shriek. They can come in your home and do what they want to you, she said. Just come stomping in and jerk your life up by the roots, but this here's the last straw. They ain't going to bother with my Bible. The white man eyed the crowd. Look, lady, he said, more to the rest of us than to her. I don't want to do this. I have to do it. They sent me up here to do it. If it was left to me, you could stay here till hell freezes over. These white folks, Lord, these white folks, she moaned, her eyes turned toward the sky as an old man pushed past me and went to her. Hun, he said, placing his hand on her shoulder. It's the agent, not these gentlemen. He's the one. He says it's the bank, but you know he's the one. We've done business with him for over 20 years. Don't tell me, she said. It's all the white folks, not just one. They all against us. Every stinking lowdown one of them. She's right, a hoarse voice said. She's right, they all is. Something had been working fiercely inside me, and for a moment I had forgotten the rest of the crowd. Now I recognized a self-consciousness about them, as though we were ashamed to witness the eviction, as though we were all unwilling intruders upon some shameful event, and thus we were careful not to touch or stare too hard at the effects that lined the curb, for we were witnesses of what we did not wish to see, though curious, fascinated despite our shame, and through it all the old female, mind-plunging crying. I looked at the old people, feeling my eyes burn, my throat tight. The old woman's sobbing was having a strange effect upon me, as when a child, seeing the tears of its parents, is moved by both fear and sympathy to cry. I turned away, feeling myself being drawn to the old couple by a warm, dark, rising whirlpool of emotion, which I feared. I was wary of what the sight of them crying there on the sidewalk was making me begin to feel. I wanted to leave, but was too ashamed to leave, was rapidly becoming too much a part of it to leave. I turned aside and looked at the clutter of household objects which the two men continued to pile on the walk, and as the crowd pushed me, I looked down to see, looking out of an oval frame, a portrait of the old couple when young, seeing the sad, stiff dignity of the faces there, feeling strange memories awakening that began and echoing in my head like that of a hysterical voice stuttering in a dark street, seeing them look back at me as though even then, in that 19th century day, they had expected little, and this with a grim, unillusioned pride that suddenly seemed to me both a reproach and a warning. My eyes fell upon a pair of crudely carved and polished bones, knocking bones, used to accompany music at country dances, used in blackface minstrels, the flat ribs of a cow, a steer or sheep, flat bones that gave off a sound when struck like heavy castanets had he been a minstrel, or the wooden block of a set of drums. Pots and pots of green plants were lined in the dirty snow, certain to die of the cold. Ivy canna, a tomato plant, and in a basket I saw straightening comb, switches of false hair, a curling iron, a card with silvery letters. Against a background of dark red velvet, reading God Bless Our Home, and scattered across the top of a chiffonier were nuggets of High John the Conqueror, the lucky stone, and as I watched, the white men put down a basket in which I saw a whiskey bottle filled with rock candy and camphor, a small Ethiopian flag, a faded tintype of Abraham Lincoln, and the smiling image of a Hollywood star torn from a magazine, and on a pillow several badly cracked pieces of delicate china. Commemorative plate celebrating the St. Louis World Fair. I stood in a kind of daze looking at an old folded lace fan studded with jet and mother of pearl. The crowd surged as the white men came back, knocking over a drawer that spilled its contents in the snow at my feet. I stooped and starting replacing the articles, a bent Masonic emblem, a set of tarnished cufflinks, 3 brass rings, dime pierced with a nail hole so as to be worn about the ankle on a string for luck, an ornate greeting card with the message, Grandma, I love you, in childish scrawl. Another card with a picture of what looked like a white man in blackface, seated the door of a cabin strumming a banjo beneath a bar of music, and the lyric going back to my old cabin home, a useless inhalant, a string of bright glass beads with a tarnished clasp, a rabbit foot, a celluloid baseball scoring card shaped like a catcher's mitt registering a game won or lost years ago, an old breast pump with rubber bulb, yellowed with age, a worn baby shoe, and a dusty lock of infant hair tied with a faded and crumpled blue ribbon. I felt nauseated. In my hand I held 3 lapsed life insurance policies with perforated seals stamped void, a yellowing newspaper portrait of a huge black man with the caption, MARCUSGARVEY, deported. I turned away, bending and searching the dirty snow for anything missed by my eyes, and my fingers closed upon something resting in a frozen footstep, a fragile paper coming apart with age, written in black ink grown yellow. I read, free papers, be it known to all men that my Negro, Primus Provo, has been freed by me. This 6th day of August, 1859, signed John Samuels Macon. I folded it quickly, blotting out the single drop of melted snow which glistened on the yellowed page, and dropped it back into the drawer. My hands were trembling, my breath rasping as if I had run a long distance or come upon a coiled snake in a busy street. It has been longer than that, further removed in time, I told myself, and yet I knew that it hadn't been. I replaced the drawer in the chest and pushed drunkenly to the curb. But it wouldn't come up, only a bitter spurt of gall filled my mouth and splattered the old folks' possessions. I turned and stared again at the jumble, no longer looking at what was before my eyes, but inwardly outwardly, around a corner into the dark. Far away and long ago, not so much of my own memory as of remembered words, of linked verbal echoes, images, heard even when not listening at home, and it was as though I myself was being dispossessed of some painful yet precious thing which I could not bear to lose, something confounding, like a rotted tooth that one would rather suffer indefinitely than endure the short, violent eruption of pain that would mark its removal. And with this sense of dispossession came a pang of vague recognition. This junk, these shabby chairs, these heavy, old-fashioned pressing irons, zinc-washed tubs with dented bottoms, all throbbed within me with more meaning than there should have been. And why did I, standing in the crowd, see like a vision my mother hanging wash on a cold, windy day, so cold that the warm clothes froze even before the vapor thinned and hung stiff on the line, and her hands white and raw in the skirt-swirling wind, and her gray head bare to the darkened sky? Why were they causing me discomfort so far beyond their intrinsic meaning as objects? And why did I see them now as behind a veil that threatened to lift, stirred by the cold wind in the narrow street? A scream, "I'm going in," spun me around. The old couple were on the steps now. The old man holding her arm, the white men leaning forward above, and the crowd pressing me closer to the steps. "You can't go in, lady," the man said. "I want to pray," she said. "I can't help it, lady. You'll have to do your praying out here." "I'm gone ins. Not in here. All we want to do is go in and pray," she said, clutching her Bible. "It ain't right to pray in the street like this." "I'm sorry," he said. "Aw, let the woman go in to pray," a voice called from the crowd. "You got all their stuff out here on the walk. What more do you want, blood?" "Sure, let them old folks pray. That's what's wrong with us now, all this damn praying," another voice called. "You don't go back, see," the white man said. "You were legally evicted." "But all we want to do is go in and kneel on the floor," the old man said. "We been living HT here for over 20 years. I don't see why you can't let us go just for a few minutes." "Look, I've told you," the man said. "I've got my orders. You're wasting my time." "We're gone in," the woman said. It happened so suddenly that I could barely keep up with it. I saw the old woman clutching her Bible and rushing up the steps, her husband behind her and the white man stepping in front of them and stretching out his arm. "I'll jug you," he yelled. "By God, I'll jug you." "Take your hands off that woman," someone called from the crowd. Then at the top of the stairs, they were pushing against the man, and I saw the old woman fall backwards and the crowd exploded. "Get that Patty, son of a bitch." "He struck her," a West Indian woman screamed into my ear. "The filthy brute, he struck her." "Stand back or I'll shoot," the man called, his eyes wild as he drew a gun and backed into the doorway where the two trustees stood bewildered, their arms full of articles. "I swear I'll shoot. You don't know what you're doing, but I'll shoot." They hesitated. "Ain't but 6 bullets in that thing," a little fellow called. "Then what you going to do?" "Yeah, you damn show can't hide." "I advise you to stay out of this," the marshal called. "Think you can come up here and hit one of our women, you a fool?" "To hell with all this talk, let's rush that bastard." "You better think twice," the white man called. I saw them start up the steps and felt suddenly as though my head would split. I knew that they were about to attack the man, and I was both afraid and angry. Repelled and fascinated, I both wanted it and feared the consequences, was outraged and angered at what I saw, and yet surged with fear, not for the man or of the consequences of an attack, but of what the sight of violence might release in me. And beneath it all there boiled up all the shock-absorbing phrases that I had learned all my life. I seemed to totter on the edge of a great dark hole. "No, no," I heard myself yelling. "Black men, brothers, black brothers, that's not the way. We're law-abiding. We're a law-abiding people and a slow-to-anger people." Forcing my way quickly through the crowd, I stood on the steps facing those front, talking rapidly without thought but out of my clashing emotions. "We're a law-abiding people and a slow-to-anger people." They stopped listening. Even the white man was startled. "Yeah, but we mad now," a voice called out. "Yes, you're right," I called back. "We're angry, but let us be wise. Let us, I mean. Let us not. Let us learn from that great leader whose wise action was reported in the newspaper the other day." "What man who?" a West Indian voice shouted. "Come on, to hell with this guy. Let's get that Patty before they send him some help." "No, wait," I yelled. "Let's follow a leader. Let's organize. Organize, we need someone like that wise leader. You read about him down in Alabama. He was strong enough to choose to do the wise thing in spite of what he felt himself." "Who minds who?" This was it, I thought. They're listening, eager to listen. Nobody laughed. "If they laugh, I'll die." I tensed my diaphragm. "That wise man," I said. "You read about him, who when that fugitive escaped from the mob and ran to his school for protection, that wise man who was strong enough to do the legal thing, the law-abiding thing, to turn him over to the forces of law and order." Yeah, a voice rang out. Yeah, so they could lynch his ass. Oh God, this wasn't it at all. Poor technique and not at all what I intended. He was a wise leader, I yelled. He was within the law. Now wasn't that the wise thing to do? Yeah, he was wise all right, the man laughed angrily. Now get out of the way so we can jump this patty. The crowd yelled and I laughed in response as though hypnotized. But wasn't that the human thing to do? After all, he had to protect himself. Because he was a handkerchief-headed rat, a woman screamed, her voice boiling with contempt. Yes, you're right, he was wise and cowardly, but what about us? What are we to do? I yelled, suddenly thrilled by the response. Look at him, I cried. Yes, just look at him, an old fellow in a derby called out as though answering a preacher in church. And look at that old couple. Yeah, what about sister and brother Provo? He said. It's an ungodly shame. And look at their possessions all strewn there on the sidewalk. Just look at their possessions in the snow. How old are you, sir? I yelled. I'm 87, the old man said, his voice low and bewildered. How's that? Yell so our slow-to-anger brethren can hear you. I'm 87 years old. Did you hear him? He's 87. 87, and look at all he's accumulated in 87 years, strewn in the snow like chicken guts, and we're a law-abiding, slow-to-anger bunch of folks turning the other cheek every day in the week. What are we going to do? What would you, W.H. At would I, what would he have done? What is to be done? I propose we do the wise thing, the law-abiding thing, just look at this junk. Should two old folks live in such junk, cooped up in a filthy room? It's a great danger, a fire hazard, old cracked dishes and broken down chairs. Yes. Yes, yes, look at that old woman, somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother. Maybe we call them Big Mama and they spoil us and, you remember. Look at her quilts and broken down shoes. I know she's somebody's mother. Because I saw an old breast pump fall into the snow and she's somebody's grandmother because I saw a card that read, Dear Grandma, but we're law abiding. I looked into a basket and I saw some bones, not neck bones, but rib bones, knocking bones. This old couple used to dance. I saw what kind of work do you do, father? I called. I'm a day laborer. A day laborer, you heard him, but look at his stuff strewn like chitlins in the snow. Where has all his labor gone? Is he lying? Hell no, he ain't lying. No, sir. Then where did his labor go? Look at his old blues records and her pots of plants. They're down-home folks, and everything tossed out like junk. World 87 years in a cyclone, 87 years and poof, like a snort in a windstorm. Look at them, they look like my mama and papa and my grandma and grandpa, and I look like you and you look like me. Look at them, but remember that we're a wise, law-abiding group of people, and remember it when you look up there in the doorway at that law standing there with his 45. Look at him, standing with his blue steel pistol and his blue serge suit. Look at him. You don't see just one man dressed in one blue serge suit or 145. You see 10 for every one of us, 10 guns and 10 warm suits and 10 fat bellies and 10 million laws. Laws, that's what we call them. Down south, laws, and we're wise and law-abiding. And look at this old woman with her dog-eared Bible. What's she trying to bring off here? She's let her religion go to her head, but we all know that religion is for the heart, not for the head. Blessed are the pure in heart, it says. Nothing about the poor in head. What's she trying to do? What about the clear of head, and the clear of eye, the ice-water visioned who see too clear to miss a lie? Look out there at her cabinet with its gaping drawers. 7 years to fill them, and full of bric and brac, a bric-a-brac, and she wants to break the laws. What's happened to them? There are people, your people and mine, your parents and mine. What's happened to 'em? I'll tell you, a heavyweight yelled, pushing out of the crowd, his face angry. Hell. They've been dispossessed, you crazy son of a bitch, get out the way. Dispossessed, I cried, holding up my hand and allowing the word to whistle from my throat. That's a good word, dispossessed. Dispossessed, 87 years. And dispossessed of what? They ain't got nothing, they can't get nothing, they never Had nothing, so who was dispossessed? I growled. We're law-abiding, so who's being dispossessed? Can it be us? These old ones are out in the snow, but we're here. With them, look at their stuff, not a pit to hiss in, nor a window to shout the news. And us right with them, look at them, not a shack to pray in or an alley to sing the blues. They're facing a gun and we're facing it with them. They don't want the world. But only Jesus. They only want Jesus. Just 15 minutes of Jesus on the rug bear floor. How about it, Mr. Law? Do we get our 15 minutes worth of Jesus? You got the world, can we have our Jesus? I got my orders, Mac, the man called, waving the pistol with a sneer. You're